Hello, it is me Senior Fanfics, and this is what if Luffy was trained by Admiral Aokiji and became a marine. Please like and subscribe to my channel and comment your favorite part of the story. Check out the author and the fanfiction linked in the description. You all are lovely people and enjoy the story. Our story begins on Dawn Island in the East Blue, the weakest and most peaceful of the four blues. On this island we find Vice-Admiral, the hero, Monkey D. Garp leading his 6-year-old grandson, Monkey D. Luffy, to the home of Curly Dadan, a mountain bandit that Garp has known for years. Garp is entrusting her to raise Luffy whenever Garp himself isn't training his grandson to be a marine. "Why do I have to go to this weird person's house, Grandpa?" Luffy asks with a pout as he follows Garp through the forest outside of Fuchsia village. "I've told you already, you brat, there have been reports of a famous pirate crew spotted in the East Blue in the last few months, and I don't want you getting any ideas of meeting them. You're going to be a marine just like me," Garp said with a grimace as he bit into a rice cracker. "But I don't want to be a marine. I want to be a pirate, Grandpa," Luffy loudly proclaimed with a grin. Garp quickly brought his fist down on Luffy's head, sending the 6-year-old into the forest floor face first. "There is no way any grandson of mine is going to become a pirate," Garp argued as Luffy picked himself up off the forest floor. Luffy responded by sticking his tongue out at his grandpa as they continued on towards their destination. A while later Luffy and Garp arrived at the home of Curly Dadan and her group of bandits. They were greeted by one of Dadan's subordinates and brought in to meet with Dadan. "So this is your brat, Garp?" Dadan asked as she looked over the small child sitting next to Garp, happily stuffing his face with a large piece of meat. "This is my grandson, Luffy, Dadan. I need you to look after him for a bit. I'm sure he and Ace will get along quickly," Garp said with a grin. "Give me a break," Dadan shouted before sighing. "We can barely keep Ace under control, and now you want us to raise your grandson too. I bet he's another monster," the bandit leader sighed with a frown. "Well, here are your options, you can raise him or spend the rest of your lives in jail," Garp replied with a serious expression. "I've overlooked a lot of the illegal things you've done." "Fine, we'll take him," Dadan said with a defeated expression. "Great," Garp exclaimed with a grin. "Luffy, you'll be staying here for a while. There is another boy here that's 3 years older than you, I'm sure you two can make friends with each other." "Okay, Gramps," Luffy said without a care as he tossed a bone, picked clean of meat, he'd been eating from away and looked around before looking straight at Dadan. "Is there any more meat?" he asked with a large grin. "What?" Dadan shouted as she face faulted into the floor. "Boss." The many bandits that worked under Dadan called out as they tried to get their boss to respond to them. The next day Luffy met Ace, their first meeting being less than friendly with Ace spitting on the younger boy. Luffy, undeterred by Ace's unwillingness to make friends, followed Ace around for 3 months before finally meeting Ace's friend Sabo at the place known as Grey Terminal. The two older boys eventually came to be friends with Luffy, and the three could most often be seen running through the forest or Grey Terminal together. It wasn't until almost 8 months later that something unexpected happened. "So, Luffy, you're 7 now. What should we do to celebrate?" Sabo asked as he looked over at his two brothers as the three sat on a small secluded beach hidden by the forest. "I want to eat some meat," Luffy replied with a grin as both Ace and Sabo laughed at him. "You already do that, Luffy, all the time actually," Ace responded with a grin. "When you're celebrating you're supposed to do something special." "Special? The only that's going to happen differently is that Gramps is gonna visit today," Luffy replied with his head tilted to the side slightly. "Yeah, but hopefully he won't find us for a while if we stay here," Sabo replied as he stood up from the sand and started brushing his clothes off. "I'm hungry though," Luffy said as he stood up as well. "Yeah, I am too. I guess we could leave for just a little while to get some meat and stuff," Ace stated as his stomach growled. "Yay. Meat," Luffy shouted with a grin as the three brothers began to walk towards the forest. "Hungry are you?" came a voice from behind the three boys. All three boys quickly turned around with Ace and Sabo grabbing their trusty metal pipes and holding them defensively in front of themselves while Luffy took a basic fighting stance Garp had taught him during one of his visits over the last year. The three boys looked towards the sea and saw an average-looking man wearing long blue shorts and a dark blue shirt with a silver pattern that looked like waves on it. The man had brown hair and sea blue eyes and was holding a small burlap bag in his left hand. He was also standing just out of the sea as water from the tide gently soaked his bare feet. "Who are you, bastard?" Ace questioned as he held his pipe threateningly towards the newcomer. Sabo and Luffy nodded at Ace's question while not taking their eyes off the man that had seemingly appeared from nowhere. Now, I'm just a passerby that happened to hear that 3 people were hungry," the man replied as he took a step forward. "As for my name, I'm called Yamino Akuma. Might I ask your names?" the man replied with a calm grin. "I'm Luffy," Luffy responded, instantly causing both of his brothers to sigh at his simple-mindedness. I'm Sabo. Sabo responded with mistrust in his eyes. I'm Ace. Ace replied with a glare. Now what do you want? As I said, I just happened to be passing by and heard you three say you were hungry. As an adult I can't just let children go hungry now, can I? The man called Akuma said with a grin as he sat down on the beach sand. I can't say much for this place, but in most places in the world adults that have food share it with hungry children if they meet. Akuma continued as he lifted the burlap bag he was carrying and placed it in front of himself. So you're going to give us the food in that bag? Luffy yelled with a grin as he dropped his fighting stance and was barely restrained by Sabo from running straight towards the bag. That's right. Akuma replied with a grin as he opened the bag. What's in it for you, huh? Ace asked while keeping his pipe trained on Akuma while Sabo continued to restrain Luffy. Knowing I prevented 3 boys from going hungry is all I need. Akuma responded as he reached into the burlap bag. I can't say much for how these things might taste though. He said as he pulled an odd fruit from the bag and held it up for the 3 boys to see. All 3 took notice of the odd fruit in Akuma's hands. It was shaped like a papaya but was a light gray color with black swirl markings all over the fruit. So that's it? You don't want money or anything? Sabo questioned as Luffy finally stopped trying to run towards the bag of food. Those fruits aren't rotten, are they? Cause that one looks weird. I promise they're not rotten, but like I said I can't say much for how they'll taste. Akuma replied as he set the strange papaya-like fruit on the sand and reached into the bag for another one. The next fruit he pulled out was orange and red and somewhat resembled a dragon fruit. This fruit also had markings in the shape of swirls on each of the leaf-like parts of the fruit. Akuma set the second fruit down on the sand next to the first before pulling the last one out of the bag. This fruit looked like a small pineapple but was blue in color with yellow swirls covering the fruit. So, can I eat one of those? Luffy asked Sabo and Ace as he stared at the 3 fruits with some drool coming out of his mouth. I'll eat one first just to make sure they're not poisoned or something. Ace stated as he slowly walked towards Akuma and the fruit sitting in the sand. Both Sabo and Luffy looked on with worry as Ace picked up the strange-looking dragon fruit. Enjoy, you get to eat a very rare fruit today. Akuma said with a grin as Ace took a small bite of the fruit. Ugh, this thing does taste bad. But it's not as bad as those durian fruit we ate that one time. Ace said as he continued to eat the dragon fruit look-alike. So are they okay? Sabo asked as he and Luffy each walked over and picked up a fruit. Sabo picked up the gray papaya and Luffy took the blue pineapple. Yeah, they're safe I think. Just aren't really tasty. Ace replied as he tossed a small fragment of fruit he had left into the sand. With a nod both Luffy and Sabo bit into their respective fruits. Yuck, I bet these fruits are rare because no one wants to grow them for food. Sabo said as he wolfed down the strange papaya before tossing the small remaining portion he had left into the sand as well. Not good, but it is food. Luffy said as he ate the last bit of pineapple off the core of the fruit and tossed it and the leaves on top into the sand like his brothers. I hope you feel better now that you've eaten. Akuma spoke as he stood up and brushed the sand off his shorts. Ace. Luffy. There you are. Thought you could hide from me, did you? Garp yelled as he came charging out of the forest and onto the beach. Though the instant he laid eyes on the man that was with the 3 brats he had come to find, Garp's face lost all playfulness and grew stone serious instantly. Boys, head back to Dadan's place. We're going to have a party to celebrate Luffy's 7th birthday there. Garp said in a no-nonsense tone. All 3 boys were quick to dash back into the forest in the direction of Dadan's place while Garp continued to stare down Akuma. Only once Garp was sure the boys were gone did he speak again. What are you doing here? Oh? Wasn't it a little much to use Haki to enforce that command on the boys? Akuma asked with a grin as he stared back at the Vice-Admiral. If it gets them away from you of all things, then yes. Garp replied as he took a few steps towards Akuma. Now what are you doing here? What did you tell those boys? Garp asked as he cracked his knuckles. Oh, that's not nice, I'm a thing now. Akuma replied with a chuckle as Garp frowned at the man. You and I both know you aren't human, no matter how much you try and look like one. Now answer my question. Garp responded with a growl. Your answer is right by your feet. Akuma said with a dark grin as he looked down at the sand near Garp's feet. Garp looked down and spotted the remains of the 3 fruits the boys had eaten only a few minutes before. He instantly recognized the marking on the remains of the fruits and looked up at Akuma again. What did you give to them? Garp all by roared as he took another few steps towards Akuma. Logia. Akuma replied simply as if discussing a trivial matter, though the demented grin on his face ruined the nonchalant delivery of the statement. Why? Garp demanded as he was only a few feet from Akuma now and glaring harshly. Why? That's obvious, isn't it? Akuma asked with the same demented grin as his eyes suddenly turned from sea blue with white sclera to a demonic yellow with black sclera and his teeth changed to resemble fangs. One reason and one reason only, entertainment. I do things like this for the entertainment. I like chaos and disorder. I want to see things blowing up and bodies flying around. I'm not interested in simple day-to-day life. I don't care what new taxes the world government puts in place. I don't want to know what country the fucking Tenryubito are visiting. But you show me a large building that's on fire and people start jumping off the roof and I'm a happy guy. I'm amused as hell. I want to see a munitions base explode. I want to see an armada sink. I want to see a Tenryubito die on his birthday. I want to see some guy running through a marine base with a high-caliber gun firing at marines. I want to see thousands of people in the streets killing each other. I want to hear about a country collapsing. I want to know about the world government going bankrupt. I want to see people going crazy. Smoke and fire. Explosions and fighting. Exciting shit. That's what I call entertainment. It's just the kind of guy I am. Just the kind of guy I am. Ha 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 ha. Akuma ranted while laughing psychotically as his hands developed claws and the wind started picking up speed. Damn you devil. Garp roared out as his right arm turned black with Haki and he punched Akuma in the face. Only for Akuma's body to break apart into seawater on impact and fly back towards the sea. I'm looking forward to the next few years, Mr. Marine. Akuma's voice said before the wind died down and all was calm on the beach again. Garp stood there enraged before calming down and pulling the small book of known devil fruits from the inside of his jacket pocket to try and identify the fruits the boys had eaten. I'm gonna have to call in that favor Kuzan owes me. Garp mumbled to himself as he flipped through the small Logia section of the book that Dr. Vegapunk had published for the Marines. I wonder if Sengoku will let Aokiji of all people have a few months off to train the boys if I tell him how they came by their powers. Garp thought out loud as he finally came to a Logia fruit that had similar form, coloration, and markings as the red fruit. Nami. Shit, that bastard really gave them Logia of all things. Garp grumbled as he flipped a few more pages before finding a match for the mostly eaten pineapple. Goro no Mi. Damn, this just keeps getting worse. Garp sighed as he flipped through several more pages before finding the last match. Hi no Mi. Never seen or heard of this one before. But if it's a Logia it's probably destructive in some way. Garp thought before standing up and kicking the remains of the three fruits into the ocean. With his inspection of the fruits done, Garp headed back to Dadan's place to question the boys and celebrate Luffy's birthday. There was no reason to worry the boys with the identity of the man they had met, but he had to know if anything else was said to the three boys. Later that night, after celebrating Luffy's birthday, Garp told the three boys what the fruits they had eaten were. The boys were all shocked and asked what power they had gotten. After finding out which boy ate which fruit it was discovered that Ace ate the Maramara no Mi and was now fire human. Luffy had eaten the Goro no Mi and become a lightning human. While Sabo had consumed the Hai no Mi and had now turned into an ash human. Garp promised the boys that he would have someone able to teach them how to control their new powers come to the island in a few weeks, hopefully before they ended up destroying something. After walking back to his marine ship Garp ordered his subordinates not to disturb him as he made a call to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. After a few rings Fleet Admiral Sengoku picked up and spoke. What is it Garp? Even when you take a vacation you find some way to cause me trouble. Sengoku said to the Vice-Admiral. We've got a problem, Sengoku. He showed up here in the East Blue. Garp stated seriously followed shortly by a thump from the other end of the line. A few seconds later the sounds of movement could be heard and Sengoku started speaking again. Akuma showed himself in the East Blue of all places. Report now, Vice-Admiral. Sengoku ordered. Garp related all the details he'd been told by the boys all the way through the conversation he'd had with Akuma. This is worrisome, Garp. But if all he did was give three boys the power of a devil fruit, even if they are Logia fruits, then we got off light. At least an island wasn't almost completely destroyed by a tsunami this time. Sengoku commented with a sigh already knowing that he was going to have to inform Commander-in-Chief Kong and the Gorosei of this latest appearance by Yamino Akuma. One other thing I'd like to ask of you Sengoku. Garp said into the Den Mushi. What do you want, Garp? Sengoku asked from the other side of the line. I'd like Kuzan to come to Dawn Island and teach the boys how to control their powers before this whole island is damaged or destroyed by accident. Garp requested as he lifted a glass of alcohol to his lips and took a sip. You want me to approve of a Marine Admiral taking time off to go and train three boys to control their devil fruit powers? Sengoku asked rhetorically. Yes sir. Garp replied formally. Fine, but you owe me later Garp, be glad it's been relatively calm recently, so I have no need for all three admirals to be on assignment already. Sengoku responded with a sigh. Garp clearly heard Sengoku start writing something over the Den Mushi. Tell Kuzan that this will clear up that favor he owes me too, would you Sengoku? Garp asks as he pours himself another glass of rum. Fine, I'll tell him Garp. Sengoku, over and out. Sengoku said before hanging up the Den Mushi. While waiting for Admiral Aokiji, also known as Kuzan, to arrive, Garp started instructing the boys on how to control their devil fruit powers as best as he could. Not having any powers himself but working with dozens of fruit users over the years, Garp did a fairly good job. By the end of 2 weeks, all 3 boys could keep themselves in normal human state and had the basic ability to produce small amounts of their respective elements. At the beginning of the 3rd week, Garp took all 3 boys down to the docks of Fuchsia village to greet their devil fruit teacher. "When is he gonna get here, Gramps?" Luffy asked, bored as he kept looking out at the ocean. "He'll be here soon enough, Luffy, be patient." Garp responded for the 3rd time with a sigh. "What's that on the ocean?" Sabo questioned as all 4 people turned to look at where he was pointing. Heading towards them was what appeared to be a man on a bicycle. The man was very tall and was wearing a white vest over a purple shirt and white pants. He had black hair and was literally riding a bike on the ocean. "That's so cool." Luffy shouted as sparkles filled his eyes while the man got closer and closer to the docks. "It's kinda weird too," A said while watching the tall man get closer. The man quickly rode his bike onto the island shore and got off before propping the bike up against the nearest building. "Boys, allow me to introduce you to your new sensei for a while. This is Admiral Aokiji, one of the strongest men the Marines have to offer," Garp announced when Aokiji stood in front of the 4 of them. "Nice to see you again, Garp," Kuzan greeted before looking over the 3 boys he would be training until they could properly control their new powers. "You're really tall," Luffy yelled while staring up at Kuzan. "Super tall," Sabo commented as he also looked up at the Admiral. "Freakishly tall," A said with a frown as he looked at their new teacher. Hey now. If you call me freakish, none of the beautiful women on this island will hang out with me," Kuzan said while Garp just sighed at the lazy Admiral. "You're not here to date the local women, Kuzan," Garp reminded with a sigh. "You're here to train these 3 to control their powers." Alright, no need to get excited," Kuzan replied as he took another look at his 3 new students. "But, let's start tomorrow. For now I think I'll get a room at the local inn. Then I'll visit the local pub and see if I can't find a nice lady to talk to." The lazy Marine finished as he walked his bike into town. "He's kinda weird," Luffy, Sabo, and Ace said in unison while looking at Garp. "This is gonna take a while," Garp said to himself as he had Ace, Sabo and Luffy follow him to Makino's pub for some dinner. The day after Garp had introduced Kuzan to the 3 boys, Ace, Sabo and Luffy were dragged out of bed by Garp just after dawn, with much complaining from all 3 of the boys in the process. "Grandpa, I wanna sleep," Luffy grumbled out as he stood in an open field far away from Fuchsia village. "Yeah, why do we have to be up so early?" Sabo questioned while rubbing his eyes sleepily. "Old jerk, waking us up so early," Ace muttered to himself as he yawned loudly. "All of you be quiet. We're just waiting for Kuzan to show up so he can start your training," Garp replied with a growl as he glared at the 3 boys. However, after waiting for almost half an hour, Garp lost his patience and used Zoro to quickly dash back to Fuchsia village and check up on the tardy Admiral. Needless to say, Garp was less than amused to find the perpetually lazy Admiral still asleep in his bed at the inn. Garp frowned heavily before grabbing Kuzan by his right leg and bodily throwing him out of the 2nd-story window. "Get up, you lazy brat," Garp roared as Kuzan went sailing out the window. In a testament to his skill and prowess as an admiral, Kuzan landed on his feet outside wearing white pajama pants and a long-sleeved purple t-shirt. I'm up," Kuzan stated as he pushed his sleeping mask up onto his forehead and gave a loud yawn. "You were supposed to be at the field north of the village 30 minutes ago," Garp yelled at Kuzan as he landed from jumping out of the inn's window. "Oh? Is it that time already?" Kuzan wondered as he scratched the side of his head. "It's a little too early for me," he remarked with another yawn as he headed back towards the inn. "No, you don't," Garp growled as he grabbed Kuzan by the back of his shirt and dragged the tall man all the way back to the field with several bursts of sorrow. When the 2 arrived, they found all 3 boys playing sword fight with some sticks they found. Kuzan took in the scene with amusement on his face while Garp's eyebrows started twitching in frustration. "Get over here and pay attention, you brats," Garp barked at the 3 boys. Ace, Sabo and Luffy reluctantly dropped their sticks and walked over to the 2 Marines. "If you 3 want to control your new powers, you need to listen to Kuzan starting now," Garp said to the 3 boys before taking several steps back and sitting down to watch the boys' first lesson. Well, I guess we should start with learning some names," Kuzan stated with a sigh as he pointed to each boy and rattled off their names. "Ace, Luffy and Sabo, correct?" All 3 boys nodded, surprised the lazy Admiral had actually remembered their names from last night at dinner. "Before I start trying to teach anything, I need you 3 to show me what you can do already," Kuzan explained while watching the 3 boys nod. "Alright, I guess I'll go first," A said as he stepped forward and held up his right hand. In a few moments Ace's hand turned a bright hot red before flames appeared in his palm. Kuzan nodded at the display, prompting Ace to turn his hand back to normal. Ace stepped back as Sabo stepped up to go next. "Here I go," Sabo said before both of his hands turned black and dispersed into two small clouds of ash, with reddish embers swirling around. Once Kuzan nodded in recognition, Sabo reformed his hands and walked back to stand by Ace and Luffy. My turn," Luffy called out with a huge grin before putting both of his hands about a foot apart. With a look of concentration on Luffy's face, small sparks of lightning began moving between his two hands in a constant stream of electricity. When Kuzan also gave him a nod, Luffy stopped the sparks and jumped back towards his brothers. "Alright, I see you all have the basic ability to call forth your powers. Can you become your elements completely yet?" Kuzan asked before a yawn escaped his mouth. "Grandpa taught us to remain in human form so we didn't accidentally damage things," Luffy replied while Ace and Sabo nodded in agreement. "I see, well then our first little lesson will be getting you comfortable with shifting between your solid human body and your elemental state," Kuzan said as he walked further out into the dusty field. "I'll demonstrate first so you can see what I'd like you to accomplish." Within a second Kuzan's whole body had turned into solid ice and the ground around his feet froze over from the intense cold. "This is my hi no mi power, I'm an ice human. I want you three to be able to turn into your respective element just as quickly as I did. Once you can freely shift between these two states then we'll move on to the next lesson," Kuzan explained as he walked towards Garp and laid down to watch the three boys try and shift themselves into their element. "I bet you guys I'll be the first one to do it," Luffy said to his two brothers with a grin as he held up his right fist. "You're on, little brother," Sabo replied with a grin as Luffy pouted and stuck his tongue out at Sabo. "I'll beat both of you, I am the oldest brother after all," Ace told them with a smirk as he ran off to the other side of the field to start trying. Sabo and Luffy both ran off in different directions to start practicing too. Ace started by trying to force his whole body to ignite at the same time, though this method worked for his arms, torso and head, he couldn't get his legs and feet to ignite at the same time as the rest of his body. Sabo tried a different method, slowly working his way up from his hands. He was able to turn his forearms, upper arms, head and torso into a swirling cloud of ash and was slowly working his way down to his waist and legs. Luffy was simply discharging electricity all over his body, trying to make his body become the lightning, though simply discharging the lightning wasn't going to do that, but it was helping Luffy with calling forth his element freely, so his idea wasn't a total waste. It was nearing dinner time before the boys had finally been able to transform into their elements completely. The three boys had only stopped for a short lunch around midday before going right back to training, each boy still trying to beat the other two by being first to complete a full conversion. It was just an hour or so before dinner when Sabo had managed a complete transformation from head to feet. Ace and Luffy both grumbled about losing before trying to beat each other to second place. Ace accomplished his full conversion next by starting from his feet and changing his body as the flames climbed higher rather than trying to get the flames to burn downwards from his arms to his head and torso. Luffy, after seeing both his brothers beat him at the change, got frustrated and accidentally transformed as he let his powers flow outward without restraint. This did have the rather amusing effect of sending Luffy across the entire length of the field as a flash of lightning, which stopped only when Luffy hit the ground and the lightning dispersed into the ground. "Well, you three finally got a full change down," Kuzan said with a yawn as he approached the three boys. "Of course it took you all far too long to make the change, but we'll work on speeding up your shifting during the next lesson." The Admiral finished before turning around and heading back towards Fuchsia village with Garp. "Come on boys, time for dinner," Garp called as he walked with Kuzan towards the village, quickly followed by the three hungry children. The next day. "Alright, now that you three can change into your elements at will, we need to work on the speed you can change at," Kuzan drawled lazily while sitting in front of the three boys in the field again. "Why do we need to be able to change as fast as you?" Sabo questioned as he held back a yawn of his own. "One of a Logia user's greatest abilities is being able to dissolve or otherwise become intangible to most forms of attack by shifting into their element. If you can't change fast enough, any attack could potentially be fatal," Kuzan explained to the three boys before Garp's leg quickly kicked the head off the tall Admiral's shoulders. All three boys cried out in shock at what Garp had done before they realized that there was no blood. In fact, where Kuzan's head had been separated, the only thing the boys saw was his neck made from ice. Kuzan's head rapidly reformed from the icy stump of his neck before returning to normal. "This is what I was talking about," Kuzan stated while the boys looked towards the severed head and found only small pieces of broken ice. "That's so cool," Luffy exclaimed with sparkling eyes. "I understand now," Sabo stated with a nod. "That could definitely be useful," Ace said looking between the shattered ice and Kuzan. Now to save me some time and trouble I'm going to incorporate your speed shifting training into your instinctive shifting training. Kuzan explained with a yawn. What's instinctive shifting? Ace questioned with confusion at the new term. What I just demonstrated is known as instinctive shifting. By sensing an incoming attack you shift instinctively into your element to avoid the attack. If you sense the attack but can't change fast enough it's just a waste. Kuzan replied as he laid back into the grass. Garp will help you three get this down over the next week or two. Kuzan stated as he put his sleep mask over his eyes. What's Grandpa going to do? Luffy questioned before a pebble smacked into his forehead at high speed, sending the 7-year-old onto his butt. Ow. That hurt. Luffy exclaimed while Ace and Sabo looked around trying to figure out where the pebble came from. You should have shifted faster. Garp called out from the other end of the field. Grandpa you jerk. Luffy yelled out only to have another pebble smack him, this time in the stomach. Ace and Sabo both found themselves struck by pebbles as well, causing all three boys to run around, trying to dodge the pebbles they could barely see or hear before they were hit. 2 weeks later. Sabo, Ace, and Luffy are walking through the field they've been using for their training for the last 2 weeks, as dozens of pebbles and even some larger rocks fly through the air at them from multiple directions. The various stones simply pass through each boy without the boys seeming to notice. After several minutes of this the stones stop flying, and the boys are approached by Kuzan and Garp. Seems like you boys finally got the hang of instinctive shifting. Garp said with a grin while Sabo and Ace glared at him and Luffy had his customary large grin. Evil old man. Sabo muttered while glaring at Garp. Stupid jerk, thinks he's funny. Ace growled while increasing his glare. Both reactions only caused Garp to laugh at the two boys, while Kuzan looked on mildly amused. Now that you can instinctively shift and dodge attacks that you can see and hear coming, we'll move on to the next lesson. Kuzan stated as he walked around the boys to get in front of them. What else is there to learn besides how to fight with our powers? Now that we can instinctive shift we're practically unbeatable, right? Ace questioned with his arms crossed. Kuzan launched a kick at the 10-year-old at about 10% of his actual combat speed, allowing Ace to see the incoming kick in time to shift. Kuzan's kick connected and sent Ace several feet backwards where the boy landed on his back. You were saying? Kuzan asked with a serious look on his face. Back. Cough. How did you cough hit me? I'm fire. Ace questioned through a coughing fit as he tried to get air back into his lungs. Both Sabo and Luffy just stood in shock at seeing Ace get hit while he'd been able to shift. That's part of the next lesson. Kuzan explained with a yawn. Logia users often feel invincible, but they can be hit in a number of ways. For example, an element that is contradictory to your own, like water to fire, or if your opponent can use Haki, like I just did against you. What's Haki? Sabo asked the question all three boys were thinking. Haki is the force of your will and spirit. It can empower the body or weapon with training. It is one of the only surefire ways to effectively combat devil fruit users. Garp explained as he flicked both Luffy and Sabo in the forehead. Ouch. Grandpa. Luffy cried out as he held his forehead. Sabo kept quiet but still held his head in pain. Furthermore, Haki can be divided into 3 categories. Busashoku or armament Haki, Kenbenshoku or observation Haki, and Hashoku or conqueror's Haki. Hashoku Haki can't be trained and occurs only in 1 in every 1 million people or so. But anybody can train and master Kenbenshoku or Busashoku Haki, which we'll be teaching you the basics of. Once you've got the basics down, the only thing that will let you get any better with Haki is experience. Garp explained before a grin spread across his face as he held up 3 blindfolds. Training begins now. 1 month later. Luffy, I think I hate your grandpa. Sabo said as the 3 surrogate brothers continued to spar with Garp while blindfolded and using armament Haki to fight back instead of their devil fruit powers. Grandpa is kinda mean. Luffy agreed as he sensed a punch from Garp and leaped back to dodge, only to be kicked in the stomach by Garp's follow-up attack. He's a stupid old man. Ace said as he launched a punch with his armament Haki active, a vague transparent haze seeming to surround the 10-year-old's fist. Garp simply knocked the punch aside before trying to flick Ace in the forehead. Ace ducked backwards to dodge the flick, while Sabo launched a kick at where he sensed Garp was going to move, only to get punched as Garp dodged the kick and counter-attacked. Suddenly an alarm clock rang and all 3 boys dropped to the ground exhausted. Look at that, you boys lasted the whole sparring time again. That's 7 days in a row now. Garp said happily with a smile while the boys took off their blindfolds. Slave driver. Ace muttered as he crawled towards the lunch basket Garp had brought with him this morning. Taskmaster. Sabo grunted as he also tried to crawl towards the lunch basket. Food. Luffy called out weakly as he quickly crawled his way towards the basket. After lunch Kuzan had the boys take a nap for an hour, supposedly so they would be well rested for the next stage of their training, though all 3, plus Garp, knew it was because the Admiral was being lazy again. After the hour nap the boys did feel more relaxed and rested and promptly woke Kuzin up by nudging him repeatedly until the admiral sat up and started explaining. Alright, the next stage of your training is to teach you how to fight effectively with your devil fruit powers. Just throwing your element around will only get you so far before someone with better technique takes you down. I'll demonstrate a few of my techniques and maybe you'll get some inspiration for your own techniques. Kuzin explained as he got up to show a few of his techniques to the boys. Ice block. Partisan. Kuzin said as 3 trident-shaped pole arms formed from ice in front of him and were quickly launched towards one of the few large rocks near the edge of the field. The 3 projectiles smashed into the rock, leaving behind large gouges wherever they struck the large stone. Wow. Luffy said in awe as his eyes sparkled. Sabo and Ace couldn't help but agree that attack had been awesome. Ice block. Pheasant beak. Kuzin announced as his entire right arm turned to ice and a large bird of ice formed and raced towards the same large rock. This time however the rock was completely obliterated by the admiral's attack. Giant ice bird. Luffy yelled happily, his eyes practically glowing with excitement. What the heck? That was huge. Ace and Sabo exclaimed at the same time. Both boys shocked by the amount of ice Kuzin could create in an instant and the power behind his technique. One more and then I'll let you try and come up with your own ideas for techniques. Kuzin stated as he walked over to a large tree at the edge of the field. He placed his hand on the tree's trunk before announcing his attack. Ice time. The large tree was quickly frozen solid as the boys watched on. Freaky, a tree cycle. Ace said as the 3 brothers looked at the frozen tree. Do you think it tastes any good? Luffy questioned while looking at the tree. Idiot. Sabo muttered to himself while face-palming. Now, you 3 try and come up with some techniques of your own. Try and think of the attributes of your respective element while you come up with your moves. Kuzin instructed as he sat down away from the frozen tree. Oh. I know. Luffy exclaimed channeling lightning around his arm. Lightning block. Pheasant beak. He yelled throwing his arm forward but only succeeding in sending a lightning bolt into the sky. Oh, why didn't it work? Luffy pouted as he looked at his hand. Let me try something. Ace said as he brought flames from his body in front of him. Fire block. Partisan. He yelled but only succeeded in sending a wave of fire a few dozen feet in front of himself. Okay, this is harder than it looks. Ace admitted. Boys, you can't just try and copy my techniques. My techniques are formed from ice, a solid element. Trying to solidify lightning or fire may take you quite a while, considering neither are naturally solid, it might even be impossible. Kuzin explained from where he was sitting. So we don't have to say fire block or ash block to make techniques like yours work? Sabo asked as he turned his left hand into ash watching the red-orange embers swirl inside the cloud. Of course not, I came up with ice block when I was younger and had only recently started developing my powers and techniques. It helped me focus and often led to having better results from my techniques. If you want to come up with something that will help you concentrate that's fine, hell I'd recommend it, but it should be something that helps you focus. Kuzin replied before yawning lightly. I see so something that helps me to focus. Sabo muttered while he began thinking deeply. I'll have to think about that for a while. Ace said as he started walking around slowly. I have no idea. Luffy commented with a large grin as both Sabo and Ace face-palmed. The next day. So what did you 3 come up with? Kuzin asked from his position laid back on the ground. Me first. Luffy said with a grin as he bounced around. Go ahead, Luffy. Kuzin replied which caused Luffy to grin even bigger. Goro no pistol. Luffy exclaimed holding up his right hand like a gun his index and middle fingers extended. From the tips of Luffy's fingers a thin but bright bolt of lightning shot forward and pierced the still frozen tree, leaving a hole about an inch wide straight through the tree. Simple, but effective. Seems you've found what works for you, Luffy. Kuzin commented as Luffy was congratulated by his brothers. I'll go next. Ace said with a smirk. Enkai. Hibashira. Ace waved his arms around bringing forth large amounts of fire before launching a huge stream of fire directly into the air above him. The pillar of fire reached a height of 50 feet before it dispersed. Not bad, seems you need focus for larger attacks. Small ones seem to come to you much easier. Kuzin stated having seen Ace play with small balls of flame like they were toys when they took breaks from their training. Well, I guess it's my turn then. Sabo announced with his own grin. Ash make. Darts. Sabo's hands both turned into large clouds of ash from which several dozen black spike-like darts were launched before stabbing into the ground in front of Sabo for at least 30 feet. That's also good, Sabo. Kuzin responded as he picked up one of the darts from the ground. This thing feels like incredibly dense charcoal. So you compressed your ash together until it solidified? Kuzin questioned while examining the dart. Yep, that's why I used ash make as my focus command. Turning my ash into objects is a lot different than when I use it freely as a large cloud or wave. So the word make helps me focus on giving it a form. Sabo explained as he reformed his hands and returned them to normal. That was great. Garp shouted from the edge of the field, surprising everyone. I knew you boys could do it. You'll all be great Marines one day. He said with a laugh as he walked towards the group. I don't want to be a Marine, Grandpa. I want to be a pirate. Luffy yelled back. Yeah, I'd rather do what I want than what I'm told. Ace replied with his arms crossed. I enjoy being free and doing what I like, besides Marines take orders from snooty nobles. Sabo commented with a frown. You'll all be Marines and like it. Garp yelled back before calming down and turning to Kuzan. Sengoku needs you back. Kuzan says he needs an admiral's presence back at headquarters for one of the monthly report and review meetings. Oh, man. Those are so boring. I was hoping to have a longer vacation. Kuzan replied before he turned and started walking with Garp back towards Fuchsia village. 1 hour later. Well, looks like this is goodbye for now, boys. Kuzan said as he stood before Garp's ship, which would take both the Admiral and Vice-Admiral back to Marine headquarters. Keep practicing your skills and powers and you'll go pretty far in this world no matter what you decide to do. Sure thing, Sensei. Luffy, Sabo and Ace replied together before looking towards the opposite bay, where all the residents' boats came and went from, when they heard someone scream. The reason for said scream was that the Sea King, known to the local people as the Lord of the Coast, was rising up from the water in the middle of the bay with a loud roar. Man, can't even get a peaceful send-off from your home island, can I, Garp? Kuzan asked rhetorically as he, Garp and the three boys walked towards the other bay's shoreline. Once the group arrived, the Sea King turned to look towards them and let out another roar. Here's one last thing I want you boys to think about when you get stronger. Kuzan said as he stepped forward and put his hand into the sea. Every competent devil fruit user usually has 1 or 2 attacks that are so powerful they only use them when a situation calls for it. The Sea King was by now swimming quickly towards the group on the shore, with its mouth of razor-sharp teeth opened wide. You three are a bit young to be able to bring out that much power yet, but I have no doubt that you all will be capable of it one day. Kuzan continued as the Sea King was getting closer and closer. But for now I'll let you see the kind of technique and power I'm talking about. He finished with the Sea King no more than 20 feet away from him now. Ice Age. Kuzan exclaimed, and in that instant everything froze. No way. A said dumbfounded. Impossible. Sabo commented with his eyes as wide as possible. So cool. Luffy yelled as his eyes sparkled. The Sea King, the ocean and even parts of the shore were completely frozen in place. The temperature had noticeably dropped several degrees and the Lord of the Coast was frozen solid mid-lunge. Alright, I guess we should set sail now. Kuzan said as he and Garp started walking back towards Garp's ship, leaving the boys to stare in awe at the level of power they could someday wield. Almost 2 months had passed since Kuzan and Garp had left the three brothers to return to Navy headquarters, and we find the trio at Makino's pub in the, once again, quiet town of Fuchsia village. Well, not so quiet in the last few days, since a band of pirates under the command of red-haired Shanks, one of the Yonku of the New World, had docked at Dawn Island. What would this infamous band of powerful pirates be doing in the East Blue of all places? They were partying wildly in the local tavern with the three brothers. At the bar of the tavern, the three boys Luffy, Sabo, and Ace are sitting next to Shanks, the captain of the red-haired pirates. Red-haired Shanks is a man of average height wearing a buttoned-down long-sleeved white shirt, black pants with a sash holding them up and sandals on his feet. There are 3 vertical scars over his left eye and a straw hat over his dark red hair, hence his nickname. The reason for the celebration was another successful adventure of the crew and finding a new temporary base of operations on Dawn Island. These guys are so cool. Luffy exclaimed with his signature grin as looked at the pirates partying in the pub. They're definitely more fun than your grandpa, Luffy. Sabo replied with his own grin as he downed his drink and set the empty cup on the bar. That doesn't take much. Ace commented as he shoved the last piece of his steak into his mouth and then turned around on his bar stool to look at the group of pirates. Glad you kids think so, said Shanks with a grin before he chugged a bottle of sake, burping after he finished the bottle and then laughing like an idiot. I want to be a pirate too. Next time bring me out to sea. Exclaimed Luffy in the voice of a child ready for an adventure. You can't handle being a pirate. Being unable to swim is a pirate's greatest weakness. Retorted Shanks while sporting a knowing smile on his face, thinking back to when he first wanted to become a pirate. Luffy, with a ticked-off look on his face, shot back, as long as I stay on the ship I'd be fine. Besides, my fighting is really good too. I've been training my whole life and my punch is stronger than a pistol. Luffy finished with a proud grin on his face. He's not wrong, you know. Sabo spoke up as he looked towards Shanks. All 3 of us were trained into the ground by Luffy's grandpa. I doubt there's much worse out on the sea than that old jerk. Ace agreed as he scowled at the memory of Garp's training. Shanks seemed skeptical at all three of the boys' high opinion of themselves, and his crew wasn't helping the matter by telling them how awesome the life of a pirate is. Luffy listened enthusiastically, his eagerness only increasing as the pirates continued to talk. Shanks tried to act as the voice of reason by telling the brothers that they were still too young to live the life of a pirate, which Luffy heatedly denied, while Ace and Sabo scowled at the captain for looking down on them. "Don't be mad, here have some juice," Shanks said with a mischievous smile. Luffy thanked the pirate and drank the juice down with his usual childlike enthusiasm. As soon as Luffy was done with the juice, Shanks could no longer hold it in and burst out laughing. "You really are a kid. That's too funny. What kind of pirate drinks juice?" he gasped out between bouts of laughter. "That was a dirty trick." Luffy cried indignantly as he watched Shanks laugh at his expense. Sabo and Ace simply sighed at their little brother's simple-mindedness. Luffy left the bar table in a huff, muttering about the unfairness of it all, when he noticed Shanks' first mate, Ben Beckman, make a come-here motion while lighting up a cigarette. "Luffy, while I understand that you're upset, you should try to understand the captain's feelings," the first mate said between puffs of smoke. Seeing the small boy's confused expression, Ben explained, "Well, the captain knows that being a pirate is interesting, he also knows that the life of a pirate is hard and very dangerous. You understand? He's not purposely teasing your ambitions of being a pirate." "I don't understand," Luffy replied in irritation. "Shanks just takes me for an idiot." Looking in said man's direction, Luffy noticed Shanks stifling his giggles about the prank he just pulled. "See?" Luffy shouted while pointing an accusing finger in Shanks' direction. The kid might have a point. Ben thought with a sweat drop, seeing his captain still chuckling at his prank. A distraction from the prank came when Makino asked Luffy if he wanted something to eat. Never one to pass down food, especially food of the meat variety, like the steak Makino was presenting. Luffy eagerly plopped down next to Shanks and dug into the plate of meat. Luffy then asked how long the pirates would be staying and, after finding out they would be staying for the rest of the year, promised Shanks that he would convince him to take him along by that time. Ace and Sabo both laughed at their brother's determination to join Shanks on an adventure, causing Luffy to yell at them, which only made his older brothers laugh harder. Suddenly the tavern's door was kicked open by a man who looked like one of the dirtier mountain bandits from around Mount Corvo. Eyeing the pirates seated around the bar, the obvious bandit made a snarky comment on the pirates' appearances, despite the fact that he was obviously outnumbered 50-1 against superior opponents. Everyone was looking at the poor excuse for a bandit, wondering what he thought he would gain by making such an entrance. The man walked up to the bar and introduced himself as Akuma and then demanded 10 barrels of sake for him and his men. When Makino told him that her supply of sake was sold out, the bandit leader frowned and looked around the room. "Oh, that's strange, what are they drinking then? Is it water?" Akuma asked with a scowl. "No, it's sake, but it's all we had," Makino explained to the bandit. "Sorry about that," said Shanks, trying to defuse the situation. "It seems like we finished off all the sake here. But if you don't mind, why don't you take the last bottle?" he offered while holding up the unopened bottle of sake. Akuma promptly smashed the bottle, sending sake splashing all over the pirate captain, much to the shock of Luffy, Ace, Sabo and the others present in the bar. Most likely they were shocked at the audacity of the bandit insulting someone who so far outclassed him. Akuma went into a small rant on how he was the top fugitive around the area and how his head was worth 8 million beery. Shanks simply ignored the man in favor of cleaning up the newly created mess on the floor. Akuma, seeing that he was being ignored, unsheathed his sword and proceeded to smash all the glassware on the bar right on top of Shanks. With a few more condescending words, the bandit leader stormed out of the tavern. As Makino checked on Shanks to see if he was alright, which he assured that he was, the rest of the pirate crew started cracking jokes on what just happened, with Shanks joining in on the laughter. The only people not laughing, however, were Luffy, Sabo and Ace. "Why are you laughing?" Luffy shouted while looking angry. Seeing Shanks' puzzled expression, Luffy continued, "That was disgraceful. Why didn't you fight him? So what if they have more people? Who laughs after getting picked on? You're not a man and not a pirate either." Shanks paused for a moment before saying, "Look Luffy, I know how you feel, but it's just a bottle of sake. There's nothing to get worked up about. You still didn't have to take that," Sabo stated with a frown as he looked between Shanks and Luffy. "Yeah, you could have sent him running with his tail between his legs at least. You wouldn't have even had to throw a punch," Ace commented with a scowl while looking at the doors Akuma had left through. Luffy didn't like Shanks' answer and was heading towards the door in a huff. "Come on, don't go," Luffy Shanks sighed as he reached out to touch Luffy's shoulder. Shanks quickly pulled his hand back with a grimace when he received a painful shock. All the pirates in the bar were staring at Luffy in surprise as sparks of electricity danced around the boy's body. "Luffy, what is this?" Shanks asked, though he had a very good idea already. "Why should I tell you, you're just a coward." Luffy replied with a grumble as he turned away from Shanks. Luffy, did you eat a fruit that looked sort of like this? Luckyroo asked as he held up an open treasure chest that had a purple fruit with black swirl-like markings on it resting inside. Yeah, he did, but he wasn't the only one. Ace spoke up as he turned his hand into flames, and Sabo turned his hand into a swirling cloud of ash. All three of you, you've all eaten of the devil fruit. Shanks questioned the brothers as Ace and Sabo's hand returned to normal and sparks of electricity stopped jumping off of Luffy's body. So what if we did? We've already been trained in how to use them. Sabo replied as he and Ace moved to stand beside Luffy. Nothing bad, Shanks replied with a smile. It's just really rare to encounter a devil fruit in the East Blue, much less 3 of them. He explained as he went to sit back down at the bar. Luffy's grandpa said the same thing. Sabo said as he and Ace pulled Luffy back towards the bar and all 3 sat back down on their bar stools. What are you guys going to do with the one you have? Ace questioned while looking at the chest containing the devil fruit that Luckyroo had set on the end of the bar. Not sure yet, Shanks replied as he looked back at the boys. We could save it and see if a future Nakama wants to eat it. Or we could sell it for a lot of money. He explained with a look towards the chest. How much is a devil fruit worth? Sabo asked as he looked at the chest as well. Any devil fruit can easily sell for 100 million biri, even if you don't know what power it holds. There are always buyers hoping to get an incredible power from an unknown fruit. But any fruit that has been identified can easily be sold for 150 million biri or more, depending on which one it is. Shanks explained as he patted the lid of the closed treasure chest. Is that enough money to buy a life-size bronze statue of me? Luffy questioned with sparkles in his eyes and a big grin on his face. Both Ace and Sabo sighed at their brother's stupid idea, though Luffy didn't really have a grasp of the value of money. Maybe it was something Makino could teach him. The 2 brothers thought as Shanks and the rest of the pirates laughed at Luffy's question. Luffy, with 150 million biri you could melt the coins down and make a solid gold statue of yourself. Shanks laughed as he smacked the bar top repeatedly. Though the world government would get pissed if they found out you melted down their currency. Awesome. Luffy responded, his eyes sparkling even more at the thought of a solid gold statue. So which devil fruit do you have in the chest? Ace asked after all the pirates had stopped laughing. This is the Gomu Gomu no Mi, whoever eats it has their body gain all of the properties of rubber. They'd be able to stretch, twist, expand, and probably be resistant to electricity like Luffy's power. Shanks replied as he drank a glass of water Makino had placed down for him. I like my power better. Ace commented as he lit his index finger on fire for a moment before putting it back out. The party quickly resumed with the 3 brothers showing off small tricks they could do with their powers, much to the enjoyment of the pirates. The party lasted until late in the evening, with many of the pirates passing out on the floor of the pub for the night. Ace, Sabo and Luffy were taken to the back and put into a makeshift bed by Makino so they'd be comfortable during the night. Time skip a few months later. Luffy, Ace, and Sabo were having lunch at Makino's pub after practicing with their Haki and devil fruit powers all morning when a familiar and unwanted person made their entrance into the pub. Well, looks like the pirates aren't here this time. Place smells better without them at least. Akuma muttered as he led his men into the pub and sat down at a table. Hey, woman, get a sake and keep it coming. He shouted as Makino quickly moved to start serving drinks. After several rounds of booze, Akuma started blathering on about Shanks and his crew, calling them cowards and fools. During this time Ace and Sabo had to restrain Luffy from attacking the bandits. Hey woman, why don't you show us some skin? Questioned a bandit as Makino walked past him to refill Akuma's glass. All the other bandits started cheering at the thought of seeing the pretty bartender's body. That's not a bad idea. Akuma agreed with a laugh as Makino poured his drink with a barely suppressed scowl. That's enough out of all of you. Sabo growled, his Haki coming forth and projected towards the bandits, causing them to start to sweat in fear. Leave and never come back. Ace added as he let his Haki loose as well. All the bandits started to back away from the 2 boys at the counter, more afraid than they'd ever been before and not able to understand why. Oh, and who is going to make us? You kids. Akuma laughed as he smacked Makino's ass, causing the bartender to growl in anger. You jerk. Luffy yelled as in the blink of an eye he'd crossed the distance between the bar and Haguma's table and punched the bandit so hard he flew out the front door and landed in the street. The other bandits stared in shock at the sight of their leader being sent flying by a kid before quickly running out of the pub and heading back towards the mountains, screaming about monster kids. You little brat. Akuma yelled at Luffy as the boy walked out of the bar and into the street to face the bandit leader. Ace and Sabo stood in the doorway of the pub to watch their little brother beat the bandit into the dirt. I'll make you pay for what you did to Makino, you jerk. Luffy growled as he walked towards Akuma. Like hell you will, you little bastard. Akuma replied as he sent a kick at the young boy. Luffy's observation Haki let him see the move coming before Haguma had even started the motion, so he moved back a half step, causing the kick to miss. What? Haguma questioned when his kick failed to hit the boy. He quickly threw a punch only for Luffy to dodge his fist by an inch. Haguma tried several more punches and kicks, all of which Luffy dodged with the smallest of movements, causing the bandit leader to become angrier. "Stay still, damn it," Haguma yelled as he reached for his sword. "Okay." Luffy responded as Haguma grabbed his sword and slashed at Luffy's neck. The blade passed completely through Luffy's neck, leaving behind a trail of sparks which confused Haguma until he felt a horrible shock of several 100,000 volts of electricity surge through his body as his steel blade acted as a conductor for Luffy's lightning. Haguma collapsed while twitching in agony. "Never show your face in Fuchsia village again, jerk," Luffy yelled before kicking Haguma down the road several feet closer to the edge of the village. Haguma weakly started to crawl away from the village in terror of the child that couldn't possibly be human in his mind. "Well, I guess this explains why no one came down to the docks to greet us," Shanks said as everyone turned to look at the pirate captain and his crew walking towards the bar. "Shanks. You guys are back," Luffy called out with a grin as he waved to his friend. Ace and Sabo smiled as well from the doorway of the bar along with Makino. "That was very impressive, Luffy," Shanks complimented the young boy as they walked into Makino's pub together. "Protecting a friend is the best reason to fight someone else. I never let someone get away with hurting a friend of mine. I'm glad to see you're the same way," Shanks said with a grin which got Luffy to smile widely at the pirate captain. "A few days later. So you guys are leaving now?" Luffy questioned as he watched Shanks' crew prepare their ship for departure. "Yeah, we've been here a while so it's time to move back to the Grand Line and the adventures there," Shanks responded as he watched his subordinates work. "Aren't you gonna beg me to take you along again?" Shanks asked with a grin at the boy. "Nope, Ace and Sabo told me it would be cooler if I was the captain of my own crew and made a crew better than yours," Luffy replied with a smile. "Ha. Like we'd take you with us anyway. You'll have to get a lot better to beat us, Luffy." Shanks laughed as he stuck his tongue out at Luffy. "Oh yeah. You'll see. Just you wait. I'll gather the best crew ever. We'll beat you guys and then I'll find the One Piece. Then I'll be king of the pirates." Luffy yelled out loud causing laughter and cheers to erupt from Shanks' crew. "Pirate King, huh? Well in that case, why don't you keep this hat safe for me?" Shanks said as he took off his straw hat and put it on Luffy's head. "This hat means a lot to me, promise that you'll give it back to me someday when you've become a great pirate." Luffy simply nodded as a few tears fell from his eyes. Within the next few minutes Shanks and the red-haired pirate set sail from Dawn Island in Fuchsia village, heading back towards the Grand Line. "Don't be sad, Luffy. You'll see them again someday," Sabo consoled his younger brother as they watched Shanks' ship disappear over the horizon. "Yeah, we should probably thank him properly for giving you something so important to him. Maybe Makino can teach us those manners and stuff that she says we need," Ace said as he rubbed his chin in thought. Shishi. "Yeah, I'm definitely going to be king of the pirates. Then I'll return this hat to Shanks." Luffy laughed as the three brothers headed back to their hideout near Dadan's place to hang out. A month later. Luffy, Sabo and Ace stood on top of a hill looking over the area known as Great Terminal. Or at the very least whatever parts of it that weren't on fire yet. Someone had set fire to the entire Great Terminal area tonight and the three boys could barely hear people yelling over the roar of the flames. "What's going on?" Luffy yelled as the brothers watched the fire burn. "I don't know, Luffy. But this definitely wasn't an accident," Ace replied with a grimace as the flames spread farther. "This is probably the work of the nobles in Goa. They've always despised the people who live in Great Terminal." Sabo ground out through gritted teeth. "Hey, look, there's a ship in the cove," Luffy pointed out as a large ship docked near the shore. Not a minute later a small bright white light left the deck of the ship and a huge blast of air cleared out a large space at the edge of Great Terminal, completely removing the flames from that area. "What in the hell?" Ace muttered in shock at seeing the display of power. Beside him Luffy and Sabo were also too shocked to speak. Several minutes later the large ship departed from the shore and disappeared into the darkness of the night. "What was that about exactly?" Sabo wondered out loud as Luffy and Ace shrugged, unable to answer their brother's question. "We should get back to Dadan's place. There isn't anything we can do here," Ace said before heading back into the forest towards Dadan's home. Luffy and Sabo stared at the large fire for a moment longer before following after Ace. After a week had passed since the burning of Great Terminal, the three brothers had gone exploring the area again. Finding many survivors, the three learned that the fire was caused by the nobles of Goa wanting to remove all the trash from their kingdom in an effort to look good for the visiting celestial dragons. Sabo could only grit his teeth in anger at being proven correct. This was the kind of thing that made him run away from his life as a noble's son. He truly despised how the nobles looked down on other human beings as mere trash. They also found out that it was the revolutionary army that had saved a majority of the people from burning to death in the fire. When Sabo heard about what the revolutionary army stood for and their goal, he was determined to one day join them and help them change the world. Later that night back at Dadan's compound, Luffy brought up a fact that he thought was important. "Ace, you need a hat," Luffy stated with finality, causing both of his brothers to look at him oddly. "Why do I need a hat, Luffy?" Ace questioned while Sabo looked between his two brothers. "Because I have a hat and Sabo has a hat, you're the only one without one," Luffy said with a completely serious face. Sabo burst out laughing while Ace simply chuckled at Luffy's statement. "Fine, I'll look for a hat I like, alright," Ace replied with a grin, causing both Luffy and Sabo to laugh at the thought of all three of them wearing hats all the time. "Maybe something in orange," Ace pondered, causing a new wave of laughter to come from his two brothers. 10 years had passed since the red-haired pirates had set sail for the last time. The sleepy village of Fuchsia hadn't changed much in that time. There were periods of time where it was quieter than usual, mostly when Luffy, Ace and Sabo were in the mountains with Dadan and her bandits, but beyond that, Shanks and his crew wouldn't have noticed a difference. But Shanks and the red-haired pirates never had returned, keeping to Shanks' promise of only meeting Luffy again when the kid had made it big. But today was the day Luffy was finally going to set out on his grand pirate adventure. There he goes. Makino waved joyfully at the rapidly shrinking boat on the horizon. She had a wide grin to contrast with Whoopslap's scowl. "Looks like he finally left like he wanted. We're going to miss him." The old mayor growled, "He's going to ruin this town's reputation." Makino rolled her eyes as she turned to go back to her bar in response. Out on the sea, Luffy was lazily lounging on his tiny little dinghy. He was wearing his treasured straw hat, an open, red cardigan with flared sleeves exposing his chest, and some blue jean shorts with cuffs. Luffy had grown well in the 10 years since he'd last seen his hero. He was as tall as his brothers had been the last time he'd seen them at an even 6 foot. He wasn't quite as muscular though, being a little bit slimmer than Ace and Sabo. "Ah, the weather sure is great today," the new pirate exclaimed cheerfully as he spun his hat on his fingertip. But the water bubbling nearby ruined the serene peace of the open ocean. "Huh?" Luffy opened an eye and plopped his straw hat back onto his head before grinning. "Hey, you're pretty big." What rose up from the ocean was a large sea king, which had terrified the many smaller vessels around Fuchsia for the last few years. "So, you're the jerk that moved in after Kuzan froze the Lord of the Coast, huh?" The sea king rose from the ocean, water dripping from its eel-like form. It snarled and started racing towards Luffy and his dinghy. The lightning man grinned as he stood up and faced the charging beast. Luffy raised his arm and extended 2 fingers forming the classic gun shape and aimed it towards the sea beast. Goro Goro no pistol. It happened in a flash, literally. One moment the Sea King was charging towards Luffy and the next a blinding light was passed through the air. The water crackled as it instantly began to produce ozone with the passing of the electrical beam. The Sea King didn't even have time to try and evade before the energy was upon it and piercing straight through its skull. It wobbled for a moment with a smoking cauterized hole visible through its head before it collapsed to the water and began sinking. Luffy grinned widely. "Shishishi, how was that, you stupid fish?" His hat was shadowing his eyes as he raised the brim with one finger to watch the Sea King sink beneath the waves. He collapsed back down lazily before crossing his arms behind his head and started lounging totally carefree. "Well, before I head to the Grand Line," he raised his arms into the air, "I'll need some good friends." He laughed loudly, "And then we'll get a ship and a flag. Then I'll become king of the pirates." The next day, Luffy again had a giant grin on his face. "Man, what great weather again." He cheered, "Who would have thought I'd get into such a problem on such a great day?" And indeed, the absolutely massive whirling spiral of water sucking in his tiny boat could certainly be described as a problem. "Man, what a huge whirlpool, that was careless of me." His grin hadn't even dropped an inch, as if he was just talking about the nice weather and not the huge death spiral. "And I can't even swim." His face finally changed, a look of sudden recognition appearing. "Wait, it wouldn't matter even if I could swim." And then the whirlpool swallowed the boat. Somewhat far away, a large ship sat in the gently rolling waves. A manicured hand with pearls around the wrist was seen running a finger across the railing. "What's this?" A dangerous rough-sounding female voice was heard asking. Instantly, all of the men on the ship froze in fear. "What is all this dust?" she asked the shivering men. "Ah, I'm so sorry, Lady Alvida. I thought I had already cleaned the entire deck. I'll clean it again. So please don't." "Don't what?" she questioned turning around. "Please don't hit me with your maw," the man tried to say before he was cut off with a loud thud. The iron mace of Alvida crashed down onto the man's skull and crushed it. The pirate collapsed like a puppet with his strings cut and crashed to the deck. He didn't move again. "Coby?" Alvida roared as she slowly turned around. The woman was very obese. She took up enough space for 5 men, and she carried around a massive hulking slab of iron she called a mace. She was wearing a pink plaid shirt that was stretched taut over her frame, an equally tight pair of graying pants and a blue captain's coat. She had a white red-plumed cowgirl hat and was covered in gaudy-looking jewelry. She had a flintlock tied to her by a purple sash to finish off the pirate look. All in all, she wasn't what most would call attractive, to say the least. The Coby she was yelling for was a chubby, dorky-looking boy with a pink bowl cut. "Why yes, Lady Alvida. Who is the most beautiful woman in the entire sea?" she asked threateningly. That would of course be you, Lady Alvida," Coby shakily answered. Though internally he thought nothing could be farther from the truth. "That's right." The large woman roared, "and because of it, I don't want a single dirty thing on my entire ship. I don't want to see even a single speck of dust." She slowly turned to him again. "The only reason you're still alive is because you're a decent navigator," she snarled at the terrified boy. "Oh of course, Lady Alvida," he cried piteously, not allowing any tears to escape. "Other than that, you're entirely worthless. Now, clean my shoes," Alvida demanded and thrust her large leg at the boy. "Yes, Lady Alvida." Coby nodded. After a few minutes of cleaning, he got a boot to the face. "That's enough, trash," Alvida snarled, "go clean the washroom." And with that, she lost interest in the cowardly boy. I'll be on my way, Lady Alvida." As they all left him, his face turned down as he finally allowed a tear to escape. A few hours later. 2 sailors were lazily slumped over one of the railings of the cruise ship they were working on. They were just relaxing and looking out at the whirlpool they were passing by. The seagulls were cawing, it was calm and peaceful, other than the swirling hole in the ocean. Their attention was grabbed by a barrel hitting the side of the ship. The 2 sailors grinned at each other and quickly grabbed a rope with a claw on it to hook the barrel. They each took turns trying to nail the barrel and failed on the first 4 attempts. The next sailor spun it mightily over his head and flung it downward with a roar of, "Got it." But the claw was way off mark. The other sailor laughed at his friend's ongoing misfortune. 3 strikes. You're out. Inside the opulent ship, a beautiful orange-haired woman wearing a nice beige dress was staring out the window with her chin in her palm. Violin music was being played by the live band. The captain was currently reassuring one of the passengers that a whirlpool of the size they were passing wasn't even a worry to the ship. One young man came up to the orange-haired woman and asked for a dance, which she accepted with a smile. Outside, the men finally snagged the barrel with the claw and hauled it onto the ship. "Awesome. This thing is heavy. Maybe it's full of booze." The larger sailor beamed. Their merriment was cut short by a horrified gasp from the sailor up in the crow's nest. "Pirates. It's a pirate ship. Enemy raid. Enemy raid." The sailors gasped and ran off inside to alert the captain of the incoming raiders. The pirate ship, which had been painted pink of all colors, had a large red heart on the main sail, which was coming unfurled. Smoke erupted from the pink pirate ship as 3 large cannonballs flew towards the cruise ship. After a few seconds of flight they finally struck, all going wide of their target. Large geysers of water blew into the air and shook the cruise ship terribly. Inside, all of the passengers were screaming, panicking and running around frantically, all of course, except one. The orange-haired woman had widened her stance to keep her balance and had her arms out to stabilize herself. Slowly, a wide smirk formed on her lips. On the enemy pirate ship, Alvida was smirking as they finally scored a direct hit and broke the dolphin figurehead at the front of the ship. "Coby. Who is the most beautiful woman in the entire sea?" "Why you are of course, Lady Alvida," Coby stuttered. She laughed hoarsely. "Well done." Coby stammered his thanks. "This will be our first good haul in a while." One of the men licked his lips. She grinned wider. "Rough them up, good boys. Show them the terror of Lady Alvida." The ship turned slightly and fired with its forward-facing cannon, striking a direct hit on the mainmast of the cruise ship. On the ship, the barrel the sailors had hauled in rolled down some steps and into the holds, finally rolling through an open door before stopping. Elsewhere on the ship, the orange-haired woman was running with an irritated grimace on her face. She really didn't want to damage her dress, so she was being forced to hold up the hem. She reached the door and broke out, turning right only to shiver and yelp as the much smaller pirate ship pulled up alongside the cruise ship. She turned tail and ran back into the ship as the pirates threw their hooks and boarded the ship. "What do you think you're doing, Coby?" Alvida noticed the boy shaking like a leaf and snarled at him for his hesitation. I'm not really good at this," Coby stammered at his captor. Alvida snarled and booted him in the behind. "Don't backtalk me. Get your ass into gear." Coby flew onto the deck of the ship and landed face first into one of the walls. He slumped to the floor and began sniveling. Alvida followed with her mace held high, terrifying Coby with her large jump and the fact that she was going to hit him. He screamed like a little girl and scrambled out of the way, allowing Alvida and her mace to plow right through the wall. Smoke, dust and wood chips flew through the air for a few moments before revealing a dazed Alvida sitting there. One of the pirates grinned menacingly at the passengers. "We won't be taking your lives today, but we will take all your valuables. So start handing them over." Alvida shook herself and wandered over. Anyone who argues takes a nice swim in that whirlpool. Inside the ship, their raucous laughter was all the orange-haired woman could hear. She smirked and threw her fancy dress off, revealing another outfit underneath. A tight blue shirt, loose black pants with a red sash, and a black bandana covering her orange hair. A few minutes later, Coby was checking about the ship in a frightened manner when he came upon a room with an open door. Hello. He poked his head in slowly. There was no one in the room. He sighed in relief as he entered, before taking note of the large barrel that had knocked a bunch of stuff over off to one side. "Man, what a large barrel," the pink-haired boy mused. Outside, the orange-haired woman had used one of the hook ropes the pirates had left behind to zip line over and board the ugly pirate ship. She swiftly moved to a door and looked around several times before reaching for the doorknob. Before she had even touched it, it sprang open and startled her greatly. She sprang back and took up a weird pose as the pirate looked her over. "Hey, who are you? I don't think I've seen you before." The pirate leered at her with a growing grin as he leaned closer. She chuckled lightly before her weird pose turned into a strong kick. She planted her foot as hard as she could right between the man's legs. He would have let out a high-pitched squeal if he hadn't immediately choked on his tongue. Instead, he ended up collapsed on the deck, unconsciously holding his damaged groin. The orange tea smiled brightly and made her way into the ship after stuffing the body in an out-of-the-way corner. Below deck on the cruise ship, Coby was struggling to move the barrel, rolling it over to the door. "Hey, what are you sneaking around for, Coby?" One of the other pirates questioned from behind him with a grin, scaring the boy. "Ah. I was just rolling this over to the ship. It's pretty heavy," Coby exclaimed. The pirate grinned. "Heavy, eh? That's good. Must be full of booze." He hauled it upright, "And I was just getting thirsty." He licked his lips. "We can't." Coby yelled in shock, "Lady Alvida will kill us." The pirate sneered as he raised his fist. "Well, as long as you don't tell, she doesn't have to know. You just need to keep your mouth shut." He swung downward with a hard punch to break through the top of the barrel. But it wasn't his fist that broke through. Instead, a pair of fists burst upward right through the lid, one of which socked him in the jaw as a boy wearing a straw hat and a huge grin came up yawning. "Man, what a great nap. I slept great." The thud of the pirate hitting the floor drew the young man's attention. "Huh?" He looked over to the unconscious man before looking owlishly at the other two pirates that were staring at him in shock. "Who are you guys?" The two sprang forward with shark teeth and roared at him. "Who the hell are you?" Luffy ignored them as he stepped out of the barrel. "That guy is going to catch a cold if he sleeps on the floor, you know." Their eyes bugged out. "You put him there." They both drew swords, and Luffy looked at them with a confused look. "Do you even know who you're messing with, punk? We're pirates." Luffy simply ignored them, turning to Coby. "Hey, I'm hungry. You guys have any food?" The pirate's eyes bulged out even more. "Listen when people are talking." They both raised their swords in the air. "You damn brat." They swung, eager to have their blades taste flesh. Coby covered his eyes with his hands. The sound of blades hitting something was followed by two distinct thunks. Coby slowly uncovered his eyes, steadying himself for the horrible sight he would no doubt witness. He gasped in shock and then started to stare. The boy's right arm was pointing left with a closed fist. The two swords the pirates had drawn were each broken with their tips stuck in the floorboards. But the pirates. They'd gotten off worse than their swords. They were both embedded up to their waists in the walls on the far side of the room, legs hanging limply from their holes. Coby tried to speak. "You what how?" He stuttered. "Who are you?" "Eh?" Luffy turned to him. "I'm Monkey D. Luffy. Nice to meet ya." He grinned. Coby shook himself. "You have to hurry. They're bound to wake up soon and if they come back with their friends you're dead. There's over 30 of them." "Nah, I'm hungry. Got any food?" Luffy shrugged before picking at his nose with a pinky. Coby only gaped. "How can you be so carefree? They're pirates." "So? I'm a pirate too." Luffy grinned at Kobe's horrified face. "I only just started out though. I was just setting sail for the first time when I accidentally got caught in a whirlpool. Shishishi." He laughed before beginning to sniff at the air. Luffy started walking forward so Coby grabbed him, trying to haul him away. "No, not that way. There are dozens of them. You have to get out." But Luffy didn't even slow his stride as he dragged the pink-haired boy, dragging feet and all, through the nearest doorway. He grinned widely and dove down towards the food in the room. Coby sighed as he noticed they were fairly well hidden down here. "Actually, this room isn't that bad. They might not find us here." Luffy still wasn't paying attention. He was too busy stuffing his face full of food. "You're Luffy, right?" "I'm Coby." He started walking down the steps. "That was incredible what you just did. How did you do it?" Luffy turned around as Coby reached him. "These are great." he exclaimed, holding up an apple while completely ignoring Koby's question. He turned back around and continued to eat. Is this a pirate ship? No, this is a cruise ship the Alvida pirates are raiding. Koby explained as he sat beside Luffy. Luffy paused for a moment before continuing to stuff his face. Are there any boats on board? I kind of lost mine in that whirlpool, so I need a new one. That sure was a surprise though. I never even saw it coming since it had been such a nice day. Shishishi. He chuckled around the food in his mouth. There should be. All ships have lifeboats, right? Koby replied with a shaky smile as he watched the glutton eat. So you one of these pirates? Luffy asked. Koby stiffened before trying to explain his situation. Not exactly. I wandered onto a boat to go fishing. He looked down, but it turns out that it was a dinghy belonging to Lady Alvida's ship. It's been 2 years since then. He held onto his knees. They made me a cabin boy in exchange for my life. Koby finished morosely. It was silent for a moment before Luffy started to chuckle. You're kind of an idiot. Who just walks onto a pirate dinghy? It seemed as if a huge weight suddenly appeared on Koby's shoulders as he sagged down in depression. You're brutally honest. The pink-haired boy whined. Well, if you hate it and you want to leave, just leave. Luffy replied as he stretched his back out, a couple pops being heard. I can't. No way. No way. Just thinking of Lady Alvida finding out terrifies me. I'm too scared. Koby stammered even at the thought of doing so. Just this morning he'd seen what Alvida's mace could do. You're a coward too. Luffy laughed, blowing yet another hole into Koby's self-esteem. Man, I hate guys like you. Tears streamed down Koby's face and it almost looked like he was about to give up on life. He drew himself up and bowed forward morosely. Yeah, you're right. I'm a coward. If only I had the courage to be like you and drift in a barrel, he sighed. There's something I want to do too. Hey Luffy. What compelled you to go out to sea? Luffy grinned and pumped his fists into the air. I'm going to the Grand Line, of course. Koby gasped. I'm going to be king of the pirates. Koby's jaw dropped and his pupils shrank. He was halfway into a panic attack and he was practically choking. Impossible. No way. No way. Pirate King. Are you serious? Yeah. Luffy shrugged nonchalantly. Got a problem with that. What about your crew? Koby stammered. Don't have one yet. Luffy replied cheerfully. I just started out, so I'm just now beginning to look. Koby froze entirely, and even when Luffy stepped forward and waved his hand in the pink-haired boy's face, he still didn't move. The Pirate King is the title given to the one who obtains everything. The greatest treasures. Wealth. Fame. Power. With each word, Luffy nodded along. One Piece. Yep. Luffy confirmed with a large grin. Pirates all over the world are after that treasure. Koby screamed in shock. Me too, and I'll be the one to get it. Luffy wasn't bragging when he said that. It was just a statement of fact in his mind. No. Impossible. No way. No way. Absolutely no way. Koby shook his head back and forth with his fists clenched. There's no way you can stand at the apex of this pirate era and scream that. No way, no wah. Luffy's fist collided with the younger boy's head, stopping his rant. Shut up, you idiot. Would you hit me? Koby sniffled, clutching his aching head. Not like I'm not used to it by now. It's alright, I guess. He laughed and cried at the same time. It's not about whether I can or can't. Luffy said as he held onto his hat. I'm going to do it because I want to. He stated passionately, it's my dream. I'll become the Pirate King or I'll die fighting for that dream. I don't care if I lose my life trying. He stood up and put his hat back on. Well, I'm full. I'm going to go find a boat now. Wait. Koby yelled. Luffy. I have a dream too. Do you think I can accomplish it if I stake my life on it? What? Luffy stopped walking and looked over at the cowardly boy. Do you think I can join the Navy? Luffy smirked. Catching bad guys is my dream. All traces of the stuttering were gone from the cowardly boy's voice. It's been my dream ever since I was little. Then do it. Luffy yelled and clapped Koby on the back. Don't let others take your dreams away. Because if you don't fight for your dreams, then who will? That's right. Koby screamed. I'm not going to be a chore boy forever. He was working himself up into a frenzy at this point. I'm going to be a great marine and work tirelessly to catch criminals. And the first one I'm going to catch is Lady Alvida. No. Alvida. Just after Koby's exclamation, the ceiling broke and all strength left the boy's body as Alvida's huge body landed behind him. Who did you say you were going to catch, Koby? Koby shook and trembled as Alvida's form was revealed by the clearing dust. Luffy blinked as he looked at the new woman with his head tilted to the side. 5 swords burst through the wood behind him. Huh? He looked puzzled at the situation. Ah, you don't look like Pirate Hunter Zoro to me. Alvida smirked at him before locking her gaze onto the pink-haired boy, Koby. Who is the most beautiful woman in the entire sea? She demanded. That would be Koby stammered and rubbed his head with a terrified smile. Hey, Koby, who's this fat hag? Luffy asked while he picked his nose with his pinky. Jaws instantly dropped from both of the other occupants, as well as the men standing at the hole in the ceiling. Alvida stopped breathing for a moment before she started to grind her teeth and tick marks started popping up all over her bloated face. You damn brat. She roared as she swung her massive mace up and over her head. Luffy grinned. In the blink of an eye his foot was on Alvida's head with Koby held by the face, along with him. Later, lard ass. With that, both he and Koby were flying up through the large hole. Alvida's mace crashed onto the space her target had previously occupied throwing up dust and wood chips. The two landed on the deck where the two trembling pirates Luffy had punched earlier were shaking. Steeling themselves, they drew new swords and charged with loud battle cries. Luffy tilted his head and was in front of them before they could blink, his fists warping their faces. Teeth and blood flew as they were both launched back across the deck, impacting the railings and falling right off the ship. Behind him a swordsman roared as he leapt in to strike from above. Luffy sidestepped, backstabs are for losers. He grabbed the man's face, slamming it into the ship's deck. Wood cracked and splinters flew out of the new crater formed by the pirate's head. Huh? Luffy looked up and saw a dozen more pirates in front of him. Mass attacks aren't cool either. He yelled as he ran from the dozen pirates chasing him. He grinned in amusement as he led the group of men on a chase around the deck. Out of his peripheral vision, he noticed a woman in a blue shirt and bandana sneaking out of Alvida's ship with a large bag slung over her shoulder. He grinned even wider. That was pretty interesting. He spun before laughing, just kidding. In a matter of seconds, well before any of the pirates even knew what hit them, they were all laid out on the deck with fist marks covering their bodies. Some had even been kicked off the deck and into the ocean. Shishishi. Luffy chuckled at his handiwork. Hey, amazing. You took out all those tough pirates so fast. Koby shivered in amazement. Tough. Those guys were weaklings. No challenge at all. Luffy thumbed his nose while grinning. Do you think I could ever be as strong as you, Luffy? Koby asked quietly. Not a clue. Luffy grinned, that's up to you, coward boy. That's so mean. Koby slumped over, the word coward practically looming over him heavily. Suddenly another loud crash broke through the silence. Alvida had shown up again. So, you're not pirate hunters, Oro? I haven't seen you use a sword yet. The huge woman growled. Oh hey, the hag showed up again. Luffy stated while picking his nose once more. Koby's jaw dropped while Alvida's face burned red in fury. Luffy. Repeat after me. He grabbed the taller man's arm tightly. Lady Alvida is the most suddenly, images of his newfound friend started flashing through his eyes. Luffy's strength, his conviction, his lack of fear. The most and then he saw himself. Abused, kicked around and terrorized. Koby grit his teeth and turned to Alvida, the fattest, ugliest, most horrible bitch the sea has ever seen. He roared out in defiance. Luffy erupted into laughter at the boy's words. Alvida's teeth ground so hard they almost cracked. Koby. She raised her massive mace in fury, ready to end the pink-haired shrimp in front of her. Koby shuddered but stared at his oncoming death with courage. I did it. I actually fought against her. He gulped and then screamed, I have no regrets. Luffy moved in front of the giant iron mace, well said. His smile was stupidly wide as he backhanded the giant hunk of metal and shattered it into tiny pieces that scattered all over the deck. What? Alvida's eyes were bulging out of her head as she gasped in shock, mirrored by Koby whose jaw also dropped. He knew Luffy was strong, but this strong? What in the world was Luffy? So long, hag. The smirking straw hat-wearing pirate formed a fist and nailed the hefty Alvida square in the stomach. The fat on her torso rippled out from the point of impact, like a shockwave forming on her stomach. She choked out as much of a gasp of pain as she could before being lifted clean off her feet and launched away like a misshapen cannonball. She went tumbling through the air, rapidly shrinking into the distance. A minute later, Alvida slammed into the ocean, sending up a large spray of water just like an actual cannonball. Luffy grinned and held his fist up while clapping his other hand onto his bicep. He then glanced over to the remains of Alvida's crew, who were just staring at him in shock. Luffy was about to demand a boat for him and Koby when the entire ship shook. Two geysers rose up near the boat, caused by more cannon fire. Luffy grimaced as he noticed 3 marine battleships closing in. TCH. What are those idiots trying to do? He practically growled, what are they firing at? Gramps would have their hides for firing so close to a civilian ship. Glancing at Koby, who was somewhere between awestruck and terrified, he decided that he needed to get out of Dodge. Remembering the woman who he'd seen sneaking away, he grabbed Koby and threw him over his shoulder before jumping from the cruise ship over to the pirate vessel still anchored to it. He quickly raced off in the direction he could sense the girl in and noticed her securing her sack to a small boat in a panicked rush. But the Luffy and Coby landed in the boat and the orange-haired woman shrieked in fear as she almost fell off from the sudden impact. Luffy quickly grabbed her and steadied her, making sure that she and her bag didn't fall off the small boat. "Who the hell are you?" she shrieked in surprise. "We can talk after we're out of here." Shishishi. Luffy laughed for a moment before the boat rose on a swell from latest barrage of cannonballs. He turned hard eyes to the three marine vessels, those idiots are going to hit the cruise ship too. With a scowl he placed his right foot back and held his two hands facing each other in front of his body. "What are you do?" The woman cut herself off with a squeak of fear as electricity began leaping between Luffy's hands, a literal ball of lightning began to rapidly grow in size as the smell of ozone filled the air. The electric charge in the air made Coby and the woman's hair start to stand up while the heat radiating from the ball had the both of them begin to inch away as far as they could get on the small dinghy. Luffy grinned and took aim, Goro Goro no cannon. He roared and thrust his hands forward. The bright ball of lightning rocketed forward at high speed, racing towards the three marine ships. But Luffy wasn't planning on killing anyone and hadn't been aiming at the ships. He was actually aiming at the ocean in between the three vessels. Instantly upon impact, the great ball of condensed lightning exploded, the top several meters of ocean water instantly turned to steam, sending out a shockwave that sent the battleships rocking unsteadily on the sudden rough waters. When a large amount of water suddenly disappeared it left a deep void in the ocean. Water quickly rushed into this empty space and slammed together in the center. The resulting collision generated a huge wave that radiated outwards. The battleships were tossed up and down as the wave passed under them with panicking marines holding onto their ship for dear life. Shishishi. Luffy laughed at his success against the battleships while turning to look at Coby and the orange tea. "That was way too much." The woman roared with shark teeth, almost hyperventilating as she saw the large wave approaching their tiny boat. "You're going to hit us too." "Oh right, the wave won't stop for a while." Luffy deadpanned as they were picked up and carried away by the wave. Coby and the woman were grabbing onto the edge of the dinghy while screaming their heads off. "You moron." The woman screamed in terror as she kept a white-knuckled grip on the side of the boat. "I thought I was going to die." The orange tea whimpered as she cradled her bag of treasure. Coby was staring blankly at the sky as if he had already accepted that he was dead. They had gotten away scot-free. The marines weren't following them, the sun was shining, and the sea was calm. She huffed before smiling slightly, "But hey, at least I got a lot of treasure out of it." She said the last part mostly to herself, though Luffy heard her anyway. "Shishishi, that was fun." Luffy exclaimed before suddenly taking a fist to the head courtesy of an angry orange-haired woman. "Ow. What was that for? You almost got us killed." She screamed in a demonic tone, shaking her smoking fist in front of him. She slumped over and lounged back on her bag. "I'm Nami." She introduced herself sweetly, all traces of anger gone. Luffy grinned. "I'm Monkey D. Luffy. The wimpy-looking guy is Coby." The pink-haired wimpy-looking guy slumped down in depression. Nami smiled and gave him a high five. "Well, you certainly secured our getaway, even if it was terrifying." She glared, her mood seeming to flip-flop again. "Don't do that again." And then she was all smiles again. "Still, you are pretty strong." She praised brightly. "Shishishi. I worked hard." Luffy confirmed, slapping a hand onto his bicep. Nami smiled and leaned over, exposing her cleavage a tiny bit more. Luffy's eyes didn't move to take a peek, which disappointed Nami a little as she felt rightfully proud of her looks. "I'm a thief who steals from pirates." She exclaimed, "I could use a strong guy like you helping me. I'm the best damn navigator in the East Blue, and I'd definitely like some strong people helping me to take treasure." She grinned, "You wanna be partners?" "Nah, not interested." Luffy replied, slumping back against the edge of the dinghy. Nami's smile dipped at the instant refusal. "Oh come on, don't be like that. We could get a lot of money," she said enticingly. Luffy ignored her and stared out across the open ocean. "Oh, fine." She muttered to herself and crossed her arms under her generous bust. "So, what are you out on the sea for?" Coby, who had finally only Luffy's wide smile was visible from under his straw hat. He pumped a fist up. "I'm going to be king of the pirates," he declared loudly. To the self-proclaimed pirate thief, who rapidly became the furious-looking self-proclaimed pirate thief. "So, you're a scumbag pirate are you?" Nami hissed. "Everything in this damn era is pirate this and pirate that. I hate it." She pointed at Luffy angrily. "I hate pirates. I should just toss you overboard." Coby gaped at the orange tea, wondering if she was insane. Hadn't she just witnessed what Luffy was capable of? Luffy looked at Nami so seriously that she started to sweat, quickly getting over her anger and remembering what he'd done earlier. "You can't do that." Luffy spoke calmly, still looking Nami in the eye. Putting on a brave face even as she tried not to tremble, Nami replied, "Oh. And why not?" Luffy stared at her intensely, like he was looking into her soul. Nami started feeling even more unnerved, "Because I'll die." Luffy stated plainly. Nami and Coby both face-faulted into the wooden floor of the boat with loud crashes. "This guy is a moron," Nami muttered to herself as she pinched the bridge of her nose. "Shishishi." Luffy laughed, seeing their reactions. "Why would you die? Can't you swim?" Nami asked after getting back to her position leaning on her bag of treasure. "I ate a devil fruit." Nami and Coby both looked shocked at Luffy's claim, "I'm a lightning man." "Shishishi." Luffy laughed at their stupefied faces. Wait. You mean those things actually exist? I thought they were just a myth." Nami stammered in shock. "Though that would explain what you did back there." She trailed off remembering Luffy's display of power earlier. "Oh, they're real alright." Luffy chuckled. "Me and my two older brothers were each given a fruit by a strange guy we met one day." He smiled with a thoughtful look, remembering the day 10 years ago. "I didn't think anything about it at the time since I was hungry. But Gramps came back in a panic about it and then we learned what we'd eaten." He laughed. "They taste super bad though. It was like someone had taken a pineapple, made it super sour, let it start rotting, and then dunked it into filthy, stagnant water. It also left this odd tingling sensation in my mouth, along with the bad aftertaste. Yuck." Nami and Coby turned green from the description alone. Luffy occasionally saw Ace in the papers at Makino's bar. He was the captain of the Spade Pirates for 2 years, with a bounty of 200 million birri and the epithet Fire Fist. But in the last year Ace had apparently joined up with Whitebeard and his bounty had risen to 500 million birri. Sabo had set sail to find the Revolutionary Army. From the vague letters he'd sent back to Luffy, 3 in total over the last 3 years, he'd found the men was working to free the world of the influence of the world nobles, the Tenryubido. Sabo had managed to stay out of the Marines' notice so far. He didn't yet have a wanted poster or a bounty on his head. Luffy wasn't sure if that was intentional or not, but knew that when Sabo did reveal himself, he'd probably be marked with a high bounty. He wouldn't be surprised if it rivaled Ace's current bounty. Too bad for his brothers that he would soon have the biggest bounty between all of them. Luffy was hoping to start by beating Ace's starting bounty of 55 million birri. Nami shook the nauseating thought away before asking, "Wait, so you just ate some random fruit that a stranger gave you? Are you stupid?" She sighed before shifting the topic back to the devil fruits themselves. "Even though most people think they're just legends, I've still heard that a single devil fruit can be sold for hundreds of millions on the black market. But I just never thought they were real, otherwise I definitely would have been hunting for them myself." She whispered, "I could have been done by now." "Yeah, that's what Shanks told me." Nami and Coby gaped in disbelief at hearing the name of a Yonko. Luffy grinned at them, seeing the shock in both of their eyes. "Not all pirates are scumbags, you know. We were all good friends. Me, Ace, and Sabo even had a lot of parties with Shanks and his crew. And before they left for good, Shanks acknowledged my dream and told me they'd be waiting for me in the Grand Line." He looked up at the sky. "I miss them sometimes." He stated before pulling his hat over his eyes and drifting off to sleep, not seeing the look in Nami's eyes. She turned her head away, not wanting Coby to see her clenched teeth and the unshed tears in her eyes. "After all, what could you say to statements that shattered your worldview so completely? What could you respond with when you realized that you just had the worst luck?" Hours later. Luffy awoke slowly and noticed it was already the dead of night. The boat was calmly sailing onward and both of the other 2 members of the boat seemed to be asleep. Coby was sleeping like the dead, curled up on one side of the dinghy, while Nami was shivering and trying to snuggle into her bag of treasure. Luffy smiled and took off his cardigan before moving over to her. He draped the garment over her shivering form in an attempt to keep her warm. He turned to get back to his spot when he heard her voice behind him. "You're pretty brave, sleeping like that near someone that threatened to drown you." He turned and stared at Nami, who apparently had been awake. Despite her hatred of pirates, she was still cold and the day's earlier conversation had shaken her. So she continued to hold the warm cardigan like a blanket over her body. Luffy grinned back before replying, "You don't seem like a bad person." She averted her eyes. "You've had some bad things done to you by pirates, haven't you?" She completely looked away from him at that. He sat right beside her. "I hate pirates like that too," he said seriously, getting Nami's eyes to snap up and meet his. "Picking on the weak, hurting people, hurting their nakama." He growled, heckles raised high. "I hate bastards like that too. That's not what being a pirate is about." "Of course it is. That's how all pirates are." Nami sneered, but it was half-hearted. Luffy grinned back, "Sure they are. Next, I suppose you'll tell me all Marines are good and honorable people, right?" He chuckled at the woman. "You saw what those Marines did back there." He pointed his thumb back in the direction they came from. "They just started firing away, they didn't even care if they hit the cruise ship. Anything is acceptable to catch pirates, right? Absolute justice and all that." Nami looked away, biting her lip. He sighed and scooted over, "You shouldn't judge everyone just because of what some do. I mean, yeah, there are a whole lot of pirates out there destroying things and giving the rest of us a bad name. But that's not every pirate. He shook his head. Those types will never make it anywhere. They're the ones who end up bully others to make themselves feel strong. To try and make up for the fact that they aren't getting anywhere. With that, Luffy laid back where he had originally been, pulled his hat back over his eyes and was out like a light. Nami stared in his direction for a moment before pulling his cardigan over herself and trying to fall asleep with her mind whirling with all the things Luffy had said that day. It was looking to be a clear and warm day as the sun finished rising on the small boat occupied by Luffy, Nami and Coby. Nami groaned and stretched as she stood up and checked the boat's heading. Realizing she still had Luffy's cardigan in her hand, she tossed it over the sleeping pirate covering his exposed chest, a rather well-muscled chest with defined abs that she found rather nice. What am I thinking? He's a pirate. I just have to get to the next island and then I'll never have to see him again. Nami thought to herself as she noticed Coby waking up. The two exchanged good mornings and opened the small boat storage compartment to get some of the food. Thankfully this had been an emergency life escape boat on Alvida's ship before Nami had stolen it. A small storage space was stocked with enough food and water to last 4 people 2 days. Coby brought out some of the food stock and tapped the small water barrel to fill 2 of the wooden cups. The orange tea thief and the pink-haired former cabin boy sat and ate with only occasional chatter between them. "Hey, Luffy, you want breakfast?" Coby called out and Luffy tipped his hat up and looked at the pudgy boy. "Breakfast?" Luffy questioned as his eyes zeroed in on the food between Nami and Coby. Food. In a blink the food and drink Coby had set out for Luffy were in the pirate's hands and disappearing into his mouth. Good stuff. Is there more? No. We have to make sure this lasts until we get to the next island. Don't even think of trying to eat more until at least midday. Nami growled suddenly looking like she had sharp shark-like teeth. Oh man. Luffy pouted, which Nami would never admit she thought looked adorable, before turning to stare out at the water. So where are we headed? Shell's Town, there's a marine base there and I need to pick up something on the island. You should be able to go on your way as long as you don't cause trouble. Nami informed him as she leaned back against her sack of treasure. Oh cool. I guess you are a good navigator. Luffy complimented with his large grin. Nami closed her eyes and puffed out her chest slightly in pride. Not just a good navigator, the best navigator in the entire East Blue. Nami smirked as she opened her eyes only to see Luffy in her face. Hey. She yelled as she leaned further back against her treasure to make some space between their faces. The best really, do you want to join my crew? Luffy asked with excited eyes. What? Hell no. You're a pirate. I hate pirates. There's no way I'd ever become one. Nami yelled at Luffy, causing the pirate to drop his grin for a moment. I refuse. Luffy stated as his grin reappeared. What? Nami questioned, perplexed. I refuse your refusal. Luffy nodded as he pulled his cardigan back on. We'll be crewmates, Nakama. That's not how this works. Nami yelled back as she clocked him over the head with her fist. Ow. Luffy cried out from his new place on the floor of the boat. What was that for? Listen when someone's talking. Nami growled at him, her fist practically smoking. Coby simply watched this back and forth between the fiery orange tea and the lively pirate while trying to make himself smaller as to not get drawn into the exchange. So, how long till we get to this Shell's Town place? Luffy questioned as he picked himself up off the floor and laid back against the edge of the small boat. Probably early tomorrow morning. Nami replied as she pulled a map out of her treasure bag and looked it over. Is this going to be boring? Luffy asked as he looked out over the open ocean. If it'll keep you from whining, I guess we can chat or something. Nami huffed as she stowed the map back into her treasure bag. Okay. What do you want to talk about? Luffy replied, all grins again. Nami barely restrained herself from rolling her eyes, he was like a child sometimes. How about why your name sounds so familiar to start? I could swear I've heard it somewhere before. Nami questioned, the name ringing a faint bell in her memory. No clue, did we meet somewhere before? Luffy asked. I don't think I ever saw you on Dawn Island. I've never been to Dawn Island, nor do I intend to. That place is where the Corvo Mountains are, a terrifying place full of huge beasts and chock full of bandits. The only safe places on that island are the Goa Kingdom and the small villages along the shore. No one goes there aside from some merchant ships normally. Nami replied, having heard the stories of the remote island. I lived there my whole life until I left. I even stayed with some nice bandits for a few years with my brothers. Luffy grinned, getting incredulous looks from Coby and Nami. Plus those animals aren't too bad. I've heard that most of them are 3 or 4 times bigger than normal. How is that not too bad? Nami asked with a twitch in her eye. Because they taste delicious. Luffy smiled with a bit of drool, remembering hunting with Ace and Sabo to bring down the large animals. Koby fell back entirely from shock, while Nami only looked at Luffy like he was nuts. "You ate them?" Koby questioned from his spot laid out on the floor. "Yep. Me and my brothers had to get our own food, that was Dadan's rule, if you want food get it yourself. She and her bandits only provided water, if we wanted anything like rice, we had to hunt an animal and trade the meat for it in Fuchsia village." Luffy explained, getting bug-eyed looks from Nami and Koby. "Okay, I'm just going to get back to my original question." Nami steered the conversation back to what she'd asked previously. "Why does your name sound kinda familiar?" "No idea. Maybe you know my gramps." Luffy reasoned, his grandpa was supposed to be famous among the Marines or something. "Who's your grandpa?" Nami asked, now curious. "Monkey D. Garp." Koby suddenly shouted while pointing at Luffy in shock. "Huh?" Nami wondered why the Pinket suddenly had such an outburst, though that name did ring a bell. "Yeah, that's Gramps." Luffy nodded while unconsciously rubbing the back of his head where many fists of love had struck over the years. "Wait a minute. The hero of the Marines Garp, he's your grandpa," Nami exclaimed in shock. "Oh yeah, they call him that too. I like his other name better, Garp the Fist. It sounds stronger." Luffy laughed as he raised his own fist. Koby was shocked silent at this revelation, while Nami only grew more curious. "How did you end up a pirate then? Your grandpa wouldn't have just let you, right?" Nami asked, since surely a decorated Marine Vice-Admiral wouldn't allow his grandson to become a filthy pirate. "We argued about it all the time, he wanted all three of us to be Marines, but we all had other things we wanted to do instead." Luffy laughed again, remembering all the fights they got into with his gramps. Eventually he gave up, grumbled something about insubordination the whole time during the last argument too. Geez, what kind of moron decides to become a pirate when their own grandfather is a famous Marine officer? Nami mused while looking over Luffy. "Wouldn't that have fast-tracked you into an officer position yourself if you joined up?" "Boring." Luffy groaned as he stared up at the sky. "Orders, orders, orders, and then you just have to do what they say. I'd rather have my freedom and the whole world to adventure through." He cheered with a raised fist. "Freedom, huh?" Nami murmured quietly to herself. She would definitely like to have some of that for herself too. "So why are you so desperate for money that you're risking your life robbing pirates?" Luffy questioned, and Nami stiffened up slightly. This guy might act childish sometimes, but she had to remember that he was a pirate, apparently a pirate that had been raised, at least partially, by mountain bandits as well. There was no way he was completely naive or stupid. "None of your business." Nami replied as she huffed and turned her head away from him. "Well, you must need a lot if you're robbing people who are willing to kill for it. Seems like you could find an easier way is all." Luffy said with a tilt of his head. "Well, unlike some people, I wasn't handed a devil fruit that was worth hundreds of millions of beery. So I have to get money a different way." Nami growled, getting Luffy to raise his hands up in a placating gesture. "I didn't even know what it was when I ate it." Luffy reminded her, getting the orange tea to calm down slightly. "Still, I'd love to run across one of them. I'd score 100 million easy." Nami sighed, knowing how unlikely that was. One should be wary in their acquisition of devil fruits, lest the hunters come for them in turn. Luffy spoke ominously, getting both Koby and Nami to snap their gazes onto the suddenly serious pirate. "What's that supposed to mean?" Nami questioned, unnerved by the tone Luffy had spoken in. "It's something I heard from both Gramps and the Marine he got to train me and my brothers when we were learning how to use our devil fruits. Shanks' first mate Ben told us about it too. It's an old saying from the Grand Line about the dangers of having a devil fruit or having the powers from one." Luffy informed, his eyes dark and serious. "What's it referring to about hunters?" Koby asked, never having seen Luffy so serious. "The Kurokari, Black Hunt, and their shadows, though according to Ben they go by many names. Kurokari is simply the organization as a whole." Luffy explained, his arms resting on his legs and his face stony. "Depending on whom you ask, the group either doesn't exist or their members go by different titles. Ben told me and my brothers several titles to be wary of since we all have Logia fruits." "Like what?" Nami asked, feeling goosebumps on her arms. "Shadows, Underworld hunters, shades, grey agents, undertakers, masked hunters, unknowns, specters, and dead men are the ones Ben mentioned. If we even hear the term Underworld black market, we should be on guard and prepare to leave whatever island we're on as soon as possible. That was Ben's warning to us." Luffy replied as he looked into both of their eyes in turn. The stone-cold seriousness displayed by the sometimes childish pirate nowhere to be found. "What the hell is this Kurokari?" Nami asked, though she'd figured out the basics from context already. This organization hunted devil fruits and devil fruit users. No one actually knows how old it is, just that it's been around for longer than anyone can remember. A lot of people don't even know the rumors about it, the ones who do either think it's a myth or exaggerated. But they do exist. Shanks' crew has had run-ins with a few members. My gramps apparently arrested one once when he was only a captain in the Marines. But they operate from the criminal underworld, so they're hard to track down and virtually unknown. Luffy explained, getting shivers from Nami and Coby. Bandits operated on singular islands and more often than not didn't cause excess trouble. Pirates caused the most ruckus among the outlaws of the world and were in turn the most infamous and well-known. Most pirates saw a large bounty as a sign of strength, and it garnered a lot of clout among pirates. Bounty hunters were barely operating within the laws of the world government, catching criminals and cashing in the bounties. But the ones no one mentioned, mostly because they weren't known to exist by most people, were the underworld criminals. Assassins, saboteurs, illegal goods manufacturers, various groups of mercenaries and illegal bounty hunter organizations, even some secret societies, were rumored to make up this shadowy underworld of crime. So how does that relate to me finding a devil fruit? I'd be trying to sell it as soon as possible for the 100 million birri. Nami stated after making sure to steady her voice. It's one of the most likely ways you'd meet a member of the Kurokari. Where do you think some of the most notorious pirate crews and even the world government get all of the devil fruits they have? Finding so many just by luck isn't likely. Someone has to be supplying them. Luffy responded. The world government, but the Marines work for the government. That means Coby trailed off, realizing that the Marines were more than likely being supplied with devil fruits by the criminal underworld. Yeah, Nami whispered, shocked. To think that the people who were supposed to uphold the law were being supplied by the criminal underworld was unsettling to say the least. So you're telling me that if I happen to stumble across a devil fruit and try to sell it, one of these Kurokari people would show up to what, take it? Kill me? No idea, I only know what I've been told. Luffy shrugged. According to Ben, the organization isn't close. Most of the members don't know each other well. Only the heads of the organization put out information on locations and the like. The rest are just people that hand the devil fruits over in exchange for the money the organization pays for them. The head set up a shadow auction where members of various organizations, Marines, world government, pirate crews, and the like send representatives to bid on the collected devil fruits. How does the first mate of a Yonko know so much about them? Coby asked, visibly shaking. Ben wouldn't tell us in full. Only that one of the Kurokari members they ran into actually attacked one of their nakama. Shanks doesn't tolerate anyone harming his friends, so my best guess would be that they forced the information out of the one that attacked them. Luffy replied, making Coby break out into a flop sweat. So these people are super strong or something? Nami questioned, trying not to show how unnerved she was. I think it's like the bounty hunters, honestly, some weak and others strong. There might be a lot of people in the world, but only a handful are desperate or greedy enough to try and hunt down devil fruit users. Others that aren't strong enough to fight a devil fruit user probably use connections to track down the fruits themselves and then hand them over to the Kurokari. Luffy responded with a shrug. Yeah, I'm definitely not joining your crew. Nami exclaimed, causing Luffy's face to go from serious to shocked instantly. What? Why not? Luffy questioned, getting Nami to look at him incredulously. Because I don't want some crazy hunter from the underworld to come after me. Nami yelled back, getting Luffy to nod. I see, well, I still refuse your refusal. Luffy declared, only to get clobbered by Nami again. Listen when someone else is talking. Nami screamed at him with shark teeth. But if you're my nakama, I'd protect you from them, of course. Plus I'd train you up and make you strong enough to take care of yourself. Luffy promised as he tried to convince Nami. No means no, mister. Nami refused again, turning her head away from him. No way was she getting involved with anyone from the criminal underworld. That sounded way more dangerous than dealing with pirates. The group spent the rest of the day sailing onwards, with Nami constantly refusing to become Luffy's navigator while he continued to try and convince her. Coby watched it back and forth while staying out of the way so he wouldn't accidentally get nailed by one of Nami's punches. You never did tell me why you wanted so much money that you're risking your life for it. Luffy remarked. Night had fallen and Coby was already asleep while Luffy and Nami were awake. The orange tea turned to him, annoyed, before speaking. Why are you so interested? I told you I'm not going to be your navigator. Nami glared while Luffy grinned back. What if I help you get the money you want? I'll even let you be treasurer along with navigator. Luffy offered, getting Nami to start and try not to look at him. She had to make sure she wasn't showing any signs of interest in the, admittedly, lucrative sounding offer. No deal, you're a pirate, you'd probably just steal it for yourself. Nami huffed. I'd never do that to my nakama. Luffy exclaimed, only for Nami to shush him while pointing at Coby. The pudgy boy was still asleep but had shifted from the noise. You say that, but I don't trust pirates to keep their word. Nami stated as she glared at him. Then I'll prove it to you. Luffy stated with determination. Nami looked at him with a raised eyebrow. You said you had something to pick up at the Shell's town place, right? Nami nodded, prompting Luffy to continue. Then I'll help you get it and you'll get to keep whatever it is, no questions asked. he promised while looking her directly in the eyes. You're actually serious, aren't you? Nami breathed out since she couldn't see any sign of lying in Luffy's eyes. She'd gotten pretty damn good at spotting liars after 8 years of thieving after all. Of course, I've staked my word on it. I'll help you get what you want. Luffy nodded, his eyes never leaving Nami's. We'll see how much that's worth when we get there, won't we? Nami questioned rhetorically as she turned over and snuggled against her bag of treasure and closed her eyes. She'd wake up every couple of hours to check their course and make any corrections needed. A warm cloth falling on her body made her eyes open and look down at her curled up body. Luffy's red cardigan was once more draped over her to keep her warm. The pirate had obviously taken it off and thrown it to her, since he was already leaning back against the side with his hat over his eyes. Idiot. She mumbled but pulled the warm cloth over her form anyway. The next morning, shortly after breakfast, their destination came into sight. The trio looked on as the large tower of the marine base of Shell's Town became clearer as they neared the island. Luffy's excitement was almost comical, while Coby was already getting nervous about his future enlistment. Nami just stayed quiet while thinking about the map she needed to steal. Whoa. We really got here, and when you said we would too. You're awesome, Nami. Luffy cheered as the island drew closer. You just have to follow the compass. How the hell were you planning to sail the seas when your navigation skills are so poor? Nami questioned while Luffy looked back with a tilt of his head. I was going to find a navigator, of course. Lucky for me I found the best one in the East Blue. Luffy cheered as he smiled at Nami. The orange tea scoffed and turned away, but couldn't stop the tiny grin that formed on her lips. Once the small boat docked at Shell's Town, the trio was noticed by the dockmaster, who quickly came over to collect the docking fee. Welcome to Shell's Town, it's 4,500 birri to dock your boat for the day. I'll also need your names. The dockmaster informed as he opened his ledger and held his pen over it. Nami was about to use her looks to get a discount when Luffy reached into his shorts pocket and pulled out a bag that jingled with the sound of coins. Opening the bag, Luffy pulled out a small folded stack of bills. Counting out a few, Luffy smiled as he handed over the bills. Let's make it 9,000 birri and forget the names. Luffy offered, his wide grin still in place. The dockmaster glanced down at the 9 bills, each worth 1,000 birri. Carefully taking the money and pocketing half of it, the dockmaster put the rest in the pouch on his waist with the emblem of Shell's Town on it. Welcome to Shell's Town, Mr. and Miss Smith, please enjoy your stay. The dockmaster nodded as he wrote in his ledger and walked away. Will do. Luffy grinned again as he led Nami and Coby down the dock and into Shell's Town. Coby was still staring at him stunned, while Nami was looking him over with a calculating eye. I have to admit, I didn't expect that from you. Nami confessed, getting a chuckle from Luffy. Shishishi, that's something Shanks' crew taught me and my brothers. If you don't want to cause a scene, don't give out your name. That way if something goes wrong and you end up causing a scene anyway, the dockmaster and the other locals don't have your name to give to the Marines. Luffy grinned before tossing a 100 birri coin to a fruit vendor and picking up a fresh pear. The pirate started eating his fruit while Nami found herself once again reassessing him. Just how much of his childishness was real and how much was he exaggerating to hide what he knew? So, Coby, you mentioned someone named Zoro being here, right? Luffy questioned the pinkhead. Yeah, pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro is being held by the Marines here in Shell's Town. Why? Coby confirmed, wary of Luffy's reason for asking. Is he strong? Luffy asked as the trio continued to walk down the main road talking quietly. According to all the stories, he's like a demon in human skin. They say he's never missed a mark since he started bounty hunting. Coby replied, starting to sweat lightly at the look on Luffy's face. I think I should see if he wants to join my crew. Luffy grinned widely. Nami face-palmed while Kobe's eyes widened comically. No way, Luffy. He'll cut you down as soon as talk to you. He's notorious for his swordsmanship. You'll be killed. Coby tried to dissuade his pirate friend from his course of action. Nah, I'll be fine, I'm strong. Luffy grinned as they continued to head towards the base. So he's in there? I'm sure he's not in the yard, Luffy. Zoro is probably being kept in the deepest dungeon they have. Coby stated, only to realize he was talking to the air as both Luffy and Nami were already holding onto the top of the wall and looking over it. Though Nami was only doing it to scope out the base, knowing the map was somewhere inside. Actually, there's someone tied up over there. Luffy replied as he looked at the man tied to a wooden post. Coby slowly climbed his way up the wall, struggling to get to the top, but as soon as he caught sight of the man tied to the post, he gasped. That's him. The black bandana and the green haramaki around his waist. It's Roronoa Zoro. That's Zoro? I thought you said he was strong. Those ropes look pretty easy to break to me. Luffy commented, looking over the swordsman's current condition. Coby and Nami startled slightly when the sound of wood meeting stone came from right next to them. They looked over along with Luffy and saw that a wooden ladder had been propped up against the wall. A small brunette girl in a striped dress made a shushing noise at them when she made it to the top of the ladder. She then made her way over the wall with a rope. "Luffy. Go get her before he hurts her." Coby exclaimed in panic watching the small girl run towards Zoro. "You're the one that wants to be a marine, you get her." Luffy responded, getting a frown from Nami. Luffy ignored her gaze and watched uninterested in what the girl was doing. "What are you doing here?" Zoro asked, his voice rough with dryness. "Do you want to die? Get lost." The girl squeaked before revealing what she had been carrying. "I made you some rice balls, big brother Zoro. You haven't eaten in a while, right?" She looked up at him nervously. "This is the first time I've made rice balls by myself, so. Get out of here. I'm not hungry." Zoro interrupted the girl with a growl. "But it's been," the girl started to say before she was cut off again. "Leave. Or else I'll kill you." Zoro threatened the girl. "You sure you still want to recruit this guy?" Nami questioned with a grimace, but before Luffy could reply, someone else approached the two. The person was a tall, rather skinny boy in a purple suit. He had an oval-shaped bowl cut with the bangs parted in the front. "So rude, you'd better not be picking on little kids, Murano Zoro, otherwise I'll have to tell my father." The smugness practically oozing from the blonde's tone made Nami's skin crawl. "Someone from the Marines?" Coby asked, seeing two Marines behind the blonde. She should be safe now. Nami looked over at Coby in confusion at his statement. Didn't he notice this blonde guy was practically the poster child for the term scumbag? "Well, if it isn't the captain's bastard son." Zoro mocked the purple-suited blonde. "My dad's a Marine captain. Don't get cocky." The blonde sneered before he turned his attention to the small girl. "Hello, little girl, oh, are those rice balls? Don't mind if I do." He grabbed one of the rice balls from the girl and took a bite, ignoring the girl's shouts of them being for Zoro. He choked before spitting out all the rice. "What the hell did you put in this?" "Sugar." "You put salt in rice balls, you dumb brat." "Salt? I thought it would taste better if it was sweet." She stuttered out. "How could anyone eat something like this?" The blonde grabbed the other rice ball and threw it onto the floor before stomping on it repeatedly. "No. Stop it. He won't be able to eat them anymore." The girl dropped to her knees with tears in her eyes. "How cruel." Coby exclaimed while Nami glared at the blonde and Luffy's eyes were shadowed by his hat. "That's so mean." The little girl cried. "I did my best on them." She got out through her tears. "Don't cry. This is why I hate brats." The blonde pointed to a sign posted near Zoro. "This is all your fault, you know. Can't you read? It says, anyone caught helping a prisoner shall be charged with the same crime. You know how scary my dad can be, right?" He turned to one of the Marines with him. "Toss her over the fence." "But she's just a little girl, sir." The Marine replied in shock. "Are you questioning my orders? Throw her out of here or I'll tell my dad." The blonde roared, spittle flying from his mouth. "Yes, Ilmepo, sir." The Marine reached the girl and gently picked her up. He whispered quietly into her ear. "Just tuck into a ball and try to roll. It should minimize any damage." And with that he tossed her over the wall. Nami gasped as she saw the girl flying over the wall. She wanted to catch the small girl, but she couldn't get to her in time. Luffy was somehow where the girl was going to land and caught her without a word. Nami hadn't even seen him move. Luffy steadied the crying girl before playfully messing up her hair. The girl's tears continued and she wrapped her arms around Luffy's torso as best she could. "Hey now, don't cry. You're a strong girl, aren't ya?" Luffy asked softly. He got a small nod from the girl as she stemmed her tears. "Go on home, okay?" The small girl nodded before making her way down the street and out of sight. Nami had to admit that she was shocked at Luffy's interaction with the crying girl, but as soon as she was out of sight Luffy's smile vanished. He glared at the wall darkly, his anger aimed at the blonde behind it. "Man, I didn't think you would have this kind of endurance." Helmeppo was now taunting Zoro. "This is nothing. I'll last a whole month. You better keep your promise." Zoro growled at the annoying blonde. "Yeah, I'll keep it alright. If you can survive the whole month, that is." Helmeppo laughed as he and his bodyguards walked away. "Little bastard." Zoro muttered before closing his eyes to rest. A sudden noise in front of him made him open them again, only to see Luffy standing in front of him. "Who are you?" "You should leave, otherwise that brat will go cry to his daddy." "You say that like you aren't stronger than all of them." Luffy grinned, getting Zoro to smirk back. "So, you're here for a whole month without food, huh? I probably wouldn't last more than a couple days." "That's what makes us different. You need willpower to fulfill your dreams," Zoro stated with conviction. "Dreams, huh? I like that word." Luffy replied as he took Zoro's measure. "I want you to join my crew." He grinned. "Crew? You're a pirate?" Zoro asked, surprised. The guy didn't look the part. "That's right." Luffy smiled. "I'm going to be king of the pirates." "Not interested." Why don't you go find someone else to join you in being a criminal? Zoro laughed before coughing. There's nothing wrong with being a pirate. Luffy replied with a shake of his head. Pirates are bad guys, aren't they? I'll never join you. I have my own goals to accomplish. Zoro stated as he stared Luffy in the eye. Just like the Marines are the good guys, right? Luffy responded with a grin, getting a small smirk from the green-haired man. Well, if you change your mind, I'll be here for a little while. He walked away with a short wave. Wait. Zoro called out, getting Luffy to turn around with a curious look. That rice ball. Can you get that for me? He asked as he motioned his head towards it. Where did all that willpower go? Luffy snickered. This thing is more dirt than rice now. It doesn't matter. Zoro retorted. Just give it to me. I'm eating all of it. He opened his mouth wide. Luffy tossed the remains of the rice ball in with a look of understanding. Zoro grimaced as he started chewing, visibly disgusted by the taste and texture. A look he shared with the still watching Nami. Trying to make yourself sick? Luffy questioned the green-haired man. It was delicious. The best thing I've ever eaten. Make sure to tell the little girl that, for me. Zoro demanded after choking down the mostly dirt rice ball. That looked gross. I wanted to hurl just watching it. Luffy laughed as he made his way over to the wall. Nami looked a bit green from watching as well. I want him on my crew. He's awesome. Luffy laughed as he landed on the other side of the wall. You're some kind of idiot, aren't you? Didn't you listen to what he said? Nami shook her head in exasperation. Oh, I heard him just fine. Luffy chuckled. We need to go find that little girl and cheer her up. Cheering up little girls? What kind of weird pirate is this guy? Nami questioned herself before following. She'd already gotten the base scoped out, so she didn't have any reason to stay here. Once they got back into town, they found the girl inside a restaurant that her family owned. So he really ate everything? The girl beamed happily. He did, Rika. Luffy nodded. He told me to tell you it was delicious, the best thing he ever ate. I don't understand. Coby pondered as he sat at the bar next to Luffy. Isn't he supposed to be some kind of monster? No. Rika screamed right in his face, getting the pudgy pink cat to jerk backwards from the young girl. Big brother Zoro is really nice. He didn't do anything wrong. Why is he tied up then? Nami asked from her seat on the other side of Luffy. It's because of me. Rika stated as she teared up. That jerk Helmeppo had a wolf that he used to terrorize the town. She explained angrily. It came here to mom's restaurant with him and started scaring all the customers. It almost attacked me before big brother Zoro sliced it up. But Helmeppo told him that he would have me and mommy executed for it and made a deal with him. That's horrible. Nami exclaimed. Why aren't the Marines doing anything about it? Because he's Captain Morgan's son, everyone's too afraid of him. Rika looked down and let her tears fall. Big brother Zoro is starving out there because he saved me. That stupid onion head even punches and kicks Zoro while he's tied up. I hate the Morgans. They're bad people. But everyone's too scared to fight them. The door suddenly slammed open revealing the blonde bastard himself. I'm so hungry. Helmeppo sneered at Rika's mother. We're eating here for free, you got that? Hurry up and bring me some alcohol. What's taking you so long? He looked around the restaurant before opening his mouth again. Oh, and since I'm bored, I've decided to execute Zoro tomorrow. Rika gasped in fright. Look forward to it, everyone. He laughed loudly. By this point Luffy had more than enough of the blonde ass hat. He stood up with his hat shadowing his eyes. Luffy? Nami asked in trepidation, already aware of what he was probably going to do. Luffy stalked toward Helmeppo's laughing form and launched his fist into the blonde's face. Helmeppo's head warped around Luffy's fist and the rest of his body lifted clean off his chair before he rocketed into the wall, breaking right through it and landing in a heap in the street in front of the restaurant. The other customers inside the restaurant stared at him in shock as the pirate grabbed the faces of both of the Marines with Helmeppo and flung them bodily right through the newly made hole. Helmeppo had black spots in his vision. The earth was spinning too fast. Or was it upside down? He was grabbing at the dirt road to make sure he didn't fall into the sky. That was how hard Luffy had hit the arrogant blonde. When everything started to slow down again, he saw his own blood all over the ground and his men on the ground in front of him. The guy that had punched him was walking towards him silently. Udal Aru. Helmeppo tried to speak before flinching at the pain in his jaw. Do you know who I am? You're trash, nothing more. Luffy growled at the sniveling blonde. I'm Captain Morgan's son. Helmeppo managed to get out around the swelling of his face and jaw. I'll have you executed for this. The blonde threatened. You better run back to daddy before I punch you again. Luffy threatened, getting Helmeppo to flinch back in terror. The blonde's marine bodyguards groaned and picked up Helmeppo before running off back to the base. You know you just made that scene you were trying to avoid. Nami informed as she came to stand next to Luffy. Now the base is probably going to be on high alert. How am I supposed to get what I came for now? Oh, is what you want in the base. I'll help you get it. I kinda want to meet this Captain Morgan and punch him in the face too. Luffy grinned, getting Nami to sigh with a small grin of her own. I'll hold you to that. Just make a good distraction for me. Nami requested with a smirk. Sure thing. Shushi. Luffy chuckled as he walked off towards the base. I've got to go pick up my new nakama, after all. Didn't he refuse to join? Nami questioned. I'll convince him this time. Luffy stated full of confidence. We'll make sure to meet up with you so we can all leave together. Hold on a minute. I never agreed to go anywhere with you after this island. Nami argued. Why wouldn't you? Luffy asked with a tilt of his head. We're nakama already, right? Don't get ahead of yourself. Nami blustered, looking away from Luffy's eyes. You'll probably never see me again after this. Nope. Luffy grinned at her. We definitely will. You're our nakama. Let's go be a distraction, you idiot. Nami huffed while pointing in the direction of the marine base. Shishishi. Luffy chuckled as he started walking again. Zoro was in the courtyard, eyes downcast and shadowed. His eyes snapped open upon hearing footsteps in front of his position. Looking up, he spotted the pirate from before. You again? You don't listen very well, do you? I'm going to untie these ropes. Luffy looked serious, and Zoro wondered what had changed in the short time he'd last seen the pirate. You're going to be my nakama. Didn't you hear me last time, pirate? You want me to be a criminal? I refuse. You're becoming annoying. Zoro snorted as he looked down again. What's wrong with being a pirate? Luffy asked with his head tilted. Pirates are scum. Who the hell would want to be one? Zoro shot back. Why does that matter to you? Aren't you already known as a vicious evil bounty hunter? Luffy grinned widely. I don't give a damn what society says about me. Nothing matters except for my dream. I've never regretted anything I've done. Zoro replied calmly before smirking viciously. I will survive. I will accomplish what I set out to do. That's great. Luffy grinned. But I've already decided you're going to be my nakama. You don't get to decide that for others. Zoro roared back at the pirate. You're a swordsman, right? Luffy questioned. That's right. Zoro nodded. I'm going to be the world's greatest swordsman. He declared his dream for the world to hear. That's great. The Pirate King would expect no less from his crew, right? Luffy laughed with his large grin on his face. Pirate King? Zoro laughed. Yeah, right. He smirked, looking at the still grinning Luffy. Thanks, but no thanks. I already said I have no intention of joining you. I'll last out the rest of the week and leave on my own. How are you going to do that when that blonde bastard is planning on executing you tomorrow? Luffy questioned with a raised eyebrow. What was that? Zoro growled. You should know not to trust an obvious scumbag like him. Luffy shook his head. He's already declared to a full restaurant in the middle of the lunch rush that he is going to publicly execute you tomorrow. Just because he's bored. Is that so? That little bastard. Zoro growled as he clenched his fists. So, where's your sword, future world's greatest swordsman? Luffy questioned with a grin. That bastard brat took them. They're in the base. Zoro ground out his anger clear on his face. Okay. I was hoping to punch this Captain Morgan in the face too. Luffy smirked. I'll go get it and get you out of those ropes. We'll be nakama then, won't we? Luffy turned towards the base. Not it, them. Zoro spoke, making Luffy freeze before he turned and looked at the swordsman curiously. You'll find 3 swords. They're all mine. I use Antmerk the 3-sword style. I knew you were cool. Luffy laughed before running straight towards the tower's main entrance. Zoro's eyes bugged out as he watched Luffy dash across the field and literally blast the large steel doors open in a bright flash of light. The whole tower shook from the blast while Luffy dashed in. Zoro stared for a moment before slumping. What the hell did I just get myself into? After the tower stopped shaking, shock and confusion spread among the large group of marines on the roof while a vein bulged on Captain Morgan's head. What was that? The captain howled as he turned to look over the edge of the tower to see the front entrance smoking. Everyone gasped in horrified shock as cracks started forming on the statue that they'd been trying to raise. Before anyone could say anything, the entire thing shattered at the waist and the top half went falling down into the courtyard. Every single marine on the roof gaped in shock, their faces blue and their eyes wide. Captain Morgan. There's an intruder in the base. He blasted open the main entrance and disappeared. A marine reported, huffing and puffing from running up to the roof. Find him. Find him and bring him to me. I want his head. Morgan was apoplectic with rage, the veins on his head visibly pulsing. Captain, there's someone running into the courtyard. One of the marines reported, having noticed the movement. Traitors. I'm surrounded by traitors. Morgan roared out as he made his way into the base, heading for the courtyard. Inside the base, Nami was picking the lock on the door to Captain Morgan's office when a huge explosion went off, followed by the tower shaking. After recovering for a moment, she looked around and saw Luffy dashing up a set of stairs. "Idiot." Nami huffed and resumed trying to get the door open. "Found you," Luffy declared as he kicked open a set of wooden doors with a sign that read, "Helmeppo's room." He'd sensed the arrogant blonde with his observation Haki and followed the voice until he found him. "Why are you here?" Helmeppo cried out in terror. "I need Zoro's swords," Luffy demanded. "They're right over there." Helmeppo pointed towards the corner where 3 swords sat against the wall. Sweat was pouring down the blonde's face from his fear. "Thanks." Luffy smiled as he grabbed the 3 swords and tied them onto his back with a curtain he yanked off the nearby window. Turning around, he noticed Helmeppo trying to sneak out of the room. "Nope." He smirked as he dashed forward and punched Helmeppo in the back of the head. The blonde went flying face first into the wall beside the broken doors and hit the floor. Seeing Helmeppo unconscious, Luffy extended his observation range and found Nami a floor below him. He quickly dashed back down the stairs and saw Nami entering a room. "Hey Nami." Luffy greeted, causing the orange tea to jump as she whipped around and slapped Luffy across the face. "Ow. What was that for?" "You startled me. I didn't expect you to appear behind me." Nami fumed as she rubbed her hand. Luffy was apparently rather durable. "Shushi, sorry Nami." Luffy grinned. "What are you trying to get from here anyway?" "The map of the Grand Line." Nami smirked. "I'll be able to make a ton robbing pirates there." Luffy grinned in excitement as he followed Nami to look at the safe in the wall. "Damn." Nami groused. "That'll take me a while to crack. It's a newer model than most." Luffy grinned at her before opening and closing his right hand, cracking his fingers in the process. She gasped as Luffy jabbed his fingers at the seam along the safe's door. With a shriek of bending and breaking metal, Luffy ripped the door clear off the safe and tossed it onto the large desk in the room, Captain Morgan's desk to be precise, which just so happened to ruin all of the man's paperwork that was lying out. "One open safe, just like you wanted." Luffy smiled while Nami stared at him incredulously with her eyes bugged out. Beery marks replaced her eyes once she spotted all the cash inside the safe. "I think I may actually want to keep you around," Nami proclaimed as they started loading their pockets with as much cash as possible. Luffy laughed as she started going through the papers inside the safe. Once she had every single beery she could carry stuffed in her various pockets. "It's not here." "Why?" "It's supposed to be here." Nami grumbled before she held up a single sheet of paper. It read, "It's my map now." There was an image of a pirate Jolly Roger on it as well, a grinning skull with star-shaped cuts on the eye holes and a large red nose. "Who does that Jolly Roger belong to?" Luffy questioned as he looked over Nami's shoulder. "The Buggy pirates, damn them. They beat me to the map." Nami growled. "Well, we know where we're going next at least." Luffy grinned while Nami stared at him in surprise. "What's this sweet business, huh?" Nami questioned. Luffy's laughter was the only response, making the orange tea pout cutely. Luffy felt a large amount of hostility down in the courtyard with his observation and looked out the window. His eyes bugged out as he saw Coby and Zoro being held at gunpoint. "That's bad." Luffy yelled before grabbing a startled Nami in a princess carry. "Luffy, what the hell are you?" Her final words were cut off as she and Luffy vanished from the room and out the window in a bright flash of electric light. "Fire." Morgan ordered his men as the dozen rifles that were aimed at Coby and Zoro were about to fill them both full of holes. "Shield." Luffy exclaimed as a round wall of electricity appeared in front of the pirate that was suddenly standing between the Marines and the criminals. The bullet struck the shield of electricity before being repelled and falling uselessly to the ground. Nami was still trying to get her bearings as she'd only seen a bright light and smelled ozone before she was somehow at the base of the tower and watching everything that was going on. "Shushi, that's my nakama and a helpful coward you were trying to shoot." Luffy chuckled. Coby didn't know whether to collapse to the ground in depression or relief at Luffy's arrival. "What was that?" Zoro demanded with shock covering his face. "I'll tell you later." Luffy stated and quickly tore the ropes off the post. "Here are your swords as promised." Zoro grabbed and secured them in his haramaki eagerly. "This straw hat isn't normal." Morgan growled as he cracked his neck. He must have eaten one of those devil fruits. "No matter, anyone who defies me must perish." "Charge." He ordered his men. The Marines drew their swords with loud battle cries. Zoro's eyes narrowed as he stepped from the post and drew all 3 of his swords, one in each hand and the last one in his mouth. His 3 clashed with and easily blocked every single Marine sword. "None of you move if you want to live." Zoro threatened as he eyed Luffy. "Since I'm resisting, I'll officially be labeled an outlaw now." He ground out, even with the sword handle clenched between his teeth. "I'll join your crew." Luffy grinned and pumped his fists in the air. "Good guy, bad guy, none of that matters anymore. I'll be the world's greatest swordsman." If you get in my way, then I'll have to cut you down too. Shishishi, that's my line. I'm going to be king of the pirates. If you can't manage something that small, I'd be embarrassed. Luffy grinned. Still by the base of the tower, Nami stared before shaking her head. What the hell am I thinking? Luffy's strong but not that strong. She lamented in her mind. With a powerful swing of his swords, Zoro flung every single marine trying to kill him backwards into the dirt. They all dropped their swords as they hit the ground and rolled. We can't beat these two, Captain. They're too strong. A marine informed Morgan as he struggled to get up. This is an order. Anyone that had those thoughts will turn their guns on themselves and pull the trigger. I do not need weak subordinates. Morgan roared out, getting shocked looks from his soldiers. The marines pulled their pistols with trembling hands and tears in their eyes before holding them to their own heads. What just happened? Nami questioned herself. Luffy was suddenly where Morgan had been standing and Morgan was on his back several feet away. Luffy had vanished in a rush towards Morgan and before he could even react, the man took a powerful right fist to the stomach. He flew backwards with a pained yell and his body bounced off the ground twice. Trying to pull himself up, Morgan came face to face with Luffy, who slammed a fist into the captain's jaw so hard even Morgan's metal jaw was left with an imprint of Luffy's fist. Trash like you doesn't deserve authority. Luffy growled at the corrupt marine. You damned brat. Morgan roared as he swung his axe horizontally at Luffy, aiming to bisect the pirate in one blow. Luffy, Nami, Zoro, and Coby all screamed in horror as the axe drew closer to their friend captain. The dull thud of the axe made Nami look back as she turned away to avoid seeing Luffy's demise. No way, Nami trailed off, unable to believe what she was seeing. Man, you're real let down, moron. Luffy intoned as he held back Morgan's axe with his bare palm. Very close inspection would reveal an almost transparent haze of Haki protecting Luffy's palm from harm. But no one on this island even knew about Haki, so it would remain undiscovered. How? Morgan tried to ask, only to receive another punch from Luffy. The punch landed square in the sitting Morgan's chest. His sternum cracked and blood flew from his mouth. He fell back into the dirt and stopped moving. Luffy pulled his fist back and raised it in victory, his smile as wide as anyone had ever seen it. What the hell are you? Zoro questioned his new captain in shock. I ate the Goro no Mi. I'm a lightning man. Luffy turned and grinned at his new nakama. Nami came rushing over to Luffy and his eyes bugged out as she raised her hand and slapped him across the face as hard as she possibly could. Luffy's head was suddenly facing the other way with a bright red mark already forming on his face. You jackass. Nami screamed at him. How dare you make me worry about you? Tears of both fury and relief fell from her eyes. Luffy stared at her in shock, the red mark from her slap spreading across the left side of his face. Nami, I'm sorry. Luffy tried to apologize, even though he wasn't sure what for, but she didn't let him. I don't want to hear it. Nami yelled at him before stomping away. Luffy had no idea what to do in this situation. Before anything else could be said, a hysterical cheer rang through the base. Captain Morgan has been defeated. We're free. Every single marine shouted in joy as they threw their hats into the air. Did everyone here actually hate Morgan? Coby wondered before he smiled happily. At least not every marine in Shell's town was corrupt. Later, Ririka's restaurant. HMPH. Nami turned away from Luffy for the third time as he tried to apologize. I said sorry. Luffy mumbled like a child being scolded. He'd been trying to apologize to Nami for the better part of an hour, while still eating as much of the free food that Ririka was preparing for them in celebration of Captain Morgan's defeat as possible. I told you I was a lightning man. I even told you I was really strong. Moron. Nami's angry eyes drilled into his own and made him feel bad for upsetting her. I didn't even think devil fruits were real until yesterday. Never mind the fact that you're apparently axe-proof. You didn't mention that at all. I thought you were going to be cut in half. This was how the last hour had been for Luffy, a lot of apologizing and a lot of anger from Nami. Ah, now that hit the spot. Zoro happily patted his stomach. After 3 whole weeks, I was starving. What happened to lasting the whole month? Luffy grinned at his new nakama. How in the hell are you eating more than me? You didn't starve for weeks. The green-haired swordsman growled at his new captain. Luffy had been stuffing his face since they'd gotten there an hour ago. It was a mystery where all the food was going to in his tone fighter's body. Even I ate a lot, sorry. Coby spoke up while sheepishly rubbing his head. It's no problem. You're our town's heroes. Eat as much as you like. Rika's mother, smiled happily as she continued to clean the dishes. You're so strong, big brother Luffy. Rika praised, staring at Luffy in amazement. The pirate grinned at the girl while playfully ruffling her hair. That's right, I forgot to ask, where are we heading next? Zoro questioned after finishing off his drink. To get Nami's map from the bug pirates. Or was it mug pirates? Luffy pondered as he tried to remember the name of the pirates Nami mentioned. Idiot. Nami's fist bopped him on top of the head, though far more gently than she'd done several other times in the past hour. It's the Buggy pirates. Pay attention when people are talking. I was close the first time. Luffy mumbled only to stop talking and look away when Nami turned her glare on him. The captain of the Buggy pirates has one of the highest bounties in East Blue. But after what I've seen today, I think we can handle it. Zoro nodded as he leaned back in his chair. The door of the restaurant opened before another word could be spoken. A bearded marine was standing in the doorway, arms behind his back. It was clear that he was there in an official capacity. Good day. I am sorry to interrupt, but as Marines, we must know. Are you pirates? The Marine asked. Yep. Luffy confirmed with a nod of his head. You're way too honest. Nami sighed, her hand covering her mouth to hide the small smile on her lips. I see. The Marine replied with a sigh. You all are the town's heroes. We will be eternally grateful to you for deposing Captain Morgan. I feel like there's more to this than a simple thank you. Nami mumbled. Luffy grinned at her with a chuckle. Indeed. As you are pirates, we cannot allow you to stay here any longer. We will not report you to Marine headquarters, but you must go immediately. The Marine explained formally. The townspeople shouted and booed at the Marines. They shouldn't kick the town saviors out. That's fine. Luffy replied as he stood up. Zoro and Nami got up as well. We were just leaving anyway. Hold on a moment. The Marine beckoned. Isn't this kid with you? He asked pointing towards Coby. Nope. Luffy replied getting back up as Zoro and Nami shook their heads as well. Why has he been hanging around you since you got here then? The Marine questioned. Shared a boat to get here. Didn't mention we were pirates until after we docked. Luffy replied with a shrug while Nami nodded along. Very well, please leave immediately. The Marine nodded as Coby tried to hold in his tears. Luffy had covered for him. He may be a pirate, but he was truly Kobe's friend. A small pirate crew of 3 reached the docks with grins on their faces. Nice job, Luffy. Zoro clapped him on the back as they prepared to set sail. Shishishi. Coby will have to make it on his own from here on out. Luffy laughed. It'll be a good lesson about not being a coward. Pirates won't take it easy on him. We're ready to go. Heading towards Orange Town. Nami declared their course since it was the last known location of the Buggy pirates. As they sailed away, Kobe's voice rang out one last time. Luffy. Thank you. I'll never forget you for the rest of my life. Coby saluted them. Nami and Zoro were stunned as more Marines lined up behind the boy, their salutes identical to the Pinkets. Coby. Let's meet again someday. Luffy waved as the group of Marines got further and further away. Marines saluting pirates. Nami mumbled with a shake of her head. Now I've seen everything. This has been a weird day. Zoro finished with a nod. You have good friends, cadet. The commander said to Coby. He only got a strong nod from the boy. Soldiers. We have just saluted pirates and violated the code of the Marines. As punishment, we shall not eat for the rest of the week. Sir. Yes sir. The Marines chorused back as one. The trio of Luffy, Nami, and Zoro were sailing towards Orange Town. This was the last known location of the Buggy pirates who'd stolen a map to the Grand Line. Luffy was eager to head towards the Grand Line, and Nami wanted the map to be able to get to the Grand Line and rob pirates there. Since he was still trying to convince his new orange teen Akuma that she was his navigator and treasurer if she wanted the position, Luffy was going to get that map for her. Can I eat more yet? Luffy whined as Nami was literally sitting on the seat that doubled as their small boat's cargo hold. She was being stingy with the food. Saying something about it taking a few days to reach Orange Town and having to make the food last. No. Nami yelled at the straw hat wearing pirate for the 12th time in the last hour. We still have an entire day of sailing before we get close to Orange Town, and I'm not letting you eat all of our provisions. Honestly, the idiot was a glutton. Zoro had a healthy appetite and Nami ate full meals herself. But Luffy would go through week's rations in a single meal if he was allowed to. Stingy. Luffy pouted as he looked away and out across the ocean. Nami still refused to admit that she found that pout cute. Zoro was drinking from a bottle of booze he'd taken from Ririka's restaurant and chuckled at the antics between the two. Well, excuse me for not wanting to starve. Nami roared back with shark teeth. Hey Luffy, you said you were a lightning man back at the base. Does that have something to do with you being axe-proof? Zoro questioned as he decided to break up the two's bickering over the food. Huh? Oh not really, I mean I guess I'm technically axe-proof because of my fruit, but I didn't need my devil fruit to stop that lame attack. Luffy grinned as he held up his clenched fist. If it wasn't your fruit then what was it? Zoro asked curiously as he looked towards his new captain. It's called Haki. It's something that people can awaken when they go beyond their mental and physical limits. Though according to the marine that trained me and my brothers, some people are naturally born with the ability to use a form of it on rare occasions. I already plan to teach it to all of my crew members. It's pretty much a requirement if you want to make it in the Grand Line. More so the second half than the first, at least according to Shanks. Luffy explained as he grinned while Nami and Zoro could only quirk and eyebrowed him. So this, Haki, is like some kind of special ability then? Nami inquired, getting a nod from Luffy. What does it do besides making you axe-proof? A few things. It has 3 forms: observation, armament, and conquerors. People usually have an affinity to either observation or armament, but with enough time and training anyone can use both. Conquerors is an inborn thing, only 1 in every million or so people have it. Luffy informed as he smiled at his nakama. So just from the names I'm assuming observation makes you more aware of your surroundings, and armament toughens you up so that you can stop an axe with your bare hand. Zoro mused, getting a nod from Luffy. So what does conquerors do then? That's harder to explain. Luffy grimaced. It's basically a powerful blast of the person's will. Anybody that gets caught in the blast that has a weaker will ends up unconscious. Did your teacher have it or something? You sound pretty sure of yourself. Nami mentioned as she leaned back in her seat. He might have, but he never told us for sure. I know because we found out that I have it. It's really hard to train it though. I couldn't do anything with it for years after discovering it. Now I can at least direct it at people, but I'm sure that's only scratching the surface. I just don't know any other way to use it though. Luffy shrugged as he also leaned back against the edge of the small boat. So you can use all 3 then? Zoro asked, getting a nod from Luffy. You said you wanted to teach us, but you also say it takes years of training, pushing your mental and physical limits past the breaking point. So how long do you think we'll be sailing until we can use it? Well, I was just going to do what Gramps did to the 3 of us. Luffy grinned, making both Nami and Zoro look at him suspiciously. What was that, exactly? Nami questioned, not liking the grin on Luffy's face. Brute force method. Luffy laughed as he stood up and raised his fist. Hell no. Nami yelled at him with shark teeth. No way in hell am I letting you hit me. If it's the fastest way. Zoro shrugged as he stood up. I don't have to hit you. Luffy stated, looking at Nami confused. Gramps only hit us to make us get used to having Haki faster. Then what are you going to do? Nami demanded, with her arms still in front of her defensively. Don't pass out. Luffy smiled before his face went dead serious. What? Nami tried to ask before she and Zoro were both hit with what felt like a wave of force. Zoro almost felt his knees buckle from this unexpected feeling. It was crazy. Was he being forced down, or was this feeling of pressure just in his head? Was he shaking? Why? Looking up at his captain, Zoro came face to face with what he could only call strength. Luffy was looking dead at them both with a look that practically screamed submit into their bodies. What the hell? Zoro grunted out, his head starting to pound. Nami wasn't faring any better. She was too close to Luffy, this pressure in her head, or was it her body? It was too much. The world was suddenly too small with Luffy in it. Her body trembled and her head was starting to spin. She was cold but sweating. Terrified yet unable to move. Her vision was starting to swim. No. She couldn't fall. If she fell, there was no way she could save her village. That was great. I knew you two could do it. Luffy grinned, and as suddenly as it appeared the pressure was gone. Zoro sank to his knees panting, while Nami sat shaking with her eyes wide open, as if they refused to blink. What was that? Nami forced herself to stutter out as she tried to get her body to stop shaking. Zoro also looked curious as he stared at Luffy dead on. Shishishi. That was Conqueror's Haki. If someone that hasn't awakened their Haki is exposed to it and manages to stay conscious, the most likely result is that the person's Haki awakened in response. Luffy answered with a grin. Both Zoro and Nami were slowly getting over the feeling that they'd been exposed to and were starting to move. I don't feel any different. Nami mentioned as she stood up. She started looking over her body as if trying to spot some change. I'm not noticing anything either. Zoro commented as he stretched. Of course not, it takes some time before you'll notice. The best way is to start with some meditation. I sucked at this part, so Gramps just fought with me a lot more than Ace or Sabo. Luffy admitted with a smile. Nami sighed at that. Of course, an energetic child of a person like Luffy wouldn't be able to sit still and meditate. Zoro merely nodded and assumed the meditation pose he'd learned back on his home island while studying under his swordsmanship sensei. Nami grumbled but sat back down on top of the cargo seat. No way was she letting Luffy have a chance at eating all of their provisions while she was meditating. Almost an hour later, Luffy flicked a spark of static at Zoro. Before the spark reached him, the swordsman jerked his body to the side. Unfortunately, he wasn't near fast enough to dodge and grit his teeth as he received a shock. Thoroughly broken out of his meditative state, he watched as a spark was sent at Nami. To both Luffy and Zoro's surprise, the orange tea actually dodged a spark by tilting her body to the right as the spark flew off the boat and dispersed shortly afterwards. That was good, Nami. Luffy praised as Nami sent him a glare, though the navigator still puffed up slightly in pride. She'd felt the change in the air when the electricity was coming towards her. With barely a spare thought, she'd moved to avoid the charged air she could feel headed towards her. So you just start becoming more aware of your surroundings as you get better? Nami questioned, getting a nod from Luffy. That's how it starts. After you get more practice and you'll be able to predict a person's moves before they start making them. You'll even be able to hear their voice and track them down. Luffy explained in the same way he'd had it explained to him. Voice? Zoro raised an eyebrow at the term. That's the best way I can describe it. Every person has their own unique voice when it comes to how your Haki perceives them. With training you can extend this range and know where anyone or even multiple people are in an area. Luffy nodded, getting impressed looks from Zoro and Nami. How do you train armament then? Zoro asked. He had a feeling he'd be far more suited to this form of Haki. Fighting and training. I was good at this one. Shishishi. Luffy laughed as Zoro grinned. That was something the swordsman could do. I know. I'll show you too. Luffy nodded as he pounded his fist into the palm of his other hand gently. Nami, use your staff things and hit me. How did you know I had those? Nami growled at him, making Luffy take a step back with wide eyes. Were you being a pervert and peeking up my skirt at some point? She demanded as she pulled out her staff and assembled it fluidly. She was fully prepared to bash Luffy's head in if he had been taking a peek without her notice. No, I felt them when I carried you down the tower. They're hard to miss when you aren't standing up straight. You can see the outlines through the fabric. Luffy explained, getting Nami to glare at him for a moment longer. With a huff she leaned back and waited for him to explain his request. So you just want me to hit you? Nami asked, getting a grinning nod from Luffy. Alright, you asked for it. With a smile of her own she swung her staff at Luffy's head. Luffy never lost his grin as he moved back just slightly and the very end of her staff missed him. Nami grimaced as she swung again, only for Luffy to turn around completely and still dodge her swing. Going for a thrust didn't change the outcome as Luffy just moved his body to the side slightly. What was confusing and impressing both Zoro and Nami was that Luffy had his eyes closed the whole time. One more, Nami. Full power swing this time. Luffy stated as he turned around and opened his eyes. Nami swung with all her might and connected with Luffy's raised arm, causing a loud smacking sound. Luffy didn't even flinch and stood there as if nothing happened at all. How? Nami gaped at him while Zoro looked on in interest. You're not even bruised. She exclaimed, looking at the spot she'd struck on his arm. That's armament. It's basically a suit of invisible armor around your body. It strengthens your strikes and can even be channeled through a weapon. You can even hit devil fruit users with it. Even if their power would normally make a hit, ineffective Haki nullifies that aspect of a devil fruit ability. Luffy explained with a grin as he opened the cargo seat Nami had been sitting on and took out a piece of dried meat. Hey! Nami yelled angrily as she saw Luffy taking food. A swing of her staff landed on Luffy's back to little effect other than him grimacing and moving away from the cargo seat. Stop trying to eat all our provisions, damn it. Nami yelled at him. Stingy. Luffy pouted as he swallowed down the dried meat. Zoro chuckled at the antics of his new crew before asking something else. So what did you mean by your fruit making you axe-proof? Zoro questioned, getting Luffy to perk up again. I can show you. Nami hit me again. Luffy demanded, only for Nami's staff to already be heading towards his face. To the surprise of both of his nakama, Nami's wooden staff passed straight through Luffy's head in a flicker of sparks. What the hell was that? Nami screamed as she looked at Luffy like she'd never seen him before. Even Zoro seemed perturbed by the sight. Shishishi. I'm lightning. You can't just hit lightning, silly. Luffy laughed while Nami stared at him more. Wood is non-conductive, so I had you use your staff so you wouldn't get shocked. There was a term Luffy had been forced to memorize. He still remembered having to learn the term and items that it applied to. Though, Luffy being Luffy, he only remembered two of them, wood and rubber. So nothing can hit you unless you let it? Zoro asked just to make sure he understood. Only armament, Haki, and things that are non-conductive. Luffy nodded as he flopped back against the side of their small boat. The more you work on your Haki and gain experience with it, the faster it grows. You two should keep practicing observation while we sail. Sure, not like we have anything better to do. Zoro shrugged as he got back into his meditation form. I'm staying right here so you don't eat everything. Nami glowered at Luffy before closing her eyes and evening out her breathing. Fine. Luffy pouted as he pulled his hat over his eyes and dozed off. The next day. Are we there yet? Luffy whined, getting a tick mark to form on Nami's head. No. Stop asking. Nami roared at him while bopping him on the head with her fist. Ow. Luffy complained as he held his head. You're the one that ate the most of our food, so you have no right to complain. Nami growled at him. They should have had enough food for 3 people to last the entire trip. But Luffy was such a glutton she'd let him have a little extra here and there just to keep him from whining. Until we make it to Orange Town we're out of food. So shut up and keep an eye out. She ordered the straw-hatted pirate. Is that it? Zoro questioned as he pointed at a small island on the horizon. Let me check. Nami replied as she got out her map and checked the last point she'd placed them at when she checked their course. Yep. That should be the island where Orange Town is located. It's not very big, but it'll have what we need to restock. Plus the buggy pirate should still be on this island or somewhere in the waters not too far from here. I'll zap over there and get some food. Luffy cheered before his face met the floor of the small boat courtesy of Nami's fist. Like hell. You ate most of our food so you aren't getting a damn crumb until I've eaten you, glutton. Nami yelled with shark teeth while Luffy rubbed his head. Oh come on, Nami. Luffy whined only for Nami to put him in a headlock. No. If I let you go there won't be any food in the whole town by the time me and Zoro make it there. Nami growled as she tightened her hold around Luffy's head. Zoro could only chuckle as he watched Luffy whine to an uncaring Nami as they sailed closer to the island. Just under 30 minutes later the trio were landing at the island's docks and disembarking. It was hard to miss the large ship at the other end of the docks. It actually looked like someone had set up a circus tent on a ship and the Jolly Roger flying from the topmast let everyone know whose ship this was. Seems like the buggy pirates are still here. Zoro mentioned while Luffy and Nami nodded. The 3 set out into the town proper, quickly noticing its abandoned state. Not a single person remained in the town at all. Several of the buildings clearly showed signs of having been broken into and ransacked. There's not a single person in this whole town. Nami muttered before turning grim. You don't think they're all? If they are, this buggy guy won't live to see tomorrow. Luffy promised with a growl of his own, getting Zoro and Nami to jerk their heads towards him. The look on Luffy's face was one of pure rage, nothing like his everyday cheerful look at all. Luffy? Nami questioned hesitantly. Don't worry about it, Nami, I just hate it when people that call themselves pirates wipe out towns like this. There's no damn point. Just take what you want and leave, killing is only for when you're attacked. Luffy rumbled, almost like thunder now that Nami thought about it. Not every pirate thinks that way, Luffy. Zoro mentioned with a grunt as they entered a house that didn't look to be ransacked yet. They needed to eat, and all the shops they'd passed had been emptied already. With a sigh the 3 set about the house's kitchen, filling plates with whatever food they could find and filling their stomachs. Where do you think the buggy pirates are holed up at? Nami questioned as she finished off her second helping. Luffy had just finished his 4th and Zoro his 3rd. Hang on, I'll check. Luffy stated before closing his eyes, a look of concentration on his face. It was a moment later when Luffy's eyes opened and he spoke. They're partying in the tavern about 4 streets up from this house. Was that observation? Zoro asked, getting a nod from Luffy. Nami looked impressed, though she wouldn't admit it out loud. That was a very useful ability to have. The fact that Luffy was already teaching it to her made her give him a few more points in the not a scumbag pirate category. Shall we go get Nami's map? Luffy questioned rhetorically, getting a grunt from Zoro and a smile from Nami. The 3 left the house only to hear a loud boom and watch as an entire row of houses was blown apart only a few hundred feet from where they stood. What the hell was that? Nami screamed, seeing the devastation left behind. The cannon, I think. Zoro remarked, his own eyes slightly wide at the amount of power packed into a single blast. I'm going to punch him even harder now. Luffy growled as he pointed towards the docks. Nami and Zoro groaned at seeing the dock where their small boat had been tied up now gone from the blast. New plan, we're going to walk in, beat these guys within an inch of their lives, get Nami's map, and take their treasure and a ship. Zoro and Nami nodded as they started walking away from the house towards the tavern. Hey, who are you kids? A fairly old man with glasses and puffy hair asked. The old man had brown leather armor strapped to him over a yellow shirt and a shoddily made spear strapped to his back. Who are you, old guy? Luffy asked, completely ignoring that the old man had asked him first. I'm Mayor Boodle. I'm the village chief. Boodle answered before turning to look at a store a couple houses down the street in the opposite direction the trio had been headed. I came by to feed Chaochu. The old man led them over to a small tan dog sitting proudly in front of a store with a sign that read pet food. Why is he over here by himself? Luffy questioned, since everyone else in town had apparently fled. Boodle's head lowered as he told the 3 all about how his friend had been the owner of the store before he'd gotten sick. After finding out that Chaochu's owner had passed, Nami couldn't help but speak up. Why hasn't anyone told Chaochu that his owner isn't coming back? Nami asked the old mayor. We have, Chaochu knows my friend isn't returning. But this store was their dream, it's a precious treasure to them both. Chaochu won't leave it. Boodle explained, getting an understanding nod from Luffy. Oh, the poor thing, he's hurt. Nami gasped, noticing the various injuries on the small dog. The pirates come here occasionally, trying to take food from the store. They have a massive lion with them. Chaochu tries to fight them off. Boodle growled, his fists tightening until his knuckles turned white. You're a good boy, aren't you? You keep protecting your treasure. Luffy encouraged the small dog, getting a bark in return. Nami couldn't help but smile. Her lingering doubts about Luffy had been proven wrong one by one as she got to know him. With a sigh, she let go of the last of her reservations. He may be a pirate, but if he was the standard instead of the exception, she'd have never suffered under Arlong. Maybe she should take his words to heart and not paint every pirate with the same brush. The quartet started as they heard something huge stomping through the streets. Turning, they spotted an absolutely massive lion that had green fur and a purple mane. It was far larger than any average beast. It probably stood almost as tall as a man at the shoulder. Its fangs and claws were larger than knives, and it rumbled threateningly at the 4 people and 1 dog in front of it. A man with what looked like white fur covering his body was riding on the lion's back. He appeared to be wearing a weird furry hat that went around his chin with teddy bear ears on top. You shouldn't have bit me, you damn mongrel. I'll burn that damn store to the ground in front of you. The man yelled out as he and the lion stopped in front of the group. Hey, who the hell are all of you? He demanded, looking over the group. It doesn't matter, appearing in my way was a fatal mistake. I'm Oji, the beast tamer of the Buggy pirates. Kill them, Richie. The lion roared and swung a huge paw at Luffy, but it was stopped with a single raised hand. That store is Chaochu's treasure. Luffy spoke quietly as the man and the lion started to sweat, having never met someone capable of stopping the lion's power. You weird-eared bastard. This is my hair, you jackass. Moji yelled back, a vein pulsing on his forehead. Shut up. Luffy exclaimed as he was suddenly next to Moji and punching him off the lion's back. Moji bounced off the ground twice before coming to a stop. Richie. Kill him. Kill him right now. Moji ordered as he struggled to stand up. The lion roared as it pounced at Luffy. Luffy took a single step forward, dodging the pounce, and then slammed a back fist into the lion's jaw. A sharp crack reverberated through the street and the lion was sent flying before crashing through a partially demolished house. The impact of the large beast brought the rest of the structure down on top of the defeated lion. Richie. Moji screamed in terror, stumbling on his unsteady feet. What the hell are you? He questioned as he panicked. Wait. I'll give you anything you want. I'm sorry. You plan to destroy Chaochu's treasure. Even knowing how important this store is to him. You're no pirate. You're trash. Luffy intoned before slamming his fist into Moji's face. The man slammed into the ground and cracked the stone road. A crunch sounded out and Nami couldn't tell if it was from the man's nose or from his skull. Serves him right. Nami mumbled with a glare. Boodle could only stare in awe at the sight of the team beating the lion and the pirate so easily. Nami had watched on with growing admiration for Luffy's actions. While beating the lion and the bastard with a weird hair hadn't been much of a display of the strength she knew Luffy possessed. It was still a fact that his strength awed her, but it only made her wish she was strong enough to do that herself. If she had that kind of strength, she could have freed her village a long time ago. I'm done with this. Boodle raged. I can't stand this anymore. The old man started to shake from his fury. Over 40 years ago, I was forced to abandon my village when pirates came and destroyed it. We were all forced to watch as our homes and lives burned. But we persevered. We sailed here and started to rebuild, and Orange Town has only grown since then. What right do these blasted pirates have to come and ruin all of our work? To stomp on all of our hopes and dreams? These aren't pirates. They're trash. They're cowards, weaklings who aren't brave enough to head for the Grand Line. So they can only feel good about hurting others in the blues. Luffy growled. That's what most pirates are like, Luffy, the worst type of scumbags. Nami stated with a shake of her head. Well, they're about to experience being the victim. Luffy rumbled as he cracked his knuckles. This clown and his entire circus are about to wish they'd never set sail. Zoro smirked and followed Luffy, Nami right behind him, but they were stopped by the mayor's sudden outburst. I'm going too. Boodle declared, his fists in front of him. You children and Chaochu are all fighting. I have to fight too. There are some things a man has to fight for, right kid? You're right. Luffy nodded, getting a raised eyebrow from Zoro, while Nami's eyes widened. But sometimes, it's better to rely on friends. You and Chaochu should go round up the rest of the townspeople. This won't take too long. He assured as he started walking towards the tavern. Zoro and Nami quickly followed after. The noise and music coming from the large tavern could only have been caused by the Buggy pirates. The pirate crew was apparently still celebrating their takeover of Orange Town. Why they felt the need to blow the town apart bit by bit escaped Luffy though. Zoro had seen his fair share of sadistic pirates while bounty hunting, so wasn't too surprised by the Buggy pirates' behavior. Nami only grit her teeth, having seen such wanton destruction every time Arlong lost his temper and destroyed a village on one of the Konomi Islands. Look at them, partying like destroying people's lives is something to celebrate. Nami growled before she turned to Luffy. All of their treasure is mine. They won't have a single berry left when I'm done. You should leave a bit of it for the townspeople so that they can rebuild afterwards. Luffy replied as he stared up at the roof of the tavern where the party was taking place. Nami thought for a moment before nodding. Luffy had a point, these people would need a bit of money to rebuild their homes at least. Add one more point for Luffy in the not a scumbag pirate category. Sure, I won't take all of it. I'll see you two when you're done with them. Nami nodded before turning to walk away. Huh? No, you have to fight too. Luffy stated with his typical grin. Nami's eyes went wide before she slowly shook her head. You have to get the practice in if you want your Haki to improve. It'll be better to start out with weak guys like this than to try and build up your experience against Grand Line pirates. But. Nami stuttered out, trying to come up with reasons that this was a bad idea. She wasn't ready for frontline fighting yet. Luffy had only started teaching her Haki a few days ago. She had to focus heavily just to get the most meager results from her observation. I'm not a strong fighter though. I was a thief just a few days ago. She babbled out. Relax. I won't let you get hurt. Luffy smiled while placing his hand on her shoulder. I promise. If it looks like you're in over your head, I'll step in. Besides, you're really good with that staff. I doubt most of these guys have even half your experience. Fine. Nami groused, though she couldn't help the bloom of pride that spread through her at Luffy praising her skills. A small smile formed as she assembled her staff and got ready. Shishishi, let's get their attention. Luffy chuckled before raising his hand and letting off a burst of lightning that was followed by a thunderous bang. The edge of the roof exploded and sent debris flying all over the rooftop. The Buggy pirates went into a confused panic for a moment before their captain stepped out of a tent and barked at them to calm down. The man had blue hair, an orange captain's hat and coat, red and white striped shirt, light green pants and pointy clown shoes. His most notable feature was the large bright red nose on his face. Who the hell are these flashy bastards? The captain roared angrily, staring down at the trio on the street. Who told you that those colors went together? Nami cringed at the sheer clashing of the man's colorful outfit. These flashy nobodies come in and ruin my party. Then they insult my clothes to my face. I'm so mad I can barely speak. The clown's face was pure anger as he clenched his fists. Captain, how about I go down there and teach these fools a lesson? A man with long dark hair asked. He wore white pants and shoes with no shirt. He had a large, long white and blue checkered scarf wrapped around his neck though. Hey. You stupid clown. Get your stupid red nose down here so I can flatten it. Luffy yelled out before Buggy had a chance to respond to his subordinate. Every single member of Buggy's crew suddenly had wide eyes and sweat began to run down their faces. Buggy trembled for a moment, his own jaw clenched so tight you could almost hear his teeth grinding. Fire the Buggy ball. Fire. Buggy roared out, his face a rictus of rage. A cannon was rolled over to the edge of the rooftop and aimed at Luffy. It fired a moment later with a thunderous boom. Luffy? Get out of the way. Nami panicked as she dove for safety, while Zoro stared at his captain in disbelief. Was Luffy planning to take the shot because he was lightning? Cannonball. Luffy laughed as he raised his hand and snatched the red metal ball out of the air. You think this little thing will do anything? My Gramps threw rocks heavier than this at me for training. He threw them a lot faster too. What the hell is this flashy bastard? Buggy screamed as his eyes bulged out in shock. Here, you can have this back. Luffy laughed and with a strong pitch threw the red cannonball back at the Buggy pirates. The explosion was even louder than the one they had heard before meeting Chaochu and Boodle earlier. The entire tavern collapsed from the force of the blast, ending up as a heap of broken wood and stone. Luffy, you moron. Nami yelled as she wrapped her hands around his neck and started shaking him back and forth in an attempt to throttle him. What if the map and treasure were up there? Shishishi, sorry Nami. Luffy was unconcerned with the feminine hands wrapped around his neck. This only made Nami shake him harder at his laughter. You know, whenever you say you can do something that sounds impossible, I think I'm just going to believe you until proven otherwise. Zoro smirked as he watched the smoke begin to clear from the rubble. Nami, you're up first. I don't think I took them all out with their own cannonball. Luffy stated as he effortlessly freed himself from her grip. Are you absolutely sure I have to fight? Nami gulped before an idea came to her and she grinned slyly. With a noticeable sway to her hips, she sauntered over to the lightning man. Once she stood directly in front of him, she bent at the waist. She knew her white and blue shirt was fairly conservative, even though it did show off her figure well. But she also knew that the neckline was low enough to offer a teasing view of her nice, in her opinion, large breasts. A good view of her bra-clad cleavage had gotten more than one idiot robbed of his money before. You know, if you let me just go rob them, I could be persuaded to buy you some tasty meat. She breathed out teasingly, knowing Luffy's weakness towards his favorite type of food. You won't get any stronger without practice. Your observation also won't improve without experience. Luffy stated with a raised eyebrow, getting Nami to pout before she noticed the quick glance he'd taken at her girls. Now if she could only figure out what the small amount of drool on the side of his mouth was caused by her or the promise of meat, she'd feel like she'd scored at least a small victory. Suddenly he pulled her into his chest just as her ears picked up the sound of wood snapping. She turned and her eyes bugged out. In Luffy's hand was the broken bolt of a crossbow. That was aimed at me. I could have just died. The thought raced through Nami's mind and caused her to shake slightly. Luffy's eyes were colder than the grave as he eyed the pirate in the clown getup that had just fired his crossbow at Nami. The man began to tremble horribly as he locked eyes with Luffy. Do that again and I'll kill you. Luffy threatened the pirate as the broken wooden bolt in his hand dropped to the ground while he held Nami. The man fell face first into the dirt while foaming at the mouth a moment later. Nami buried her face into Luffy's chest and wrapped her arms around his torso. Her shivering lessened as he gently rubbed her back. After a few moments to calm down, her composure returned and she gave him a gentle squeeze. The smoke and dust from the collapsed tavern was clearing up as the two separated. Look at these flashy punks, acting like they aren't afraid of us. Buggy was holding up two of his burned crewmen with disembodied hands. His handless arms were crossed in front of him, while his hands were free floating. He has a devil fruit. Nami stated, her eyes wide. What the hell are you doing, you bastards? Luffy roared angrily. How could you use your nakama as shields like that? Both older pirates ignored the straw hat wearing teen. This is the biggest humiliation our crew has ever faced, Captain Buggy. The black-haired man was holding yet another crewmate, a rather fat one, in front of him as his shield. The rest of the crew that weren't unconscious roared in agreement as they all pulled out various weapons, clubs, swords, knives and even a few pistols. The clown-themed pirates raised their weapons in the air while roaring out their battle cries. Luffy seethed at the Buggy pirates. He was sorely tempted to take them all out in a single blast of lightning, but he knew Nami would need this experience. His navigator needed to realize that she could be just as strong as she wanted to be. Luffy knew she could take out these nobodies, and even if she stumbled, he was going to be keeping watch over her fight. Don't worry, Nami, I'll jump in if you can't handle it. I won't let them hurt you. Luffy grinned. Just think of your reward after we finish up. Most of their treasure will be yours. Shishishi. Nami's eyes lit up and Luffy swore they actually looked like Biri symbols for a moment. What do you mean our treasure, you flashy thieves? Buggy roared with his eyes bulging out of his head. With a roar the pirates charged forward and Nami sharpened her senses as much as possible. Feeling the telltale widening of her perception that came with her observation activating, she leaped forward and swung her staff at the closest pirate. The man went down instantly as Nami's staff slammed into his ankle. The loud crunch that followed indicated that it was probably broken. But the spin to dodge another pirate that tried to stab her from behind, she whipped the man across the face, sending blood flying as he lost teeth. This isn't as hard as I thought. Nami mused to herself as she brought her staff forward in a thrust straight into another pirate's crotch. The man fell with a sharp squeak before losing consciousness. A brief awareness of someone approaching from her blind spot had Nami taking 2 steps back as a club smashed into the ground where she'd been standing. The quick swing of her staff into the back of the man's head laid him out next to his crewmate. These guys are nothing compared to what Luffy can do. She thought as she smacked a pirate's dagger out of his hand with her staff before flicking the end upwards and nailing him in the jaw. A brief fault in her newly acquired observation let a pirate get close to her and she stumbled backwards to avoid the knife that almost gutted her. With a twist of her body her staff caught the man in the ribs. The sharp thwack was followed by the pirate wheezing heavily as the wind was knocked from his lungs. The next thing the pirate knew was darkness as Nami brained him over the head as hard as she could. Hearing several pistols cocked behind her made Nami turn quickly. 4 pirates glared at her with their pistols trained on her form. With a grimace Nami realized she'd gotten cocky and had let her observation fade. Die. One of the pirates roared as they all moved to shoot the orange tea. 4 flashes of bright light sent spots across Nami's vision for a moment. When they faded all 4 pirates were on the ground with smoke coming from holes in their heads. Turning to face Luffy she smiled seeing the straw-hatted teen with his fingers in the classic gun position. Thanks Luffy. Nami smiled as she turned back to the last few pirates and charged them. The first swung his club horizontally only for Nami spin to the opposite direction of his swing and crack him across the temple. The last 2 tried to rush her with their own clubs while screaming battle cries. Nami skipped back a few steps before leaping to the side and breaking the first pirate's knee with her staff. The man crumpled to the ground roaring in pain, his leg off at an odd angle. The final pirate panicked and threw his club at Nami's head. With a huff, Nami casually dodged the impromptu projectile and closed in on the pirate. The power swing into the man's stomach folded him over and had him vomiting all over the ground. Yuck. Nami grimaced as she leaped away from the puke. You damn bitch. I'll make you pay for harming my crew. Nami heard a roar behind her. She spun to look, eyes widening in terror as she saw the dark-haired man rushing towards her with his sword aiming to kill. She tried to move but knew she wouldn't be fast enough. She closed her eyes, apologizing to her sister for failing to save Kokoyashi from Arlong in her mind. The sound of metal meeting metal rang out, causing Nami to open her eyes and smile in relief. Zoro was standing in front of her, casually holding the pirate's blade away from her with one of his own. Boy. What kind of swordsman attacks from behind? Don't you have any honor? Zoro questioned the long-haired pirate before sending him backwards with a swipe of his sword. The two pirates stared each other down, while Nami backed away from the ensuing fight. That was great, Nami. I told you that you could do it. Luffy laughed as he wrapped his arms around her waist from behind and spun her around in celebration. Nami let out a startled yelp before realizing what was going on and giggling lightly. Thank you, Luffy. Nami smiled as she leaned back into his chest with a sigh. The fight with the pirates hadn't been very long, but she definitely wasn't used to fighting large groups by herself. Luffy obviously didn't mind being used as a resting post and simply held Nami while watching Zoro's fight. "You're Rurano Zoro." The black-haired man exclaimed as he looked the green-haired man over. They all finally noticed that, yes, this weirdo was riding a unicycle of all things. My name is Kabaji, chief of staff of the Buggy Pirates. As another swordsman, I look forward to taking your head. With that, Kabaji sprang forward, racing towards Zoro on his unicycle. Acrobat technique. Old man's flame. Zoro jerked back in shock at the sudden gout of fire. Thanks to the distraction, Kabaji's foot lashed out, the pointed toe of his shoe striking directly into Zoro's ribs. What the hell was that? Tricks and kicking. You really don't have any honor as a swordsman, do you? Zoro had quickly gotten back to his feet, glaring at the man all the while. Honor? I have no need for that. All I need is victory. Acrobat technique. Murder case in the hot springs team. Kabaji laughed before he started spinning and hopping around on his unicycle, kicking up a cloud of dust. This guy is ticking me off. Zoro growled, trying to use his newly learned observation to sense his opponent. A blade shot out of the cloud which Zoro blocked with his left sword. Then came another kick, but Zoro had almost felt it coming. With a quick step back, the kick missed entirely. Zoro's eyes darkened as he saw Kabaji through the thin cloud of dust. You bring shame to swordsmen everywhere, you weak coward. Facing all three of my swords is more honor than trash like you deserves, but I'm ending this now. Before Kabaji could retort, he heard Zoro make his attack. Onigiri. Kabaji's left shoulder, left side and right arm opened up in a spray of blood. Zoro appeared behind the falling man, who was unconscious before he even hit the ground. Kabaji. Buggy called out in horror as he watched his chief of staff fall in battle. Shishishi, nice fight, Zoro. Luffy congratulated his swordsman. That wasn't even worth my time. What a clown. Zoro commented with a snort. You flashy bastard thieves. Buggy's face was shadowed by his hat. How dare you do this to my crew? I'll kill all of you. We're pirates, you ugly red nose. Luffy retorted as he stepped away from Nami and started walking towards Buggy. Don't talk about my nose, you bastard. Buggy raged. What is your goal, huh? Why did you come here? We're here for your treasure and the map you stole. Nami demanded with a smirk. Hand them over, big nose. Luffy ordered the older pirate with a promise of violence in his tone if Buggy didn't comply. Jai ha 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 ha. The Grand Line isn't a place for you no-name rookies. What are you planning on doing there? Sightseeing? Don't make me laugh. Buggy roared out loud, getting Luffy to come to a stop. I'm going to become the Pirate King. Luffy stated dead seriously, as if him acquiring the title was already a foregone conclusion. You flashy idiot. You? The Pirate King? Then I'll be God. The person who will acquire all of the world's treasures is me. Buggy screamed out with his eyes bugged out and his teeth resembling a shark's. Shishishi, like I'd listen to a lecture from an ugly red nose like you. Let's just get this over with. Luffy chuckled as he got into his fighting stance. You bastard. Buggy roared as he gripped a knife between each of his fingers and aimed both of his fists towards Luffy. Bara bara cannon. The clown cried out, launching his fists forward to impale the annoying punk. Only the punk wasn't where he'd been a split second ago. A sudden hit to the side of his face sent Buggy rolling along the ground. Man, you're not very smart, are you? Who gives their opponent time to react by announcing their attack? Luffy questioned as Buggy struggled to get back to his feet. I mean, I could understand it if you weren't in a pitched battle. Or maybe if you just outclassed your opponent so much that it didn't matter. But right now definitely isn't the time to be doing it. I'll kill you. Buggy growled as he brought his still floating hands back around to stab Luffy from behind. Luffy smirked as he easily evaded the sneak attacks from Buggy's floating hands with only minimal movement. Buggy, seeing Luffy dodge in a way he was familiar with from his time spent aboard the Oro Jackson, broke out into a flop sweat. How? How does some no-name pirate like you know Haki? His answer was Luffy suddenly appearing in front of the clown pirate in a flash of blue-white light before taking another punch to the face. I learned it from my gramps. Luffy shrugged before Buggy got back up. I'll still kill you, Straw Hat. Buggy yelled with far more confidence than he was feeling. Another flash of light and Luffy's sandal-clad foot was smashing into Buggy's chest and launching the clown down the street. I doubt it. Luffy replied without a care, as if he was discussing the weather instead of a life-and-death fight. This is really disappointing actually, so I'm just going to end it. Just try it. Buggy spit out as blood leaked from his mouth. He immediately knew he shouldn't have opened his mouth when, in another flash of blue-white light, Luffy's palm was smashing into Buggy's stomach. Arg. Buggy screamed out as he was shocked by the ball of lightning Luffy was holding in his hand. This is the time when you can announce a move. Luffy laughed before launching Buggy into the far distance and off the island with a cry of "Goro Goro no bullet." Buggy was quickly nothing more than a twinkle on the horizon while Luffy raised his fist in victory. That was pretty anticlimactic. Zoro commented as he and Nami walked over to Luffy. Shishishi. Luffy laughed as Nami grinned and playfully bumped him with her shoulder as she passed. Well, I'm going to get started on taking almost every scrap of treasure they have. I bet they'll have the Grand Line map with the treasure too. Nami smiled as she started heading over to a tent that was set up behind where the tavern used to stand. It seemed rather suspicious, and Nami would bet that it was Buggy's place to store the loot he'd pillaged. Hey, looks like the old mayor got the rest of the townspeople like you asked. Zoro nodded towards the incoming group of people. Luffy looked over and saw the forms of Boodle and Chaochu leading the group towards them. You think they'll give us some food for getting rid of Buggy? Luffy questioned with his rumbling stomach giving its agreement to that statement. Nami was right, you really are a glutton. Zoro sighed with a shake of his head. Though he wouldn't turn down a drink right about now either. Luffy, Nami, and Zoro were on the open seas once more. Having left Orange Town loaded with supplies and a small boat provided by the grateful townspeople. It was a bit rickety, but it was all the people had left after Buggy had blasted their docks and ships to pieces when he'd taken over the town. Nami was humming happily while counting the beery and examining the treasure she had managed to steal. The orange tea smiled as she examined a bracelet made of solid gold and studded with diamonds. Well, I have to give that clown some credit, there's not a single fake among all this treasure. All of it is real gold, silver, and gems. This haul is worth at least 8 million beery. Shishishi. Luffy chuckled as he sat next to her and looked over the haul. Nami grinned before leaning against him slightly. So, you happy with the haul? He asked with his large grin. Yep. She smiled while raising her fist into the air. This trip has been great. I've gathered over 10 million beery since I met you. I'm so close now. We'll have to make sure you get all that you need then, won't we? Luffy laughed as he put his arm over her shoulders. Nami smiled and leaned against him fully, actually relaxing for the first time in quite a while. Not even thinking about Arlong could bring her mood down right now. Not when she was finally close to her goal of 100 million beery. Doubly not when she'd just watched Luffy effortlessly beat one of East Blue's top pirates. He hadn't even needed his devil fruit to win and only used it to send Buggy across the horizon to make a point. An emotion that Nami hadn't felt in almost 8 years was blossoming in her chest, hope. It had been absent since Arlong came along and took over the Konomi Islands. Since he'd killed her mother and enslaved her and all the people of her home archipelago. She could almost laugh that the one who'd given her hope again was the childish man she was leaning against. She was getting comfortable before she felt Luffy tense up. Boat. Zoro called out lazily while pointing to a larger boat headed in their direction. They all eyed it curiously as it came closer, making out 3 men standing at the bow of the boat. The most notable thing about the larger boat was that it had Buggy's Jolly Roger raised proudly. This is Captain Buggy's turf. We'll be taking all your valuables. So hand them over now. The apparent leader ordered as the 3 pulled out weapons. Luffy grinned before taking his arm from around Nami's shoulders, said Orange Tea frowning slightly. Well, from where I'm standing it looks like you 3 have something that belongs to us. Luffy grinned before spotting a wooden chest sitting against the wall of the small cabin the larger boat had. Make that 2 somethings. The hells are you talking about? I said hand over your valuables. The lead pirate demanded. Luffy just grinned while Zoro looked on amused and Nami sighed. Well, I guess we're just going to disagree. Luffy chuckled before he was suddenly in front of the lead pirate and slugging him in the face. The loud crack that rang out just before the man was lifted off his feet and sent flying into the ocean several meters away most likely meant that Luffy had crushed the other pirate's face. The other two pirates were barely able to react before the one on the left was kicked so hard he too flew off the boat. The fact that blood was flying from his mouth was probably not a good sign for him. The one on the right took a similar back fist to the face that Richie the lion had back in Orange Town. It was unfortunate that the human pirate didn't have the large lion's durability. The two was sent skipping across the ocean's surface multiple times before sinking below the waves. I counted 4 skips, Captain, pretty good. Zoro complimented as Luffy stood on the deck of their now larger second boat. Shishishi. Luffy chuckled before he took the 8 steps he needed to cross the deck and stand in front of the wooden chest he'd seen earlier. Nami, I got you a present. He exclaimed as he lifted the chest, finding that it weighed a fair amount, and showed it to his navigator. Nami was quickly standing in front of Luffy and the chest with beery symbols in her eyes. Luffy set the chest back down on the deck so that Nami could open it. Thank you, Captain, and Nami outright purred out Luffy's title, making the straw-hatted teen feel tingles going up his spine. Nami grinned and gave him a wink when she noticed the slight tremor of Luffy's body. Now let's see what we've got here. Opening the chest, Nami's eyes once again turned to beery symbols as gold, jewelry, and even some large beery notes were piled inside. Score. She cheered as she started sorting through it with a happy giggle. Luffy sat behind the laughing orange tea and chuckled as she leaned back against him as she took all of the beery notes and started counting them. Nami didn't protest when she felt Luffy's arms wrap around her waist as she leaned back against him. If anything, she relaxed more and started to hum happily while counting the bills. Glad you like it. Luffy chuckled as he watched Zoro tie the two boats together so that the smaller boat didn't drift away. Though it appeared Zoro was more than okay with staying in the smaller boat as the swordsman had already stretched out and was napping. Oh well, they'd already done some observation training this morning, so they could just have another training session in the afternoon. Those morons had a nice haul. 800,000 in beery notes, and this gold and jewelry should be about 1.5 million. Nami cheered about an hour later. With a grin, she snuggled back into Luffy's chest and smiled when she felt his arms tighten gently around her waist. So we should probably get ourselves an actual ship now. I'm sure this sail is going to attract all sorts of negative attention. It is pretty ugly. Luffy stuck out his tongue at the Buggy Jolly Roger on the large black sail. I would torch it if we had an extra to replace it with. Nami grinned and patted him on the head, drawing her attention to the straw hat he always wore. What's the story with this hat? I've never seen you not wearing it. Is it important to you? This hat belonged to Shanks. It was his precious hat, his treasure. He got it from his own captain back when he was just a cabin boy. Luffy smiled fondly, remembering the story Shanks had told him about the hat. When I decided to have a crew of my own and be even better than him, he gave it to me. Shanks told me to return it to him when I became a great pirate. It's a promise between men. He sounds like a great guy, Nami sighed before laying her arms over his that were wrapped around her waist. The orange tea had a bittersweet smile on her face for a moment as her mind thought of a what-if scenario. It's too bad he didn't stop by Kokoyashi when he was still in the East Blue. Luffy picked up on her shift in mood with the passive observation he constantly kept up, so he gently whispered in her ear, which drew a pleasant shiver from the orange tea. Nami, you're my Nakama. If there is anything you ever need, I'll do it for you. You just have to ask. Thank you, Luffy. Nami smiled lightly, taking a deep breath before she continued. I just need some more time. I have to make sure that nothing will happen to you. Whenever you're ready, Nami. I'll be here, ready to help you. Luffy promised, the gentle whisper making her shiver pleasantly again. Thank you, Luffy, thank you. Nami smiled as she leaned her head back on his shoulder. So where are we heading next? Luffy inquired several minutes later. He had been holding Nami the whole time, and the orange tea navigator didn't seem inclined to move if she could help it. Our destination is the Gecko Archipelago, more specifically the southernmost of the Gecko Islands, where the town of Syrup Village resides. It's a small town, but it makes its living off of fishing and selling the syrup they produce from the trees on the island. They should have someone that could part with an actual ship. If not, we can move on to the next island in the archipelago and look there. So long as we stay away from the northeastern islands where the marine branch is located, we should be fine. The faster we find a ship though, the faster we can be on our way and avoid any patrols that the marines have going. Shishishi, you're an amazing navigator, Nami. Luffy praised, making Nami puff up in pride. The best in all of the East Blue. Nami smirked before she sat up and turned to face Luffy. Since you got me such a nice present, how about I give you a little reward? She asked with a sexy smirk. I didn't give the treasure chest to you for a reward, though. I gave it to you because I knew you'd like it. Luffy replied with his head tilted slightly to the side. It just makes you more deserving of a reward. Nami giggled as her right hand went to the hem of her blue and white shirt. Don't you want your reward? I guess so. Luffy started only to trail off as Nami's right hand pulled the hem of her shirt upwards. The lightning man could only watch as more of Nami's smooth skin was revealed as the shirt was slowly pulled up. He could see her midriff and then her entire stomach. Nami paused just under the swell of her bust, making Luffy look at her face. "Close your eyes, Captain." Nami purred and Luffy instantly complied. A second later and Luffy felt a flick to his forehead and opened his eyes. Nami was giggling as she turned and walked into the small cabin. "Naughty, naughty Luffy." She teased as she stuck out her tongue and then closed the cabin door. Luffy sat there on the deck, stunned and also confused. Was that what they call a tease? Luffy wondered as he scratched the side of his head. He quickly got over it when he realized that Nami wasn't keeping their provisions of food guarded at the moment. Time for a snack. Nami would realize her mistake only a few minutes later and Luffy would once again be introduced, face first, to the deck of the boat. 4 days later. "How is it that we had so many food provisions that we almost didn't float and yet you still somehow managed to eat everything a day before we got to our destination?" Nami growled at Luffy while sitting on the straw-hatted pirate to prevent him from zapping over to the island they'd spotted so that he could fill his bottomless pit of a stomach. "I just like food." Luffy whined from under his navigator. "So do I, but you don't see me eating 10 people's worth in a single meal, you glutton. So, once again, you don't get a damn thing until after I've eaten." Nami growled with shark teeth. "Hey, could you two stop flirting and help me moor the boats?" Zoro asked as Nami looked up realizing they were in the shallows already. Her face turned slightly pink before she turned away from Zoro and grabbed one of the ropes. A short time later and the 2 boats were safely secured to the shore and Zoro turned to his crewmates. "So what should we do about those guys that have been watching us this whole time?" The green-haired swordsman asked as he pointed at 3 kids and another teen that were, poorly, hidden by a large log up on the nearby cliff. "Ah. They see us." The 3 kids screamed running away towards their homes. "Hey. Don't run away." The black-haired teen with a long nose yelled out to the retreating kids. "What's this about?" Nami wondered watching the teen stand up from behind the log. "I'm the notorious Captain Usopp. Feared pirate and ruler of this village. You should think twice if you're planning to invade. I have 80 million men ready to stop you." The long-nosed teen stated as he stood with his arms crossed. "Liar." Nami deadpanned making Usopp panic. "Damn. She saw through me." Usopp held his head with his hands. "See? You just told me." Nami sighed with a sweat drop. "Crap. I admitted that I lied." Usopp twisted his body back and forth in his panic at having been called out. "Hahaha. You're funny." Luffy laughed at the reactions of Usopp. "Hey. Are you laughing at me?" Usopp demanded. "I'm a proud man. That's why they call me Proud Captain Usopp." "Didn't you just say you were the notorious Captain Usopp?" Zoro questioned, making Usopp's eyes bug out. "Forget about that." Usopp yelled before they all heard the loud rumble of Luffy's stomach. "You got anywhere to eat on this island?" Luffy asked, getting Usopp to sweat drop before he nodded. "How can he eat so much?" Usopp stared in wonder as Luffy devoured his meal. The group of 4 now sat in a local restaurant. "Seconds please." Luffy called a short time later as he finished his first plate. "More booze too." Zoro called out as he took a swig from his bottle. "So, you're looking for crewmates and a ship?" Usopp asked, getting a nod from Luffy. "That's right." Luffy acknowledged with a grin as his second plate was put in front of him. "Well, you won't find anything like a galleon here, but there is one place you might be able to get a ship," Usopp stated. "Where's that?" Nami inquired only to watch Usopp point out the window. Following the direction her gaze fell upon a mansion sitting on higher ground than the rest of the village. "That huge mansion that sticks out like a sore thumb, that's where." Usopp replied before he explained about the owner, a sickly girl called Kaya. "Forget it, we'll just check one of the other islands." Nami shook her head and Luffy and Zoro shrugged in agreement, both still eating and drinking. "You're still looking for crewmates, right?" Usopp asked Luffy. "Yep." Luffy replied with a nod. "I'm your man. I'll be your captain," Usopp stated with a thumbs up. "No thanks." The trio rejected instantly. "What kind of response was that?" Usopp yelled with shark teeth. Shortly afterwards Usopp had run off after a rushed goodbye. Only a few minutes later the 3 boys from earlier burst into the restaurant, demanding the return of their captain. "That meat really hit the spot." Luffy exclaimed happily as he patted his stomach. "Meat? What did you do with our captain?" The boy called Pepper stuttered out. "Your captain?" Zoro grinned ominously. "Just got eaten." "Ah. Onababa." The 3 boys screamed while pointing at Nami. "Were you looking at me?" Nami demanded with shark teeth. After the joke was cleared up, the 3 pirates learned about Usopp telling the bedridden owner of the mansion tales to cheer her up. "So her spirits must not be low, then, huh?" Luffy asked the boy called Carrot. "Yep. All thanks to the captain." Carrot nodded. "Alright then, let's go ask her to give us a ship," Luffy declared with his fist raised. Didn't we already decide against that course of action? Nami asked with a frown. At the mansion a few minutes later. Hey. Give us a ship. Luffy requested at a normal volume for a conversation. The only problem being that the group was standing outside the mansion's gate and no one was around to hear him. Well, I guess we have to go in. He exclaimed happily as he walked up to the wall next to the gate. There's no stopping him now, is there? Nami sighed as she held her hand to her face. Doubt it. Zoro replied as he watched Luffy stop right next to the wall. Nami, you're first. Luffy grinned as he cupped his hands together. He was obviously intending to give her a boost to make it easier to get over the wall. While Luffy had been making Nami and Zoro meditate to help their observation haki develop, he'd also been forcing both of them into whatever physical exercise he could that would fit on their two small boats. Nami had tried multiple times to get out of the training with her feminine wiles, but this was, apparently, something Luffy wouldn't be moved on. Much to Nami's chagrin and her body's soreness. While Nami was agile and quick on her feet, a fount of strength she was not. Luffy intended to make her strong enough to take care of herself even on the Grand Line. Zoro was readily taking to the training and was looking forward to getting an actual ship so that he could get more training and sparring in with Luffy. Their armament haki training was currently being slowed a great deal simply because they lacked the space to train. Fine. Nami huffed before she walked over and put her right foot in Luffy's cupped hands. Luffy easily supported her full body weight as he lifted his arms up until Nami could easily reach over the top of the wall. With a grin Luffy grabbed pepper and carrot while Zoro grabbed onion and they both nearly vaulted the entire height of the wall. Setting the kids down they were led to where they could hear Usopp's voice. They found the long-nosed liar talking to a pale blonde girl at her window. Captain. The boys called out and Usopp turned to them in shock. What are you guys doing here? Usopp asked with a gasp. They told us to bring them here. The boys responded while pointing at the trio of pirates. Who are you? Kaya asked as Luffy grinned. You must be the lady of the mansion. Luffy approached. I have a request for you. A request for me? Kaya asked curiously. Yeah. We were hoping you had a big, sturdy ship we could have. Luffy explained only to be interrupted by a man in a black suit. What is the meaning of this? The man demanded as he stalked towards the group. You all realize you're trespassing, right? Plahater. Kaya exclaimed. What's this guy's problem? Luffy wondered as he watched the man approach. This Clahater was apparently the head butler of the mansion and did not approve of any of them being on the premises. After insulting Usopp's father for being a pirate and getting punched by the teen, all of them had been forced to leave by the butler. A while later the three pirates were discussing what had just occurred and how it affected their plans. Something was off about that butler guy. Nami mused as she thought over the encounter. She'd snuck her way into more fancy parties than just the one on the cruise ship where she met Luffy after all. She'd never seen a servant act with so much force and authority towards their employer. His words and his voice don't match up either. Luffy mentioned making Zoro and Nami turn to him for an explanation. He speaks rudely, for a butler, but he still talks like a servant. His voice however is far different, it's sharp and full of violence. So you're saying he's only playing at being a rich lady servant? Zoro asked getting a shrug from Luffy. Possibly, he could have some kind of martial background too, I guess, maybe a former bounty hunter or something. Luffy shook his head uncertainly. He's definitely suspicious. Nami nodded before Luffy pushed off the fence they were leaning against. I'm gonna go talk to Usopp, I think I know something he'll want to hear. Luffy grinned as he made his way to where he heard Usopp's voice. Luffy found Usopp sitting on the edge of a cliff at a shoreline that looked almost identical to the one they'd landed on that morning. Seeing the long-nosed teen brooding Luffy went and sat beside him. Usopp looked over but didn't react much beyond the initial shock of being found. The two talked and Luffy revealed that he knew who Usopp was. You're Usopp's son, aren't you? Luffy asked and Usopp nearly fell down the cliff in shock. You know my dad? Usopp asked incredulously. He hadn't seen his old man since he was about 4 after all. The only contact he'd had was a single package he'd received shortly after his 10th birthday. Yep, he talked my ear off about you when Shanks and his crew stopped by my home island. Luffy explained getting an even more shocked look from the liar. Luffy filled Usopp in on what his father had been doing 10 years ago when he'd last seen him. Usopp couldn't be prouder to know that his father was the master gunner of a Yonku's crew. Luffy perked up when he sensed the presence of 2 people down on the beach. One he'd recently encountered but the other was completely new to him. The butler from before was talking to a strange man in a dark blue coat, a matching hat, and a pair of heart-shaped glasses. Listening in the two learned of the butler's true identity and his nefarious plan for Kaya. Needless to say Usopp was freaking out, but how could he not be? That was Kuro down there. Kuro of 1,000 plans. He was an infamous pirate with a 16 million beery bounty that was believed to have been captured and executed 3 years ago. We should deal with them. Luffy spoke to Usopp only to feel Usopp's voice suddenly getting farther and farther away. Looking over, Luffy noticed Usopp disappearing over the hill at the end of the cliffs already. The liar's thoughts were so loud Luffy could literally hear them with his observation. "I've got to warn the village. I've got to warn Kaya." Usopp screamed in his mind as he dashed as fast as he could towards the village. "Damn it, Usopp. Now isn't the time to panic." Luffy grumbled as he made his way after the running teen. It was only a moment later that Luffy realized just how fast Usopp could move when he was motivated. Where was this earlier? He wondered as he ran down the path only to come across Nami and Zoro, who were both curious as to why Usopp had just bolted past them a few seconds ago. Luffy stopped to explain the situation, which took several minutes. "So should we go find Usopp or try and go after this butler?" Zoro questioned with a thoughtful look on his face. "We're outsiders on this island. No one here will take our word over the fake butlers." Nami shook her head. "Usopp is coming back," Luffy stated as he turned his head to where the weakened voice was coming from. The trio saw an exhausted Usopp stumbling up the path clutching a bleeding wound near his shoulder. "Nobody believed me," Usopp lamented as he sat in a chair inside his small house. Nami was disinfecting his wound with the first aid kit Usopp owned, while Luffy and Zoro sat around and listened to the teens' attempts to warn the villagers and Kaya about Kuro. "Of course not, you say this kind of stuff all the time, even I've heard the story of the boy who cried wolf before. Why did you think they'd believe you now, even when you tell the truth?" Zoro asked the long-nosed teen with a scoff. "I'll have to stop the invasion on my own then. With the right preparation not a single pirate will make it to the village." Usopp declared, a fire in his eyes to protect his home island. "Nah, we'll help you." Luffy grinned, making Usopp stare at him in shock. "Really? You'd really help me protect the village?" Usopp asked. "Yeah, we're friends, right?" Luffy questioned with his head tilted. "So what can you guys do?" Usopp questioned the three. "I shock," Luffy stated, making sparks appear from his palm. "I slice," Zoro spoke as he partially unsheathed Wado Ichimonji. "I steal," Nami grinned. "I hide," Usopp finished. "You're fighting too," all three pirates yelled at the liar. The next morning just before sunrise. "But this oil's slick, they won't be able to make it up the slope. We'll be able to pick them off from up here," Usopp stated confidently as the group of four stared down at the oil-covered slope. "Are you sure this is where they'll be attacking from?" Nami asked as she looked out at the horizon as the sun began to rise. She didn't see any ships in sight at all. "They had their meeting here, so I assumed this is where they'd invade from," Usopp responded, getting a deadpan stare from Nami. "What about the slope we docked at?" Nami questioned tersely. "Oh crap. No one in the village has used that beach in almost 10 years. I didn't consider that," Usopp screamed, making Nami growl at him in frustration as they both started running to the other slope. "This was a waste of time then?" Luffy asked, making Zoro groan while nodding. The two quickly started after Nami and Usopp but were slowed down by Luffy, having to keep going back and grabbing Zoro, who, for some odd reason, seemed to be making random turns through the forest they were running in. At the opposite slope. "Captain Django. This boat has treasure in it. I think it's worth around 10 million biri." A black cat pirate cheered while holding up the large bag he'd found. "What, 10 million? That's great. We're already making money." Django celebrated before the pirates noticed a teen at the top of the slope they were preparing to charge up. He had brown overalls and a green bandana over his hair and goggles over his eyes. Strapped to his back was a rifle and on his hips 4 pistols were holstered. "I'm the great Captain Usopp. I rule this village. If it's money you seek then you may take that treasure and leave," Usopp called out to the group of pirates. "We don't need your permission, fool. We'll take the treasure and ransack the village," Django yelled back, getting a cheer from the rest of the black cat pirates. "What the hell did you just say, Usopp?" Nami roared as she punched the liar in the back of the head, sending him face first into the dirt. "Ow. What was that for?" Usopp screamed as he held the back of his head. "You." Nami yelled, pointing at the pirate that still held her bag of treasure. "Put that back where you found it or I'll kill you," she threatened while practically spitting fire. "We don't have time for this." Django groaned as the sun was already almost fully above the horizon. "Charge. We must strike during sunrise if we're to keep to the plan." With a cry the large group of pirates brandished their weapons and rushed up the slope towards the two teens. "No you don't, damn it." Usopp roared and Nami turned towards the furious liar, only to see something amazing. Usopp pulled 2 of his pistols and fired from the hip, a single shot from each gun. Before Nami could even blink, both pistols had been tossed into the air and Usopp had drawn the other 2 and fired them as well. In what could only be described as some kind of rapid juggling, Usopp was firing 4 pistols at nearly the same time by himself. After 24 rapid-fire shots Usopp's pistols were empty and 24 pirates lay on the slope injured or dead. "What the hell was that?" Nami questioned, stunned beyond belief. Quick draw mixed with trick shooting and a bit of juggling. Usopp explained as he holstered all 4 of his pistols. I can only do that because these pistols my old man sent me are South Blue revolvers. Usopp pulled a rifle from his back and Nami noticed it looked different from any rifle she'd ever seen. Seeing her look, Usopp told her what it was. South Blue repeating rifle. Seeing the Black Cat pirate stunned, Usopp gave them another warning. Leave. Or I blast the rest of you too. What the hell are you afraid of? Django screamed at his subordinates. They were literally trembling from a damn teenager. He's out of ammo. He can't do that again. Seeing his men still looking unsure, he growled before pulling out his chakram pendulum. Look at this ring, he began as all the black cats turned to look at the swinging ring. What the hell are they doing now? Usopp questioned, only getting an unamused look from Nami. Hypnotism? Really? They think that'll help? Nami scat as she readied her staff. Brah. The black cat pirates suddenly roared out together. The men that had just been terrified were now screaming and smashing rocks with their raw strength while only the whites of their eyes showed. What the hell? Nami exclaimed in shock. There was no way that it really made them stronger, right? Nami, I only have 15 shots with this rifle. There are about 40 of them left, so we're going to have to get up close and personal. Usopp whispered as he was clearly fighting his own trembling. I'll make these 15 count, but after that I'll have to fall back on my slingshot skills. Got it? Nami nodded as she forced herself to get ready and stop shaking. I'll take that. Django stated as he took the bag of treasure from the hypnotized pirate that was practically growling like an animal. Turns out Captain Kuro's suggestion of closing his own eyes before he started his hypnotism worked and he didn't hypnotize himself anymore. Now take care of them and attack the village. I'll kill him. Nami roared as she saw Django holding her treasure. The crowd of black cat pirates came charging with even greater speed than before. None of them seemed capable of fear or caring that they were trampling some of their injured crewmates to death as they charged. Bastards. Usopp roared as he fired his first shot and then worked the lever to eject the spent cartridge and load the next. 15 shots went off in rapid succession. 15 more pirates now lay dead or dying on the slope, but the remaining 25 continued their charge. Usopp quickly slung his rifle across his back before pulling out a green slingshot. Lead star. He called out as he let loose the ball and struck a charging pirate straight through the eye. The pirate collapsed screaming, the loss of his eye breaking his hypnotism. Get out of my way. Nami roared, her fury still at max as she saw Django looking into the bag containing her treasure. She swung her staff and cracked one of the pirates across the face, sending him crashing into others. Without looking back, she charged past them and engaged the next pirates that got in her path. Swipes, thrusts and full power swings saw 6 more pirates fall with various injuries. Noticing Nami breaking away from his subordinates, Django readied his chakram and threw it at the charging woman. Nami had dropped into her observation as much as possible and raised her staff to smack the ring out of the air. But the steel blade proved far sharper than she expected and sliced through one end of her staff. A small piece of severed wood fell to the ground as the chakram continued its path before landing on the rocky slope. Shit. Django cursed as he reached for another chakram and hastily threw it at the charging orange tea. Nami barely tilted her head to the side to dodge the blade and was on Django before he could throw his third weapon. The metal ring was smacked out of his hand by Nami's staff. Django screamed in pain as the staff smashed the bones in his hand and his hand hung limply, unable to move. That's my treasure. Nami screamed as she raised her staff above her head and swung it at the hypnotist's head. Django managed to jerk away but still took the blow to his collarbone, which broke from the force of the hit. Fuck. Django cried out as the pain registered. He ran and dashed away from the enraged woman, trying to get to his subordinates to have the group deal with her. But he made the fatal mistake of not dropping the treasure. Nami chased after him while Django screamed for his hypnotized pirates to attack her. The crowd, now down to about 15 pirates still standing, turned and prepared to charge back down the slope. Before they could fulfill Django's orders, they all saw him take a wooden staff to the back of the head. The hypnotist smashed into the ground about halfway up the slope. Nami wasn't going to give him the chance to get up. Get off my treasure, you filthy fucking scumbag, pirate, bastard. Nami screamed as she punctuated each word with a smash of her staff into Django's head. When she'd finished, all of the other pirates had clearly come out of their hypnotism and looked on in fear as their captain's crushed head oozed blood all over the rocky slope. Even Usopp was staring in shock at the brutality Nami had displayed. Nami huffed and puffed to get air back in her lungs as she took the treasure from the limp and lifeless hands of Django. She killed him. She killed the captain. One of the pirates cried out as the group of 15 panicked and started running back for their ship. What's this? A man's voice called out from the deck of the Black Cat's ship. The captain is dead, how could this happen? Another man yelled from the deck. The two were revealed to be a pair of men in more cat-themed outfits, one very large and round, the other appearing more average. "Sham, we can't fail or Kuro will kill us, right?" the big man asked the smaller man. "That's right, Bucci, so we'll have to kill these two and ransack the village with whoever is left." The smaller man nodded. The two suddenly leapt from the ship and landed on the beach. In a matter of seconds they'd closed the distance with Nami and were raising their claw-clad hands to slice her. Nami flinched back, trying to bring up her staff to parry the claws. Thankfully she didn't need to bother, as a sword and a fist struck a cat-themed pirate each and sent them tumbling back down the slope. "Damn it, Zoro, I told you it was this way." Luffy yelled at his first mate, who had the decency to look apologetic, angrily apologetic at least. "I would have gotten here." Zoro yelled back. "You tried to go in the opposite direction 6 times. We almost didn't make it in time." Luffy thundered as he scooped Nami into his arms and began to carry her back up the slope. Nami sighed in relief before she leaned up and whispered something into Luffy's ear. "You sure?" he asked back, getting a nod from Nami. "Zoro." "What, Captain?" Zoro asked as he withdrew all 3 of his swords after tying his bandana to his head. "Take care of those two. Nami is going to empty their ship and I'm going to be waiting for this shit captain of theirs to show himself," Luffy ordered for the first time since Zoro or Nami had known him. "Aye, Captain." Zoro acknowledged as his eyes took on a cold sharpness and he stared down the 2 pirates that were getting back up. "Did you hear that, Bucci? They want one man to take care of us." Sham growled as he brandished his claws. "They said the girl wants to ransack our ship too." Bucci growled, flexing and brandishing his own claws. "Let's kill the swordsman first and then move on to the girl." Sham roared as he and Bucci charged towards Zoro with their claws raised. "Torgari." Zoro intoned, already behind the 2 brothers, while Sham screamed as his, apparently thinner than normal, torso erupted into bloody lacerations. "You bastard. I'll kill you." Bucci roared as he rushed Zoro. The green-haired swordsman blocked a few slashes before noticing that there was no style or finesse to the large man's attack. It was literally just downward clawing motions over and over again. Sure, they came at speed, but Zoro had dealt with far faster attacks before. But the grunt Zoro knocked Bucci's claws up and away from him and made sure to target vital areas with his counter-attack. "Onigiri," Zoro called as he moved past the staggered Bucci and completed the 3 swings of his attack. Bucci's torso from both shoulders to his waist erupted with deep cuts, but the wound that finished the black cat pirate was the slash across his neck that severed both the carotid and jugular. The large man dropped instantly and couldn't even raise his hands to try and staunch the blood flowing from his neck. In less than a minute the man was dead, his blood staining the slope like so many of his crewmates. "Good work, Zoro." Luffy praised, getting a nod from the swordsman. "Thanks, Captain." Zoro grunted as he watched Nami climb onto the large ship of the Black Cat pirates. "That was insane. He took out both of those guys so quickly." Usopp stared as he looked over the slope. The remaining pirates were huddled off to the side of the slope, their eyes darting between Luffy, Zoro, and their ship. "What is going on here? It is far past sunrise. Have you really let yourselves be stopped by some children?" The cold voice of Kuro questioned from the top of the slope. "Oh shit. It's Captain Kuro." One of the remaining pirates panicked while they all stared up at the man in terror. "I've been waiting for you, butler," Luffy stated, getting Kuro to look at him. "You're that kid from yesterday. What are you doing here?" Kuro asked as he surveyed the scene on the slope. It looked like most of the Black Cat pirates were already dead. Even Django and the Meben brothers were lying in pools of their own blood. "Plahater. Stop this." Kaya yelled as she appeared from the forest with the 3 kids, onion, pepper, and carrot. "This Kaya, you shouldn't be out of bed." Kuro responded as he reached into the duffel bag he was carrying. When he removed his hands he was wearing a strange set of gloves that had sword blades at the end of each finger. "Mary told me everything. If you want my money and estate you can have it. Just stop this." Kaya cried out, tears in her eyes. "I was sure I'd killed him, seems I'm out of practice," Kuro stated coldly, making Kaya gasp. "Unfortunately, Miss Kaya, just taking your fortune isn't enough. What I truly desire is peace of mind." From there Kuro explained to the girl and everyone else on the slope, since he was talking just loud enough for them to hear, about why he'd faked his death and played at being a loyal servant for 3 years. "But seeing as these incompetent fools have managed to fail in their task, I'll have to kill everyone on this island and disappear." "You call yourself a pirate? Don't make me laugh," Luffy stated coldly as he started walking towards Kuro. "A real pirate doesn't run from the sea. The only time a pirate gives up their name is when they die." He growled at the man who only scoffed at him. "Oh please, a boy playing pirate thinks he can lecture me?" Kuro retorted before taking a modified stance that almost looked like he was standing normally. "Let me show you what a real pirate is. One that's been on the brink of death and survived." With that, Kuro disappeared to most people's eyes only to reappear behind Luffy, his claws aimed at the straw-hatted teen. "Is that it?" Luffy asked, to the shock of everyone, as he was literally holding all 5 blades aimed at him with his bare hand. "You're fast, but not that fast," he stated while staring the older pirate dead in the eye. "How?" Kuro questioned, only to receive a punch to the face that sent him tumbling down the slope. When he stopped, he noticed his right glove was still in Luffy's hand. He'd lost one of his 2 cat claw weapons and now had to rely on only his left hand. "Is Captain Kuro losing?" one of the black cat pirates whispered to his remaining crewmates. "We need to get the hell out of here," another whispered back, getting nods all around. The group slowly began to move towards their ship, trying not to catch anyone's notice. "I see that I'll have to kill you first, boy," Kuro stated as he entered a different stance and started to sway back and forth. This freaked out the rest of the black cat pirates, who yelled in terror before booking it towards their ship. "Shikushi," Kuro announced, only to disappear. Seconds later, claw marks began to appear on everything around the area where Kuro vanished. Some of the black cats that were injured but unable to move cried out as they were slashed and died. Luffy saw red at this blatant disregard for a crewmate's life. "What the hell are you doing, you bastard?" Luffy roared as he vanished in a spark, only to reappear with his fist warping Kuro's face. "Ah!" Kuro cried out as he hit the rocky path again and struggled to stand. "You were killing your own crew, your nakama," Luffy accused, only to have Kuro scoff again as he spat out blood. "Nakama? These fools are only tools for my plans, nothing more," Kuro stated as he managed to stand on shaky legs. "A pirate has no need of friends." "Don't ever call yourself a pirate in front of me," Luffy growled out. "You don't know what a real pirate is." With that statement, Kuro saw Luffy vanish in another spark, and then everything went black. "Holy shit." Usopp choked out as he only briefly saw Luffy appear in front of Kuro before the man's face practically exploded in a shower of blood as Luffy's fist crushed it. Kuro bounced down the slope and ended up at the bottom among the rocky sand of the beach. He lay completely unmoving, and the black cat pirates that had managed to get on their ship panicked even more. "Captain Kuro's dead," one yelled in terror. "We need to get the hell out of here," another screamed out as the large ship began to move away from the shore. Nami took this moment to jump off the ship unnoticed with a sack thrown over her shoulder. She quickly made her way over to their 2 ships to put all of her treasure, new and old, back where it belonged. "Hey, are you just leaving your crewmates behind?" Luffy roared out to the retreating ship. A couple of the injured black cat pirates on the slope were still alive after all. "Faster. We need to go faster," was the yell heard from the pirates on the ship that was already leaving the shallows and headed for open waters. "Not a single damn one of you is a real pirate doesn't leave his nakama behind," Luffy roared out so loudly that everyone still on the slope flinched at the volume. "What's he doing?" Nami questioned before she saw Luffy standing on the beach in the blink of an eye. "What?" the orange tea exclaimed as Luffy cocked back his fist and his whole right arm suddenly erupted into a massive electrical discharge. "Breakin'," Luffy thundered out, throwing his fist forward towards the retreating ship. A colossal beam of lightning was fired towards the retreating ship. In the time it took to blink, the beam had caught up to the large pirate ship. In another blink, the ship was completely engulfed. A third blink saw the mass of lightning disappear. "No way," Nami trailed off in shock as she scanned the ocean for any sign of the large vessel. All that she could find as evidence that a large ship had once been there was the scattered wood floating across a wide area of the sea near the border between shallows and open sea. All of the scrap was blackened and emitting steam along with the ocean itself. Looking back towards Luffy, she noticed his arm return to normal and the anger on his face slowly disappearing. He turned towards her with a grin before speaking. "You okay, Nami?" The orange tea's chest felt like it might explode with hope and joy. He could do it. He's the one, he can help me. This thought ran through Nami's mind like a train without brakes, unable to be stopped. It was a second later before she could respond to him. "Yeah, Luffy, I'm fine." Nami smiled at him with warmth that Luffy hadn't seen yet. He liked Nami smiling at him like that. "Luffy, I have something I want to tell you soon, okay?" Sure thing, Nami. Let's finish this up." Luffy grinned, making his navigator smile and nod. "Sure thing, Captain," Nami replied. And this was her captain, this was the man she'd stay beside as long as she sailed. The morning light shone down on Syrup Village, and the sleepy little village slowly roused itself from slumber and prepared for the day. It looked to be another quiet day in their corner of the East Blue without anything crazy happening. The common folk that lived here would never know of the fierce battle that had taken place on the other side of their island. Nor would they ever suspect that they had almost been raided by pirates. The Straw Hat crew were standing next to their 2 small boats with Kaya and her butler, Mary, as they looked upon a larger ship in the water. It was much bigger than what they'd sailed to the island in. It was a two-mast ship, one in the center of the ship with a large square sail, while another was near the stern of the ship and just a bit smaller, but with a triangular lateen sail. It's a caravel. Nami smiled happily while looking the ship over. Luffy was bouncing on his toes excitedly while sparkles practically poured from his eyes. Zoro was even smirking appreciatively at the ship. Kaya stood in front of them, her hands clasped in front of her and a happy smile on her face. I told you we'd get a huge ship. Luffy cheered, making Zoro snort in response. Mary stood before the ship with a pleasant smile. He was a somewhat sheep-like man with a few bandages covering his body from Kuro's attempt on his life. I'm glad you all like the ship, he said with a smile and bow. Thank you for all of your help. Mary thanked the three of them as he straightened up and turned towards the ship. She's a bit of an older style, but she still sails like a dream. I designed her myself, he said cheerfully. She's called the Going Merry. She's a double-mast caravel class with both square and triangular sails. When the late master and lady asked me to design her with enough space for all the servants to sail with them, I ended up having to make her a bit larger than I originally intended. But master spared no expense and only wanted the best for his wife and daughter. Mary smiled as he reminisced his days of serving Kaya's parents. Can we really have this? Luffy asked, still bouncing around. Of course, Kaya giggled while watching the man, who single-handedly destroyed a ship nearly double the size, act like an excited child. I insist, actually. So you're the one who got rid of those Black Cat pirates. You have my gratitude as both a resident of this island and as Lady Kaya's butler. Mary thanked the straw-hatted pirate. The sheep-like man couldn't help but chuckle at Luffy's indifference to anything but the ship at the moment. Well, I should explain the steering system. Firstly, in order to adjust the yards in relation to the crew garnet, the butler began only to have Nami place her hand on his shoulder. You better tell me instead, Mary. I'm the crew's navigator. Nami giggled while watching Luffy's childlike excitement as he jumped up to the ship's deck. After a few moments of running around the Going Merry's deck, Luffy sat on the sheep's head figurehead with a huge grin. I had it fully loaded. It's the least we could do for all your help. Kaya yelled up to him. Luffy quickly leapt from the figurehead and landed next to Kaya. You're awesome, Luffy declared while Kaya accepted a hug from the excited captain before he jumped back onto the ship. Ah. Everyone turned and looked up at the hill, where Usopp was rolling down the hill with a massive backpack strapped to him. The size of the pack meant he had probably taken everything in his house that wasn't nailed down. Though from his current predicament it was clear that he didn't have the physicality to haul so much weight, at least not if he wanted to maintain his balance. Someone stop me. The long-nosed gunman pleaded as he rolled down the hill, being repeatedly squashed by his large boulder-sized backpack. Usopp, Kaya exclaimed in shock. Hey, what's he doing? Luffy asked, confused. No idea, but whatever it is, we should probably stop him before he hits the ship. Zoro replied as he stood beside Luffy and they both stuck their feet out. Usopp rolled into their feet, face first. The gunman's nose was the only part of his face that escaped damage, sticking out between the two shoes smashed against his face. Thanks. Usopp gurgled out before taking off his huge bag and getting back onto his feet. He brushed himself off a bit before giving Kaya a wide smile. I'm setting sail, Kaya, he stated quietly. I know. Kaya replied with her eyes closed. The blonde opened them and smiled brightly at him. You'll have to make sure you have plenty of stories for me when you return. The two stared at each other, both trying not to tear up. Ah, to hell with it. Usopp muttered before stepping forward and pulling Kaya into his arms for a kiss, which the blonde happily returned. Everyone else stared at the scene wide-eyed and in various states of shock. Usopp, you scoundrel. Unhand Lady Kaya this instant. Mary demanded as he pointed at the liar. Ish, fine. Kaya mumbled through the lip lock. Didn't think he was that brave. Zoro mumbled while Luffy chuckled next to him. Come on you two, leave them alone. Nami shoved both of her crewmates and directed them to the Going Merry. Though she also didn't think Usopp would have had the guts to pull off what he'd just done. The two separated and shared a bittersweet smile together. Kaya took a deep breath before speaking. You should get going, Captain Usopp. Kaya smiled, trying to hold back her tears. I'll make sure to bring back a bunch of stories for next time, Usopp promised, holding back his own tears as he turned away with resolve and headed towards the water. He waved up at the three straw hats as he started packing his things into his own little boat. You guys have a safe trip. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Huh? What are you talking about? Luffy frowned down at Usopp. Sheesh, that's cold. We're all going to be pirates, aren't we? We could meet again on the high seas. Usopp explained with a huff. Just get on board already. Zoro sighed as he waved towards the Merry. Huh? Usopp stood there, wide-eyed. Didn't I tell you? I made you the gunner for my crew. Luffy smiled as he looked at the stunned Usopp. That means you're already in Akuma. You actually didn't tell me that at all. Usopp muttered in shock before breaking out into a wide grin. "I'm the captain." He cheered as he leapt towards the gangplank, nearly forgetting his huge bag of possessions in the process. "Idiot. I'm the captain." Luffy yelled back at the excited gunman. "The winds are in our favor, Luffy." Nami called out as she felt the wind and looked towards the sky. "These are perfect conditions to set sail." "Let's go." Luffy exclaimed with a huge grin as he plopped himself down on the sheep figurehead. Usopp only had enough time to set down his backpack while Zoro raised the gangplank before they both moved below deck to raise the anchors. In only a matter of minutes the Going Merry was drifting away from the shallows and heading for the high seas. As the ship sailed away, Kaya looked on, with both happiness and sadness. It was a bittersweet moment. "It can hurt to lie." She whispered though Merry was close enough to hear her. "You didn't want him to leave, did you?" Merry questioned his lady. "That or I wanted to sail with him." Kaya admitted though she knew she was still far too frail to sail the seas right now. The blonde wiped her tears away and smiled at the horizon. "I'll have to get stronger so that when he comes back, I'll be able to leave with him." She straightened up with determination. "Merry, I've decided." The wind blew and her hair was gently tousled by the breeze. "The next time I see Usopp I'm going to be a doctor." She turned and walked away from the shore, heading back to her home. "An excellent choice, Lady Kaya." Merry chuckled as he followed along. On the Going Merry. "This ship is bigger than I thought." Zoro commented as the crew was exploring their new ship. The sails were filled by the breeze and the ship was locked on course thanks to Nami locking the rudder. "I'll say." Nami stated happily. The women's quarters, previously used for the female servants of Kaya's family, had 4 beds, wardrobes, vanities, and even a large table to place things on. There was plenty of space for a few other female crewmates besides Nami. "What are these things?" Luffy asked as he pulled on a wooden thing on the wall. "That's an accordion wall." Nami stated as she moved over and grabbed the handle. With a pull the wooden panels moved away from the wall and along the track built into the ceiling. When the wall was fully extended it completely cut off one of the bed, wardrobe, and vanity sets from the rest of the large room. "Cool." Luffy exclaimed as he watched Nami pull the other 3 walls closed around the room, making one large room into 5 smaller ones. "I'm sure the men's quarters have something similar." Merry did say that the late master spared no expense when having this ship built. Nami mused. It turned out that she was right, the men's quarters did in fact have a similar setup. Though there were 8 beds instead of 4 as male servants had apparently been used for the sailing of the ship more so than the female servants had been. A tour of the ship led them to find the water-drawing machines under both sets of stairs leading up from the main deck to the upper deck. The pedal-powered machines would suck up ocean water and force it through a filter that removed salt, particulates, and even bacteria. Nami cringed knowing that they'd have to supply replacement filters over time. Sure they weren't incredibly expensive, but the small things added up. Thankfully they had a few dozen replacements already provided by Kaya's stocking of the ship. Luffy had been star-eyed throughout the tour, from the crew's quarters to the decks, the holds and the cannon decks. But what they found in the back of the kitchen lounge helm cabin made the lightning man burst out laughing. A large generator, also pedal-powered and hooked up to an array of batteries that provided the power to the electric lights and fans that the 4 had noticed throughout the ship. Not to mention the large refrigerator that stood against the wall not far from the power supply. "It'll be decent cardio to power it manually, but I don't think we'll ever run out of power." Luffy chuckled as he raised his hand and sparks danced around his palm. "Just have to be careful not to overload it." Shishishi. Zoro, Nami and Usopp all got a chuckle out of this, but they were grateful to have the conveniences provided by having electricity on board. Nami was especially fond of the electric hot water heater that went to the shower and bath. A warm shower and bath every day would be heaven while sailing. The last stop of the tour had been the captain's quarters, formerly Kaya's parents' room on board the Going Merry. The room was large and housed a king-size bed, a desk on one wall, a large wardrobe, and even had its own full bathroom taking up one of the corners. Luffy had laughed himself silly as he launched himself onto the large bed and bounced on the quality mattress and soft sheets. But the tour over Zoro and Usopp went to pick out their own beds in the men's quarters, while Nami went to check their course and make any adjustments necessary. Less than an hour later the 4 pirates were standing on deck with flagons of booze raised as they celebrated their new ship and their new crewmate. At night. Night had fallen a couple hours ago, Nami was lying down in her new bed. Just like the rest of the ship it was of great quality and was incredibly comfy. She should have been happy and relaxed. But she still had to tell Luffy what she wanted, no, what she needed him to know. To make a request of her captain as his nakama, the request that he'd already promised to do for her no matter what it may be. Just because she was his nakama and he wanted her happy. But she wasn't happy. She'd still felt sore after the battle with the Black Cat pirates. She'd taken down multiple grunts and in her rage had even managed to kill their hypnotist of a captain. But then she'd almost been taken out by those cat-themed brothers before she could do anything. She'd have been dead if not for Luffy and Zoro. That wasn't good enough. She couldn't save her village if she couldn't even save herself. Her blood was pounding in her ears as she heard that laugh, his laugh, shahahaha. Nami clenched her fists and ground her teeth as she began to tremble in rage, shahahaha. She heard that damned laugh again. She had a real crew and she had true friends. She wanted to sail with them until the end, but she would never be able to do that if she remained weak. If she remained trapped under Arlong's control. She'd had no hope since that day Arlong and his crew came to the Konomi Islands. Not a single ray of it until she met Luffy. But now that it was here, it wasn't going away. Luffy hadn't even used his devil fruit against Kuro of 1,000 plans, a pirate worth 16 million beery. Hell, he hadn't even tried in the fight. A single punch from Luffy had left the bastard reeling. A stronger punch had caved in the man's face and killed him instantly. Hope was a foreign emotion to Nami, but it filled her entire body now. The pounding in her ears faded away and was replaced by a calm determination. Nami sat up from the bed, it was time, she would ask him now. Walking out of the women's quarters she headed to the bow of the ship. Stepping onto the main deck she spotted her captain. He was sitting without a care on the ship's figurehead. She knew they'd already furled the sails and dropped both anchors for the night. The ship wouldn't drift very far on the current so she could make her request in private. Luffy? Nami called out, getting the straw-hatted man's attention. Luffy spun on the figurehead and then leapt down to join her on the deck as soon as he caught sight of her. Nami? I thought you already headed to bed for the night. Luffy commented only to notice the look in Nami's eyes. A mixture of determination, anger, and pleading that he'd never seen before. Luffy, can I tell you what I wanted to say back on the beach now? Nami questioned. Sure, Nami. Luffy nodded only to tilt his head when Nami reached out and took his hand in hers. Let's go to your quarters. I want to tell you in private. Nami stated as she led Luffy by the hand back to his room. Once there the two sat on the bed next to each other. What do you want to tell me, Nami? Luffy asked, not used to seeing Nami in this state of determination and nervousness. Luffy, you said I'm your nakama, right? Nami asked, looking over at him. Of course, Nami, you'll always be my nakama. Luffy nodded sharply, bringing a small grin to Nami's lips. You told me if I needed you to do something for me that you'd do it no matter what. Are you sure? Nami questioned, working up her courage to ask him to risk his life for her. Anything you want, Nami, I'll do it for you. Luffy promised as he took her hands in his and turned so that they were sitting across from each other on the large bed. Nami's gaze was locked onto the bedding she sat on, her bangs shadowing her eyes from Luffy's view. Luffy, Nami started before looking up at him, her eyes burning with years of repressed rage and hatred. There's someone I want you to kill. I'd need a name. Luffy replied instantly, his voice harder than diamond and his eyes sharp. Arlong the Saw. Nami spat out and Luffy's eyes narrowed. What did he do to you? Luffy asked, his tone serious. He and his crew came to my home archipelago almost 10 years ago. Nami started and then found that she couldn't stop. She told Luffy everything, how Arlong had taken over the Konomi Islands. How he'd forced the residents to pay for their lives every month. How Belmere, her mother, didn't have enough money for all three of them and had sacrificed herself to buy her and her sister's lives. How Arlong had shot her mother between the eyes in front of her. Then how her maps had been found and Arlong had enslaved her. How she'd been forced to draw maps for her mother's murderer until she hated her own cartography skills and even hated her own dream to map the entire world. Then she told him about the 100 million beery deal that Arlong had struck with her. That he'd free Kokoyashi village if she handed him 100 million in cash. She felt tears start to fall when she told Luffy of her years spent thieving, hunting for buried treasures, and selling anything that she could get a good price for. She'd done everything short of selling her body in brothels or whoring herself out to the highest bidder in some red light district in one of East Blue's wealthy kingdoms. Nami finally finished and instantly noticed the tingling sensation on her skin. She felt her hair frizzing up and could smell ozone. Looking up she saw Luffy's reaction to her past. The normally cheerful young man was replaced with a rage-filled god. Luffy's eyes were wide and full of anger, small sparks were jumping from his body, and his teeth were grinding so hard she thought he might crack them. Only in the back of her mind did she recognize that even with his control being pushed to the limit by his rage, not once did Nami so much as get a shock from his power. He's dead. Luffy ground out and Nami buried her face into his chest, her anguished tears turning into tears of relief at Luffy's declaration. I'll crush him, shock him, break him, he'll understand how much you suffered before I'm done with him. You have my word, Nami. He promised as he plotted the death of the bastard that dare hurt his nakama, his Nami. Thank you, Luffy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Nami let out her years of pent-up misery through her tears as Luffy pulled her into a warm embrace and held her close. Over half an hour later Nami's tears slowly came to an end and she pulled back from Luffy's arms. "Feel better?" Luffy asked softly and Nami nodded silently before trying to wipe the tears from her face. "Sorry about getting your cardigan wet, Luffy." Nami apologized, seeing the wet spots from where her tears had soaked into the fabric. "No problem, here." Luffy smiled as he pulled his cardigan off and held it out to Nami to use to dry her eyes. Nami smiled at him before taking him up on his offer and wiping her eyes. "Thanks." Nami grinned once her eyes were dry. She handed the cardigan back to Luffy, but he simply tossed it into a basket near the door. Nami couldn't help but let her eyes wander to Luffy's body again. Since the first time she'd seen him shirtless she'd admitted, only to herself, that she found him attractive. His years of training were obvious from his defined musculature, and Nami kind of wanted to run her hands over his torso. "Luffy, can I stay with you tonight?" "Sure Nami, whatever you want." Luffy replied, and Nami grinned as she stood up from the bed and removed her shirt and bra quickly. A moment later and her skirt hit the floor too. Turning her head to look at Luffy over her shoulder almost brought Nami to laughter as her captain's eyes were wider than she'd ever seen them. "Nami?" Luffy questioned, his eyes rapidly moving up and down Nami's form, unsure of where it was okay to look. "Yes, Captain." Nami giggled as she watched Luffy eventually turn his head to look at the wall. "Where are you taking your clothes off?" Luffy asked as he continued to stare at the wall. "I don't sleep in my clothes, Luffy." Nami replied simply. "You don't want me to be uncomfortable, do you?" "No, but isn't it bad for a guy to look at a naked woman that isn't his lover?" Luffy questioned, since his and his brother's lessons on manners and sexual education had both come from Makino with a little help from Fuchsia Village's local doctor. "Normally yes, but if a woman wants the man to see her." Nami grinned sexily as she slowly turned around and let Luffy look at her in only her panties. The black-haired young man's eyes roved up and down her form before locking onto her bare breasts. "Then it's okay for the man to look as much as he wants." She finished as she took a small step and crawled onto the bed. "Big," Luffy commented before he tore his gaze from Nami's breasts and looked her in the eyes. "Really big." "Oh, do you like them?" Nami asked with a raised eyebrow as she straddled his waist and crossed her arms under her bosom. This had the wonderful effect of pushing them up and making them look even bigger. "I admit I'm a bit proud of them. I've been rather confident about my looks for years now." "Yeah," Luffy nodded to Nami's question, making the orange tea giggle. She slowly laid herself on top of Luffy, her soft skin meeting his rigid muscle and her breasts pressed up against his pectorals. Nami smiled contentedly when she felt Luffy's arms wrap around her lower back and hold her against his chest. "You're nice and warm." Nami mumbled as she lay on top of him. "My teacher said some fruits have side effects like that. Lightning is super hot, so my body is a bit warmer than normal. Heat and cold don't bother me too much anymore." Luffy explained softly, his hands gently running up and down Nami's back, leaving pleasant tingles on her skin. "I like it." Nami grinned at him, receiving a smile in return. Nami noticed Luffy's eyes wander to her left shoulder, where that damn mark resided on her skin, before he briefly glared at it. "I'm going to tear his left arm off for putting that mark on yours," Luffy stated as his hands resumed their gentle up and down motion along her back. "I'll enjoy seeing that far more than I should," Nami murmured as she gently kissed his chest. "We'll deal with him soon. But we'll need another crewmate before too long. Otherwise nutrition might become a problem," Luffy replied, making Nami nod. "That's fine, I haven't been gone too long yet. They won't expect me back for at least another month. Plus it would be a shame to waste that nice kitchen." Nami agreed, running her hand slowly up and down Luffy's muscled arms. "We'll find the best we can, then it's straight to your home," Luffy promised, and Nami smiled as she snuggled closer. "Blanket." Nami murmured against Luffy's neck and she felt his hand move from her back for a second. The softness of the blanket soon brushed against her skin as Luffy covered them both before putting his arm back around her. "Luffy, come here." Nami smiled as she used her right hand on the back of his head to bring his face closer to hers. Their lips met and Luffy swore he felt a jolt run through his body, which was impossible since he was a lightning man and electricity didn't affect him at all. Nami moaned softly into their kiss as Luffy pressed his lips against hers to return the kiss. Neither of them had any experience, but they'd learn together. "Good night, Luffy." Nami sighed happily as she placed her head against his chest and listened to his heartbeat. "Good night, Nami." Luffy yawned as he started to drift off. Usopp had just woken up for his watch shift, so Luffy was free to sleep until morning now. Observation Haki was so useful in times like this, Luffy mused to himself before holding Nami a little tighter as he fell asleep. Echo Island's Marine Branch. Emergency report. Emergency report. A transponder snail blared loudly at the Gecko Island's Marine Branch, startling the on-duty Marine. "Who is this?" "Report." the communications officer ordered as he waited for the person on the other end of the line to respond. "This is Petty Officer Bragg of Patrol Ship 8, sir." Bragg identified himself. "You're on Patrol Route 12, what's the big emergency?" the communications officer questioned. "Sir, we were performing the usual patrol for Patrol Route 12 this morning at 0700 when we noticed the bells in black moored on the north slope of the island," Bragg reported. "What? Are you telling me the Black Cat pirates raided Syrup Village?" the officer asked loudly. "No sir, we maintain distance as protocol dictates when facing large pirate crews while scouting. Through our telescopes and binoculars we were able to witness the incident. A group of 4 repelled the entire Black Cat crew." Bragg continued his report. "You better start making sense, Petty Officer Bragg, or so help me," the officer growled. "There is no way 4 people repelled a pirate crew of near 60 men." "It's the truth, sir," Bragg replied. "The initial wave was repelled by a teen in brown overalls with a long nose. He did something I've never seen before. He was literally able to fire 4 pistols at nearly the same time by himself. By using some kind of rapid juggling of all things. After that, Django the Hypnotist, the current captain of the Black Cat Pirates, used his hypnosis on his own men. The remaining pirates charged at the 2 on the slope only for the long-nosed teen to use a rifle to take down at least 15 more of them." "Are you drunk, Bragg? Because what you're telling me sounds like something you'd see right before you black out," the officer roared at the petty officer. "No sir. I'll stake my position and rank on the veracity of my report, and all of my sailors can confirm," Bragg replied confidently. "Fine, continue," the officer sighed. This report was almost fantastical already. "Sir. After the long-nosed teen apparently ran out of ammo, an orange-haired woman charged down the slope and tore her way through multiple pirates with a staff. She then engaged a hypnotist in combat and injured him twice. The pirate tried to flee to his crew, but this woman caught up to him and, well, the only way to describe it was brutal. She bashed his head in with her staff until his skull was crushed," Bragg reported. "So you can confirm that Django the Hypnotist is dead? A 9 million Beery bounty was killed by some unknown woman with a staff?" the officer demanded. "Yes sir, we can confirm," Bragg replied. "Once Django was killed, the Mebane brothers emerged from the ship and attacked the woman. They were knocked back down the slope by a man in a straw hat and a swordsman with green hair. We believe it was Rorano Zoro based on his well-known appearance. They assume Zoro then proceeded to slay both Sham and Bucci in a single attack each. While the straw-hatted man looked on as if he was waiting for something. If it was Rorano, that wouldn't be surprising. The man has taken down bounties higher than the 7 million the Mebane brothers were worth," the communications officer rumbled. "Then we were all stunned when a butler appeared," Bragg informed. "Only, and I know this sounds impossible, the butler turned out to be Kuro of 1,000 Plans. Now I know you've been drinking, petty officer. Kuro was executed 3 years ago," the officer roared. "Sir, no sir. This man had the signature cat claws and even performed Kuro's infamous high-speed movement to attack the 4 people." Bragg countered, making the communications officer slump in his chair. "Who the hell was executed then?" the officer muttered to himself. "Sir, I'm afraid it gets weirder." The straw-hatted man stopped Kuro's movement by grabbing the cat claw blades with his bare hand. He then proceeded to punch Kuro. That first blow staggered the pirate, and the second blow the straw-hatted man landed crushed Kuro's face and killed him instantaneously. When the remaining pirates tried to flee in their ship, the straw-hatted man annihilated the bells in black with what appeared to be a blast of lightning. "He had to be a devil fruit user, sir." Bragg finished his initial report. "How much do you know now? Why are we only hearing about this hours after the fact?" the communications officer demanded. "Sir, once all civilians left the area we moved in to confirm our initial observations. This is how we've been able to confirm that Django, the Mebane brothers, and even Kuro are who we believed them to be, and that all 4 are dead. We've retrieved the corpses with bounties and threw the remaining dead into the sea as standard procedure dictates." Bragg finished reporting. "Those descriptions are similar to a recent report involving Orange Town and Buggy the Clown. A group of 3 at the time, Zoro, an orange-haired woman and a man in a straw hat, were said to have decimated the Buggy pirates and freed Orange Town from occupation. But according to the residents, the straw-hatted man claimed they were pirates themselves." The communications officer rambled as he went through the stack of reports near the transponder snail. "We're returning to base with the identified corpses, sir. Is there anything else we need to do?" Bragg asked. "No, bring the bodies in for confirmation and disposal. We'll send out an investigation unit to Syrup Village to acquire further information from the residents. If we are dealing with an emerging pirate crew that is capable of taking down the biggest, most infamous pirates in the East Blue, we're about to have a much worse problem. I'll need your report written and on the commander's desk by 0800 tomorrow morning so that we can assemble a new compiled report between these 2 incidents." the officer ordered. Yes sir. Over and out. Bragg replied as the transponder snail cut off. What the hell is going on? Where did these people come from? Especially a devil fruit user in East Blue, where will they head next? This group needs to be watched and, if possible, stopped before they become a true pirate crew. The communications officer growled as he found the Orange Town report and started going through it. Going merry the next morning. Luffy, don't take this the wrong way but I don't think hard is your best talent. Nami stifled her giggles as she looked at Luffy's attempt to paint what would be their Jolly Roger. The whole thing was rather misshapen, but the general idea was there. It was a traditional skull and crossbones with Luffy's signature straw hat. You think so? Luffy asked as he tilted his head while looking over his work. It sucks. Usopp and Zoro confirmed in unison. Well, I still want this design. Luffy pouted, making Nami laugh and lean against him. The closeness brought a smile to Luffy's face and his arm was quickly around her waist. Usopp gave Zoro a questioning look, practically asking, are they? Zoro looked at his captain and their navigator before turning back to Usopp and giving a shrug. It was a classic probably, but who cares? Being conveyed by the look and motion. Just leave the drawing to a pro. Usopp boasted as he took up the brush with a blank black flag. Not too much later and Usopp had finished. It looks awesome. Luffy cheered, seeing his vision of their Jolly Roger come to life. Usopp did apparently have the artistic talent that Luffy lacked, as he'd made Luffy's misshapen design into a proper Jolly Roger. Never doubt the skills of Usopp, the master artist. Usopp declared with a smug smile. Now painted on the mainsail too. Luffy declared, making Usopp's eyes bug out. What? Usopp cried in dismay. Also on the replacement we have for the mainsail down in the holds too. Nami chirped, making Usopp crash into the deck with streams of crocodile tears running down his face. Zoro chuckled as he took the finished Jolly Roger and started climbing up to the crow's nest to hang their new flag high. With this the Straw Hat Pirates are officially formed. Luffy exclaimed to the world with a huge smile as he laughed. When Usopp finally finished painting both the mainsail and the replacement in the holds, it was near lunchtime. The crew of 4 sat down for a meal and Luffy explained their next course of action. We need a cook. Luffy stated with a nod. He received looks of agreement from everyone at the table. I know the basics, but that won't be enough if we plan to sail the Grand Line. Nami mentioned. We need a true professional or we could die of malnutrition, food poisoning, or any other number of things related to food. True, a cook is indispensable for long voyages. Usopp nodded, stroking his chin with his right hand. Where do we find a professional cook that can handle the life of a pirate? Zoro questioned, only to get blank looks from his crewmates. That's going to be the problem. Nami sighed. We'll figure something out. Luffy shrugged before smiling. But now it's time for training. Nami pouted but still stood up to follow Luffy outside. Zoro smirked at finally being able to get in some real training. Usopp followed along, blissfully unaware of what he was about to go through. Well, before we begin we need to get Usopp to the starting point. Luffy grinned as he placed his hand on Usopp's shoulder. What starting point? Usopp questioned, not liking the grin on Luffy's face. Don't pass out, no matter what, okay? Luffy asked and Usopp's eyes bugged out in fear before Luffy's demeanor changed and an indescribable wave of force suddenly slammed into the gunman's senses. Ah! Usopp managed to shriek before being rendered mute by the pressure in his head, suddenly becoming all he could perceive. He was terrified, he was shaking, sweating, his head was throbbing. He could hear his own heartbeat and feel his blood pounding in his ears. He saw black spots forming in his vision and then he felt the brief weightlessness of falling. His back and his head smacking into the deck barely kept him conscious and in a moment the force vanished. It looks like he couldn't keep it together. Zoro commented, though Usopp barely heard the swordsman. His hearing was muffled as if he had earplugs in. It's not exactly a pleasant experience. Nami replied through the cotton-stuffed ears Usopp felt like he had. I'm still awake. Usopp forced out slowly even though he felt somewhat nauseous from the action. That's my Nakama. Luffy cheered with a loud laugh, while Zoro and Nami gave approving nods and smirks in Zoro's case. What the hell was that? Usopp demanded as he slowly sat up and held his head. That was Conqueror's Haki. Luffy answered, but that only brought up more questions for Usopp. What's that? Usopp asked and Luffy smiled. Haki is a power that awakens in those that have been pushed past their mental and physical limits. It's absolutely mandatory for surviving the second half of the Grand Line, so I'm making sure that everyone on my crew awakens it and learns how to use it. Luffy responded. I have several questions. Usopp deadpanned and Luffy chuckled before the two of them spent several minutes going over the ins and outs of Haki. By the end of their discussion, Usopp was more than willing to learn how to utilize Haki. He would later regret boasting that he could endure any training that it would require. Now that the crew had space to train, Luffy gave them all a glimpse of what Garp and Kuzan had put Luffy, Ace, and Sabo through when they were younger. Somewhere on the Grand Line. The RRR. Ace shivered as he felt a cold chill go up his spine. Which was especially odd, as he didn't get cold since he ate the Maramara no Mi all those years ago. You alright, Ace? A crewmate asked, noticing the shudder. Yeah, just suddenly remembered some of the things I went through when I was a kid is all. Ace replied as he shook his head to dispel the memories. All to go. Ugh, Sabo shuddered, suddenly gaining the attention of his partner, Cola. Something wrong? Cola asked her partner, only for him to wave his hand, placating. Just a bad memory, nothing to worry about. Sabo assured his partner. I'll help. Cola smiled softly as she sat on the bed in Sabo's quarters and patted her lap. Lay down. What about? Sabo started to say, only to be met with Cola's pouting face. Alright, but just for a bit, we still have work to do. He relented as he lay down and placed his head on Cola's lap. Her smile brought a grin to Sabo's face as she started running her fingers through his blonde hair. Back on the going merry. Just a few more laps. Luffy encouraged his crew as all four of them ran the length of the ship. He says that like it's nothing. Usopp panted out as he forced his legs to move and carry him up the stairs to the upper deck of the ship. Don't complain, this is necessary to become strong. Nami chastised the gunman from her place a few paces ahead of him. Even though she was drenched in sweat from the exertion, Nami would force herself through this training. She refused to be weak anymore. Luffy was doing everything he could to make them stronger and prepare them for the Grand Line. She'd be damned if she threw his efforts back in his face by being lazy. We haven't even gotten to weights, sparring or trying to use armament yet. Why are you complaining over the warm-up? Zoro questioned from ahead of both of them, a sheen of sweat on his forehead, the only evidence the warm-up was getting to him even a little. Don't worry, Luffy yelled back from his significant distance ahead of even Zoro. We'll start off light for today. Why do I get the feeling his version of light is going to be insane? Usopp panted. Shut up, Usopp. Nami huffed, though her own face was a bit blue since she was also certain it would be crazy. Zoro only grinned at the challenge and pushed himself harder to try and catch up to Luffy. At the end of the day, Nami and Usopp were proven correct. 3 days later, going merry. I think I'm starting to get used to the warm-up. Nami huffed and puffed as she took a break after morning training. Usopp was spread eagle on the deck, panting like an overheated dog. Zoro was drinking from a flagon of water while slowly steadying his breathing. You're doing great, Nami. Luffy smiled and Nami couldn't help but grin back. We'll have free time once you're all cooled down. I'm going to sit on my special seat and keep watch. With that, Luffy ran over to the figurehead and leapt on top of it to sit on the sheep's head, a large grin on his face. I'm going to get a shower. Nami declared as she stood up on sore legs and made her way to the bathroom. I'm taking a nap. Zoro yawned as he reclined back against the mast and dozed off. I should work on some more trick ammo. Also need to make more rounds for my pistols and rifle. Usopp nodded once he could breathe properly. The gunman shakily made his way to one of the small storage rooms he'd commandeered as his workshop. The Going Merry had 2 such rooms, one on the port side near the bow just off the cannon deck. The other was on the starboard side near the stern of the ship. Usopp had taken the one off the cannon deck to be nearer to supplies for his tinkering, while Nami had taken over the other one as a drying area for her clothes once they'd been put through the wash tub. Usopp still remembered that particular conversation. The previous day. What do you mean, why do you need a private drying room? Isn't it obvious? Nami glared with her arms crossed. Can't we just hang our clothes on the line and let them dry in the sun? Luffy asked and Usopp hung his head at the denseness of that statement. You men can do as you like with that. Nami waved her hand. But I don't want my underthings waving in the wind for anyone sailing nearby to gawk at. Oh, right. Luffy nodded as he smacked his fist down on his opposite palm. Nami sighed at the lack of foresight from her captain's soon-to-be lover. I wish we had a way to dry clothes a bit faster, but that'll require some tinkering. Nami trailed off as her eyes turned to Usopp. Say Usopp, you said you're a bit of a tinkerer, didn't you? Yeah, Usopp replied as he leaned back from the intense gaze of the orange tea. We should have a talk soon. Nami grinned and Usopp suddenly felt like he'd be getting several requests from their navigator shortly. Sure thing, Usopp sighed with crocodile tears running down his face. Flashback end. So much better. Nami sighed happily as she stepped out into the sun and breeze. With a fresh change of clothes, after a nice warm shower, she felt like a new woman, aside from the soreness in her body from Luffy's training. Now where did Usopp get to? I have an idea. Careful, slowly, Usopp whispered as he gently hollowed out a metal ball to turn it into one of his slingshot stars. If he was to rough, the metal would get too thin and it would break before he could fire it at an enemy. He had to leave just the right amount of thickness to the ball to hold his concoctions while still being able to break on impact. Hey, Usopp. Nami yelled as she slammed open his workshop door. Ah! Usopp yelled in shock and crushed the small ball that he just finished hollowing out. Aw, damn it. Usopp grumbled as he looked at the ruined ball before turning to face the orange D. What, Nami? I had an idea for a little upgrade to my staff. Nami smiled like she hadn't just startled the hell out of Usopp and made him mess up what he was doing. Like what? Usopp queried since he couldn't stop his tinkerer's side from becoming curious. Well, we have unlimited electricity thanks to Luffy. I think I could make use of that with a few adjustments to my staff. A bit of metal on the ends to be conductive, some wiring to carry the current, and then I have a shock staff. The navigator grinned with malevolence that made Usopp's sweat drop. We'd need some kind of small battery setup to hold the charge though. Usopp stated as he rubbed his chin and thought. We'd need to go to a larger island with a big city or town for that. Electricity has only been widely available for a bit over a decade. There are still tons of islands that barely have any electric appliances or devices. For a battery setup to make this shock staff, it would have to be something that could fit inside the sections of your staff. You won't find things like that on just any old island. Usopp pondered aloud with a thoughtful look on his face. I'm sure you'll be able to come up with something. Nami encouraged, though the look on her face said figure it out or else. In contrast to her words. Hey Nami, will you make me something to eat? Luffy asked from the doorway with a wide smile. Luffy, you glutton, we're going to have lunch in a while, just be patient. Nami reprimanded her captain. Oh, come on, just a snack before lunch. Please. Luffy pouted and Nami still thought it was adorable on his face. Fine, but only something small. Nami huffed as she walked out of Usopp's small workshop and closed the door behind her. Shishishi, thanks Nami. Luffy smiled as he wrapped his arms around her waist from behind. Nami leaned back into the hug with a grin of her own. Are you sure you aren't hungry for something else? Nami teased as she pulled his head down to her shoulder and turned her head to meet his lips. The two enjoyed their impromptu lip lock for a few moments before Nami pulled back. Alright, let's feed that bottomless pit you call a stomach. She giggled before hooking her left index finger into the top of his shirt and pulling him along behind her. Lunchtime. The crew had just finished eating, courtesy of Nami's cooking, when Luffy perked up suddenly and the crew all looked at him confused. We're about to have a visitor. Luffy stated. His voice is desperate though, I wonder why. Well, should we talk to the guy or what? Usopp asked only for a yell to come from outside. Hey you pirates. If you don't want to be captured and turned in you better hand over any medicine you've got. A man's voice yelled and Luffy was quickly at the door of the kitchen lounge helm cabin before anyone else could even stand up. Opening the door revealed a man in a blue jacket, white pants, with sunglasses over his eyes and a sword in his hand. Who are you? Luffy asked as he stepped up to the railing on the upper deck of his ship. I'm Johnny the bounty hunter. Johnny declared as he pointed his sword at Luffy. Yes, that Johnny you small-time pirate. If you don't want me to capture you and turn you over to the Marines, you'll give me any medicine you have. Why? Luffy asked as Nami and Usopp poked their heads out of the doorway. The two completely blocked Zoro from getting out of the cabin to see what was going on. You think this is a joke? Johnny roared as he hefted his sword. I'll slice this ship to pieces if you don't hand over whatever medicine you got. Just as Johnny was about to swing his sword into the nearby railing on the edge of the deck, he suddenly found his sword knocked from his hand. That turned out to be the least of his problems though. Luffy's left hand was currently around Johnny's neck and crushing his windpipe. I don't take kindly to people that threaten my Nakama or my ship. Luffy coldly stated as Johnny's face began to turn red from the lack of air. The bounty hunter tried to throw a punch at Luffy, the punch didn't even make the pirate flinch. It did however, make Luffy increase the strength of his grip and Johnny was forced to his knees as he used both hands to try and pry the pirate's hand from his throat. Soon enough Johnny's face turned purple from the prolonged lack of air and his hands fell limply from Luffy's wrist. He was roughly thrown to the deck as Luffy let go of his throat and the black-haired man sucked in as much air as he could through his damaged windpipe. Johnny? Is that you? Zoro asked as he finally pushed past Nami and Usopp to see what was going on. Hey bro? Johnny coughed out as he looked up to see his former bounty hunting associate. Where's Yusaku? Aren't you two still partners? Zoro asked as Johnny hacked and coughed as he tried to refill his lungs. It's terrible, bro. Johnny cried as he turned to Zoro. Yusaku suddenly started feeling ill a few days ago. Then some of his old wounds reopened and a few teeth fell out. I found a small patch of rock while we were sailing and let him rest there. Then I saw this pirate ship and thought I could force them to give me some medicine for Yusaku. What are you doing here, bro? Do you mean that patch of rock? Usopp asked as he pointed to a rocky outcropping sticking out of the sea a bit away from the Going Merry's course. Go get Yusaku, I'm sure Luffy won't mind bringing him on board if he's as bad as you say. Zoro ordered Johnny after Luffy shrugged and gave the go-ahead. Within 20 minutes Yusaku was laid out on some spare bedding in the shade on deck. Nami looked the man over before asking Johnny a question. "What do you guys normally eat while sailing?" Nami asked and Johnny looked at her confused for a moment. "You know, regular stuff that lasts for a while. Smoked and salted meat, fish that we can catch sometimes, stuff like that," Johnny replied and Nami cocked an eyebrow. "When was the last time you two ate fruits or vegetables?" Nami questioned and Johnny stopped to think for a moment. "It's been a while, we've been having a hard time tracking down worthwhile bounties these last couple months. So we've only been eating 2 meals a day at best. Then we got caught up in the tail end of a storm and the squall pushed us way off our course, so our food ran out the other day. Thankfully we still had our water and rum though, couldn't imagine either of us even making it this far without the booze," Johnny remarked only for Nami to smack him upside the head. "You idiots. You have to eat right if you want to sail the sea. Your friend has scurvy. Drinking alcohol makes it worse," Nami yelled at the hapless bounty hunter. "Luffy, go fetch a couple bottles of lime juice from the kitchen, both of these idiots need plenty of vitamin C for the next week or so." "Right." Luffy nodded and quickly went to fetch the juice. "How the hells are you two still alive?" Zoro sighed while shaking his head. "Sorry, bro." Johnny looked down in shame. Within a few minutes both Johnny and Yusaku were drinking from their own bottles of lime juice. Yusaku had awoken and tried to sit up only for Zoro to force him to stay down. The ill bounty hunter would need at least a week of extra vitamin C before he'd be well enough to even move about regularly. "This is why we need a professional cook," Nami stated after the two bounty hunters were given temporary lodging in the men's quarters. "Agreed, but we still have no idea where to find a professional cook that can live like a pirate," Usopp replied. "You need a cook that can fight?" Johnny asked as he walked into the cabin, his bottle of lime juice in hand. "I know a place full of them." "Where's that?" Luffy asked, his curiosity piqued. "The seafaring restaurant, Baratie," Johnny exclaimed. "It's full of tough cooks that fight off even pirates. They serve anybody as long as you can pay for your meal. Pirate, bounty hunter, marine, merchant, civilian, doesn't matter to those cooks." "Is the food good?" Luffy asked and Johnny smiled widely. "The best food I've ever eaten in my whole life," Johnny proclaimed and Luffy's eyes sparkled. "Do you know where it is?" Nami questioned since the bounty hunters had been blown off course they might not know which way to go. "Yeah, I was able to confirm our general area last night because the sky was clear and I could finally see all the stars. Feel free to confirm my positioning, but if we sail southwest from here we'll spot it in about 5 or 6 days." Johnny nodded. "It's fairly close to the entrance to the Grand Line, so a lot of strong pirates pass through those waters. Apparently a hawk-eyed man has been seen at the restaurant before too," Johnny mentioned looking directly at Zoro. "You don't say." Zoro grinned, his eyes full of determination. "Alright." Nami set a course for this Baratie place. "Let's get ourselves some good food." Luffy cheered while Nami playfully rolled her eyes. "And a professional cook that can fight, remember?" Nami reminded and Luffy laughed. "Shishishi, that too." Luffy smiled as the crew adjusted their course. Next stop, the seagoing restaurant Baratie. Luffy was a monster. That was the consensus that all of the Straw Hats, plus Johnny and Yusaku, had come to. Every day he increased the crew's training a bit more. More laps around the ship, more repetitions with the weights, higher reps with their physical exercises, and longer sparring sessions. None of the crew was spared from this training. Usopp and Nami almost always felt like hell afterwards, and even Zoro was left sore and panting at the end. Though none of them could speak out against their captain's methods, not with the results already showing themselves. Nami used to struggle to get through the daily training about 2 weeks ago, just before they got the going merry. Now she consistently finished and noticed that her body, while still soft and feminine, had quite a bit more strength behind it. She could keep up intense activity for far longer than she ever could before. Not to mention she'd discovered quite the affinity for observation Haki. She could now successfully keep her observation going throughout a fight, or at least to spar with her crewmates, and her ability to predict an opponent's moves had started to develop. Even Usopp, with his spouting off of random fake diseases, had started to tone up his body. The gunman was still wiped out by the training more often than not, but everyone had noticed that he was recovering faster from it each day. Usopp had also found an affinity towards observation Haki. His perception was growing steadily, and he seemed to know when anyone on the ship was directing their gaze at him nowadays. Plus he mentioned over dinner a couple nights ago that his marksmanship had improved ever since he'd started learning observation. In Usopp's own words, "It's like the bull's eye is showing me how to hit it." Luffy only smiled and laughed at his gunner's progress. Zoro had taken to the physical training the best. He was constantly pushing himself to the limit even before he met Luffy. This was just more of the same for the swordsman. Though unlike Nami and Usopp, Zoro had most definitely taken to armament Haki the most, the green-haired man clearly had an affinity for it. He was also the only member of the crew that could last in a spar against Luffy for more than a few minutes. Though to be fair, Luffy could spar with all three of his crewmates 3-on-1 and still come out the victor. Nami, Zoro, and Usopp would all be laid out on the deck panting, sore, and bruised, while Luffy would be his usual smiling, happy self. The straw-hatted captain would barely be winded, and none of them could say for certain that they'd ever made him actually break a sweat. Currently it was near the end of daily training, Luffy and Zoro were having their routine sparring as Nami, Johnny and Yusaku watched on. Zoro huffed and puffed around the handle of Wado Ichimonji. Luffy stood across from him, fists raised and a smile on his face. As it turned out, being trained by Garp the Fist and a Marine Admiral made Luffy an insanely strong fighter. Even against all three of Zoro's swords, Luffy could fight barehanded without fear of being injured. His armament Haki was something Zoro strived to achieve already. Ah! Zoro grunted as Luffy's fists knocked the two swords he held aside. A dull thud rang across the deck as Luffy's knee struck his stomach and almost lifted him off his feet. With a growl he brought both swords back around in a dual swipe, aiming for his captain's neck. Luffy maintained his massive grin as he caught the blades, one in each hand. He lifted his right leg and kicked towards Zoro's stomach. The swordsman lifted his own leg to block the kick and was sent skidding across the deck from the force. Zoro grunted from the impact before swinging the sword in his right hand so fast it was barely visible. From the swing a wave of displaced air made an arc towards Luffy. The straw-hatted man grinned as he tilted his body to the side as the arc passed him, leaving him unharmed. Shishishi, you're getting better at those, Zoro. Thanks, Captain. Zoro said clearly, despite the sword handle in his mouth. The swordsman panted from the intensity of their spar. He was covered in sweat, and if he were a weaker man, he would have no doubt collapsed a while ago. He had a tired but happy grin on his face regardless of his bruises and soreness. Ever since the crew had started actually sparring, Zoro could feel himself growing stronger by the day. He'd even managed to perform a flying cut for the first time in his life thanks to the training Luffy was putting them through. The fact that it was his observation Haki that led him to understand the technique brought back memories of his sensei on his home island. Listening to the sword, you were right all along, sensei. Zoro mused as he removed Wado from his mouth and looked over his most prized sword. He'd been practicing his swings 4 days ago while trying to keep his observation up at the same time. Suddenly he felt like he wasn't swinging his sword correctly. This had puzzled him for a bit as he was doing the swings he'd been taught as a child. Deciding to follow this feeling, Zoro had readjusted his grip on Wado Ichimonji and swung the sword at a greater speed while focusing on an imaginary target. To his surprise, an arc of displaced air had left his blade and traveled a short distance before dispersing. He'd been practicing the flying cut every day since then and had used it in his spars against Luffy for the last 2 days. Johnny and Yusaku, who'd both been watching the spar with lime juice bottles in hand, had wide eyes and their mouths hanging open in shock. Big bro Zoro is so strong and he can't even land a good hit on bro Luffy. Johnny muttered with Yusaku nodding along. Nice job you guys. Shishishi. Luffy called a stop to the day's practice with a laugh. Zoro sighed as he sheathed Wado and went to get some water from the kitchen. Usopp was already spread eagle on the deck from his own, short, spar with Luffy, the long-nosed teen's tongue hanging out of his mouth as he panted. Nami was leaning against the railing of the ship steadying her breathing. She was also covered in some light bruises from her earlier spar with Luffy. Though she was sure they'd fade in a while. Luffy seemed to have an instinct about just how much each of his crewmates could take. Nami thanked whatever higher power saw fit to make that happen. She'd hate to take a full-on punch from Luffy, she probably wouldn't survive it. He sparred with all of them and he's barely breathing hard. Yusaku was in awe and also feeling pretty intimidated. Johnny was thanking his lucky stars that this crew was the one Zoro was a part of. If not for that fact, he worried that Luffy may have just outright killed him for his attack. Shishishi. Luffy looked rather amused at the state of his crew, though he was also proud of them. Hey, you two. Both bounty hunters stood up quickly under Luffy's gaze. How close are we to this restaurant? He asked with a slight tilt of his head. About 6 hours or so, little less, little more. Johnny replied as he moved his hands up and down like a set of scales. Great. That's enough time for me to have a nice long soak in the bath. Nami grinned happily as she pushed herself off the railing, eager to hop into a hot, relaxing bath. Luffy, I'm borrowing the master bath. She informed her captain as she made her way to her room to grab a change of clothes. Okay, Nami. Luffy smiled as he watched Zoro lay down for a nap against the mast. Usopp was slowly getting to his feet and looked like he could use a shower himself with all the sweat running down his face. Make sure you shower too after I'm done. Nami called out as she came out of the women's quarters with her change of clothes. Why? Luffy asked as he looked himself over. He hadn't even broken a sweat during training. Because we're going to a restaurant, you should make yourself presentable. Nami yelled back before she entered the captain's quarters. Luffy blinked before smacking his fist down onto his palm. That makes sense. Luffy grinned with a laugh. He'd give Nami an hour to enjoy the tub before he headed into his quarters and took his own shower. This is great. Nami sighed happily as she soaked in the large tub in the master bath. Honestly, such a nice bathroom was wasted on Luffy, he only showered and left the tub mostly unused. Such a waste, she grinned as she relaxed. Knowing Luffy, he'd give her at least an hour for herself to enjoy the bath. Looking towards the small clock on the wall next to the door, Nami pouted at seeing an hour had almost passed already. The orange tea stood up and left the tub, quickly grabbing a towel she wrapped it around her body before taking another and beginning to dry her hair. Once her hair was dry enough, she picked up the brush she kept in the master bath and began running it through her hair. Luffy didn't mind her keeping some extra sundries in his bathroom, so Nami had pretty much everything she needed already here whenever she used the master bath. He's just too kind, such a goofy pirate. Nami giggled to herself as she finished with her hair. Hearing the door of the captain's quarters open and close, Nami glanced at the clock again, only to find it was almost 10 minutes past the hour. She'd left her change of clothes on the desk near the master bath so they wouldn't get damp from the steam in the bathroom. Wait, what am I even worrying about? Luffy's my man, sort of, it's not like he hasn't seen me almost naked before. Nami shook her head with a grin on her face. In the almost 2 weeks since Nami had revealed her past to Luffy and made a request, she'd slept in Luffy's bed 4 times, including the first time. Just remembering Luffy's promise of killing Arlong put a dark smirk on her face. Maybe I should keep the heat up in our relationship. Nami grinned as she undid the towel around her body and re-wrapped it around her waist, leaving her large breasts free and showing off her toned stomach. Looking herself over in the mirror, Nami winked at her reflection before heading to the bathroom door. A quick check with her observation, just to make sure it was Luffy in the captain's quarters, and Nami opened the door upon feeling the powerful presence of her captain lover. Finished, Nami? Luffy trailed off as he gazed upon his navigator coming out of the bathroom. The beautiful orange tea only had a towel around her waist, leaving everything else bare and open for his view. Needless to say, Luffy's eyes ran up and down her form, stopping many times on her bare breasts as they bounced slightly from her steps. Yep, the bathroom is free, Luffy. Nami grinned at him like she wasn't giving him an amazing view. I'll just get dressed and head out. She smiled as she made her way over to her clothes on the desk. Just as Nami reached the desk, she heard Luffy's footsteps behind her and smiled when his arms wrapped around her waist from behind, pulling her gently back into his chest. Nami. Luffy breathed hotly against her neck, making the orange tea shiver pleasantly. LOOFY. Nami sighed happily as she leaned her head to the side so Luffy had more access to her neck. Feeling him place a kiss on the side of her neck made Nami smile, her captain's hand slowly moving from her waist to caress her sides, brought a moan from her. Can I? Luffy asked softly, his hands just under her breasts, and Nami couldn't stop the warmth that practically exploded from her heart. Ever since the first night she'd let him see her body for the first time, Luffy had never once been pushy or demanding with her. Nami got to control the speed at which their relationship progressed, and she very much enjoyed the consideration Luffy showed her. Though AHEAD. Nami moaned breathily into his ear, her head now resting back on his shoulder. She moaned as his warm hands gently ran over her mounts before cupping them. The gentle caresses made her feel little shocks of pleasure as Luffy slowly explored her breasts. When he ran his fingers over her nipples, she couldn't stifle her moans, and Luffy took interest in her reaction. Does that feel good? Luffy questioned as his fingers circled around her areola, teasing her sensitive nipples without touching them. The fact that he was genuinely curious wasn't lost on Nami. Yes, Luffy, more. Nami breathed out huskily as Luffy's fingers went back to caressing her nipples. The orange tea gently reached up and placed her hand against Luffy's chin. Turning his head to face her, she connected their lips, and the two enjoyed another kiss. Nami opened her mouth to run her tongue against Luffy's lip. After a moment, the straw-hatted man opened his mouth and the two began a deep French kiss. A few minutes later, with only a few quick breaks for air, and Nami captured Luffy's hands. Gently pulling them away from her breasts, even though she was very much enjoying them, she turned to face Luffy. You still need a shower, mister, go take one and change into clean clothes. Oh, Luffy pouted before Nami giggled and kissed him again. We'll have time tonight. So make sure you get clean. Nami grinned sexily, her eyes half-lidded. Okay. Luffy smiled back and headed into the master bath. Once the door closed, Nami dropped the towel from around her waist and pulled on a nice, lacy pair of panties. Luffy would probably like seeing them on her tonight. All his power and strength, yet he still listens to me, that kind of power could go to a girl's head. Nami giggled as she put on her matching lacy bra. We'll have to celebrate once he kills that bastard. I'm really looking forward to it. The orange tea smiled while hugging herself at the naughty images running through her head. A few hours later. Big bro Zoro. Bro Luffy. Bro Usopp. Bro Nami. The two bounty hunters called out. We're here. Both met the deck face first courtesy of Nami's fists. Stop calling me bro, damn it. Nami growled at the downed bounty hunters, both of whom now sported large smoking lumps on their heads. Honestly, 6 days with these idiots and they still wouldn't stop with the bro stuff. Still, the two had alerted everyone and the Straw Hat crew stood on deck for their first looks at the seafaring restaurant, Baratie. It was an odd-looking boat to say the least. It was bigger than the Going Merry, with 3 visible decks and 4 separate levels. It had normal enough masts and was oval-shaped when viewed from above, but what made the restaurant ship unique was the gaping fish head figurehead along with a matching tail at the opposite end of the ship. That's so crazy. Usopp exclaimed as he stared at the ship. Wow. Nami cheered with a grin. Giant fish. Luffy whooped pointing at the Baratie. Zoro was the only one looking even slightly calm, simply raising an eyebrow at the design of the other ship. Luffy tensed for a moment as several voices entered his passive observation range. Most of them started out curious, but then hostility began replacing curiosity voice by voice. Glancing over, Luffy spotted the marine ship sailing closer towards them, obviously the vessel was heading for Baratie too. A couple of seconds later everyone else took notice of the marine ship coming up beside them. Oi, we ain't pirates over here. Yusaku stated as he and Johnny started to sweat. The two bounty hunters decided to try to hide behind the door that led to the crew quarters and the holds. A marine dressed in formal wear stepped out on deck as the two ships sailed next to each other. He had a pale pinstripe suit on, bolts attached to his knuckles, pink hair running past his ears, and a scar on his cheek. I've never seen that flag before, the suited marine muttered calmly. I'm Marine Lieutenant Iron Fist Fullbody. Who is your captain? That would be me. I'm Luffy. We just raised our flag a week ago. Luffy answered without a care in the world. And I'm Usopp. Usopp declared, his arms crossed. Nami's fist deposited him onto the deck with a steaming lump protruding from his head. Fullbody's eyebrow rose as he caught sight of Johnny and Yusaku hiding behind the door. Wait, I've seen you two before. Yeah, you've skulked around some of the bounty offices in the past. He wasn't showing much emotion, but the tone of his voice was incredibly condescending, so you two small-timers finally got yourselves caught, huh? Small-timers? Yusaku repeated with a grimace. Hey Yusaku, I think this bro is sticking it to us. Johnny stated, his mouth hidden behind his fist. We can't let some bastard go around calling us small-time now, can we? Yusaku asked as he took a drag from his cigarette. It's not going to earn us a single beery, but I think we ought to teach this punk how to keep his mouth shut. You cocky little shit. They roared as they both leapt from the Going Merry with their blades drawn. Several swift punches from Fullbody later and the two idiots were tossed back onto the ship. Johnny's face was bruised and full of swollen lumps, and his nose was also bleeding. Yusaku's nose was bleeding as well, and it looked like he might have lost a tooth. Al almost had him, the two bounty hunters groaned. Man, you guys kinda suck. Luffy commented, looking down at the beaten pair. It was becoming an even bigger mystery of how Zoro had put up with these two long enough to learn their names. And no, he's just not too shabby either. The duo groaned. It was a close one. It really wasn't. Nami deadpanned looking at the idiots. Darling, stop beating on these nobodies. You promised me a good dinner. A woman stepped out of the marine ship wearing a fancy red dress with her blonde hair styled. Ah yes. Fullbody finally showed some emotion, allowing the pretty blonde to take his arm. He called back to the Straw Hats, consider yourselves lucky, pirates. I'm on vacation today, so I'm just here for some good food and my lovely lady. Next time we meet, your lives are forfeit. Well, isn't he pleasant? Nami remarked, unimpressed by the marine lieutenant. We're in trouble. Usopp yelled in terror a moment later. Fullbody had already taken a dinghy over to the Baratie, but he had apparently ordered his men to sink them once he and his date were inside the restaurant. Usopp was sweating as he pointed at the ship. They're firing at us. With a loud boom, the marine cannon fired, sending a cannonball speeding towards the Going Merry. Luffy lazily snatched the large iron ball out of the air, with no more difficulty than if someone had tossed a toy ball at him. Usopp, Johnny, and Yusaku's eyes all bugged out while their jaws dropped to the deck. How the hell? All three exclaimed in shock, while Nami and Zoro watched on, having already seen Luffy catch a cannonball before. You call this a cannonball? Luffy grinned as he bounced the ball up and down in his hand. Nami and Zoro smirked as the Marines started panicking. You can have this back. He exclaimed as he threw the cannonball back at the marine ship. In the split second that Usopp and the two hunters blinked, the returned cannonball had torn a huge hole through the marine ship's cabin decks. The ship rocked from the below, and dozens of the Marines lost their footing, falling to the deck of their ship. Shoot at us again and the next one goes through the hull, under the water. Luffy warned before he and the rest of the Straw Hats headed to the Going Merry's dinghy. The terrified Marines could only heed the warning or be stranded here as their ship sank. It wasn't a hard call to make. Inside the Baratie. The Straw Hats entered the floating restaurant to the smell of great food. All 4 members quickly found a table and sat down. Luffy glanced over and noticed Fullbody and his date sitting across the dining area from them. Hopefully they wouldn't be bothered by the Marine while they ate. His observation picked up on a strong voice that suddenly went weird and he turned to see a blonde man in a black suit staring at their table. The moment Sanji, Sous Chef of Baratie, laid his eyes on Nami they immediately turned into hearts and practically leaped out of his head. He appeared to wiggle, like a noodle, over to their table rapidly. "Oh blessed are the oceans for this day." Sanji exclaimed as he got on bended knee and bowed to the orange tea woman, who suddenly had a wicked greedy smirk on her face as she smelled an easy mark. "Oh blessed goddess, thank you for gracing our restaurant with your beauty this day." "Oh, thank you so much, Sous Chef." Nami clapped her hands together with a wide pleased smile. She'd been lucky enough to overhear the blonde man's title as they were walking through the restaurant to their table. Sanji, if possible, looked even more love-struck by her words and the fact that she knew his proper title. She put on the act of a fangirl meeting her idol and did it fabulously. "I'm afraid the food here is a little too expensive for me though," she trailed off leadingly, her hand gently resting on his cheek. "Please, a beautiful goddess such as yourself has no need to pay for your meal. I would be more than delighted to serve you for free." Sanji smiled winningly. "Ah, thank you so much." Nami smiled as she gave him a hug. Luffy was eyeing them and trying not to laugh as Nami played the blonde man like a fiddle. Nami, seeing her plan had succeeded, quickly placed her order. "Oh, Sous Chef, it all looks so good. I'd love to try all of it." She sent a wink at Luffy and he was barely able to hold back his laughter. Several minutes later, both Nami and Luffy were eating and found the food to be beyond delicious. "Hey!" Usopp yelled incensed that the blonde hadn't even bothered to take anyone but Nami's order. "Serve the rest of us as well, cook. This is gender discrimination. I'll sue." "I already gave you your tea. Show some gratitude, you little punk." Sanji's happy expression disappeared as he turned to face Usopp. "You looking to start something?" Usopp glared at the blonde, even as something inside told him the other man was stronger than him. "I won't go easy on you. Go get him, Zoro. Fight your own battles." Zoro drawled while lazily sipping his tea. "Pretty good tea." "Delicious." Nami exclaimed, having tasted a few of the dishes Sanji had brought out. She shared it all with Luffy, of course, who ate entire platefuls as soon as Nami had taken what she wanted from them. She looked at the two arguing before breaking out her acting skills again. "Oh you two, please don't fight over me." She fake pleaded, even managing to pull off a convincing sad expression. "Who's fighting over you?" Usopp questioned her angrily. "Anything for you miss." Sanji was back into love mode, hearts for eyes and all. "Pervert." Zoro muttered as he sipped his tea. Once Sanji had actually taken Usopp and Zoro's orders and returned with their food, almost everything was forgiven. The Straw Hats were all amazed by how delicious the food was. When asked who made it, Sanji informed them that he cooked everything himself. Luffy was gorging himself on all the different meats after Nami had gotten her share, a fact that wasn't lost on the orange tea as she watched him shamelessly swipe food from both Usopp's and Zoro's plates. Sanji wanted to say something about the straw-hatted man eating the food Nami had ordered. But he couldn't as Nami was specifically sharing everything with him. "It's so good." Luffy exclaimed happily. "This is the best food I've ever eaten." The rest of the table echoed the praise, putting a proud smirk onto Sanji's face. He was still miffed over Luffy eating the food he had cooked specifically for Nami, but the honest praise of his cooking skills had earned him a small pass. "Oh waiter." Fullbody suddenly called from across the dining area. "I believe I've already told you I'm not a waiter." Sanji growled as he stalked over to the table. He turned to Fullbody's date before speaking again. "My, how beautiful you are. Would you like to share a glass of fine wine over there? We have an excellent selection." The blonde woman blushed faintly and deferred with a giggling laugh. "Hey, just what do you think this disgusting bug is doing in my soup, waiter?" Fullbody demanded while grinding his teeth at the shamelessness of the blonde waiter. Outwardly, Fullbody was angry, but stone-faced. Inwardly, however, he was smirking smugly at his plan to get Sanji fired by putting the bug in his own soup. "I hardly claim to be an expert on insects, but if I had to guess I would say the backstroke." Sanji replied as he took a drag from his cigarette. The entire restaurant burst out laughing, while Fullbody grew increasingly red. "Don't fuck with me." Fullbody roared as he shot to his feet while his iron-studded fist broke both the dish and the table into pieces, sending them clattering to the floor. Most of the room gasped, while his date backed away with a shriek. "You don't seem to have any idea who you're messing with." He growled, clenching his iron fist in front of him. All you had to do was remove the bug you put in it and the soup would have been edible. Sanji's eyes were shadowed by his hair. You're really fucking full of yourself for a damn cook, aren't you? I'm a paying customer. Full body bellowed as a vein bulged on his forehead. I spent 3 days and nights on this soup. Sanji rumbled as he got on one knee and picked up the shattered pieces of plate. Can money fill your stomach? He demanded, violence in his voice. Stop the sauce, chef. One of the other cooks called out, but it was too late. Full body charged and seconds later was absolutely covered in blood. Sanji's nice dress shoes had simply been a flash as he rapidly kicked full body as his horrified date looked on. The marine suit was completely ruined by the blood falling from his busted lip and broken nose. Before full body could fall to the floor, Sanji caught him by his collar and lifted him with one hand. Going against a chef of the sea is tantamount to suicide. Sanji stated, though with the state he was in full body probably didn't hear him. Don't you dare waste food, you damn imbecile. Zoro sighed at the scene before he slowly turned his head towards Luffy. He didn't even try to hide the even louder sigh he let out. Luffy practically had stars in his eyes as he stared at Sanji. Zoro shook his head in exasperation. Of all the cooks in this damn restaurant, of course we'd end up taking the perverted one. A new guy appeared. He was a strangely shaped man, his biceps were small, but his forearms were huge. He had very skinny legs but a huge torso and a head shaped like a pear. His lips and his chin were huge, surrounded by a short black beard, and his head was shaved bald, with a white rope tied around it. This was Paddy, and he had been in the bathroom giving himself a pep talk to try and help himself deal with directly serving customers. So, he had been practicing cheesy lines in front of a mirror, all the while saying, "Customers are kings." So now he walked into the dining area, saying, "The customers are kings." The customers are what? The customer is being. He had a comical look of shock on his face. It quickly morphed into an angry growl of rage. "What the hell are you doing to our customer, Sanji?" He then took notice of who the customer was and his eyes bulged. He's also a marine lieutenant. "Oh, it's just you, shitty cook. Don't say my name so costly like that." Sanji looked over his shoulder, still holding full body up by the neck. "I ain't going to stand here and let a shitty cook call me a shitty cook." Smoke erupted from Paddy's nose as he walked forward. "Customers are kings, Sanji. So how do you explain his injuries, huh? The only noble thing some of our customers do is pretend to like the slop you make." Sanji carelessly tossed full body away before taking a drag from his cigarette. He dared waste our precious food and insulted a cook. "I just taught him some manners, that's all. What the hell is wrong with this place? They're just like pirates. How can you mistreat your customers like this?" Full body yelled furiously as he struggled to sit up. "I'll report this place to headquarters and have you shut down, do you hear me? You're going to shut us down, huh? Well, I'm afraid that leaves me no choice but to kill you," Sanji declared as he turned to face full body, looking stone-faced with fury practically wafting off him. "What?" Full body choked out. "It just gets me so angry," Sanji began at a normal tone, but his volume rapidly increased to shouting level, even as 3 other cooks tried to hold him back, afraid that he might really kill the marine lieutenant. "To see a spoiled little son of a bitch like you complaining about anything. Stop it, Sanji. You're going too far." One of the cooks trying to restrain him yelled. "Just who the hell do you think you are, huh? You shitty bastard." Sanji almost bit through his cigarette with how hard his teeth were clenched as he glared daggers at full body. "Sanji. Are you running wild in my restaurant again?" A new man roared out as he entered the dining room. He had a peg leg and a hilariously tall chef's hat. It probably doubled his height. He had dull yellow hair and a long braided mustache with a short pointy beard. He wore a chef's uniform draped over his shoulders. "Shut up, shitty geezer," Sanji replied in an even tone. "It's exactly as it looks. Head chef Zeph." Sanji beat up some idiot marine lieutenant. Paddy informed his boss. "Are you trying to sink my restaurant, you little shit?" Zeph's eyes flashed right before he swung his peg leg. It smacked Sanji right in the face, sending him crashing to the floor. Full body looked ecstatic at Sanji finally getting taken down a peg before a confused look came over his face as Zeph kicked Sanji only once and then walked over to him. "As for you. Get the hell out of my restaurant." Zeph's peg leg swung once more and sent full body flying into the wall. "You're all crazy." Full body said as best he could from his cracked jaw, "Just what do they think their customers are? They're all insane. This violent place is just like a pirate ship." The marine thought in panic. He then laid eyes on Luffy and his crew for the first time since they entered. What are you pirates doing in here? My ship should have already sunk yours." "Oh, you mean that cannonball? Well, we don't like having our ship destroyed, you see." Nami smirked cheekily. "So our captain returned it to you. I hope you don't mind sleeping on deck since your sleeping quarters kind of got destroyed. She waved cheerily. Bye now. The Straw Hats all started laughing and even Sanji got a chuckle out of it. Lieutenant. Lieutenant Fullbody sir. It's an emergency. A Marine burst into the dining area, dripping sweat with a look of terror on his face. He zeroed in on Fullbody, not even taking notice of his injured state. That Krieg pirate we captured escaped the brig. He shouted in panic, making some customers in the restaurant panic as well. It took 7 of us to capture him in the first place, and now he's gone. That's impossible. Fullbody yelled in shock. He hasn't eaten in weeks, and we certainly haven't fed him since his capture 3 days ago. He shouldn't even have the strength to move. Krieg. That Krieg. The strongest pirate in the East Blue. Some of the customers cried out in panic, Luffy's ears twitched at hearing about a strong pirate. Please forgive him, the panicked Marine yelled before he was cut off entirely by a bullet to the back. Blood appeared on the front of his white Marine shirt even as he slumped forward and crashed to the floor. The man behind him walked forward, his boots clacking on the wooden floor, audible in the nearly silent restaurant. The chefs weren't silent, neither was Luffy or his crew, even as the man sat down. Anything will do. Get me some food. He said clearly, inclining back on his chair and laying one of his dirty legs on top of the clean table. This place is a restaurant, isn't it? He was a relatively thin man of average height with short, scruffy hair, a scruffy beard, and dark circles under his eyes, as though he hadn't slept in long time. Welcome, you squid-faced crook. Paddy came forward, his cheesiest grin on his pear-shaped face. Off to the side, Luffy started to snicker while the rest of the Straw Hats tried to contain their own laughter. Your ears work. I'm only going to say this once more, so listen up. I'm a customer, so bring me food. Now. The haggard man demanded with a scowl. That cook is dead, Fullbody mumbled as he slowly started crawling away backwards. Pardon me, Dumbus. Paddy began, and neither Luffy nor his crew could take it anymore and started laughing over at their table. But how are you planning on paying for your meal? He asked with a huge fake smile. Do you take lead? The Krieg pirate growled as he placed a pistol dead center of Paddy's forehead. No money, huh? Paddy asked rhetorically. Before the pirate could make another move, Paddy's huge forearm smashed him through his chair in a hammer blow. That chair is coming out of your paycheck, Paddy. Zeph yelled at his employee. If you can't pay, then you ain't a customer. Paddy stated with his arms crossed. Nice going, Paddy. Show that idiot pirate who's boss. Some of the cooks cheered him on, though Zeph and Sanji were notably absent from this cheering. The Straw Hats noticed this with curiosity. Sanji turned and walked into the kitchen. Zeph was looking at Paddy and shaking his head as the man curtsied, of all things. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the rest of your meals. Paddy called out, his cheesy grin once again on his face. Luffy and Nami eyed Sanji as he left the kitchens with a plate and a cup of water. He walked through a door and out onto the deck. They both stood and trailed after him, eager to see what he would do. When they exited onto the deck above where Sanji had gone, the two looked down to see the haggard pirate scarfing down the plate of food Sanji had carried out. Delicious, it's so delicious. He cried, his mouth still full. It's the most delicious food I've ever eaten. I've never tasted anything so good. I'm so grateful. So grateful. I thought it was over for me. It's damn good, huh? Sanji grinned. Yeah, that's much better. Nami commented approvingly as she and Luffy watched the two on the lower deck. How lucky. Looks like you got some food after all. Luffy chuckled as both the men below started and looked up. You look like you were about to die. Shishishi. He then turned to Sanji and pointed at him. Hey cook. You should join my crew. Be the cook for our pirate ship, will ya? Huh? Both of the men looked dumbfounded. Sanji shook his head. So, you're a pirate, huh? He grinned lightly. Well, you better not try anything on this ship. The head chef used to be quite the pirate himself. Oh, the old man used to be a pirate? Luffy questioned curiously. I didn't think you could just quit being a pirate. Nami said dryly. The hell happened to his bounty then? She wondered, but Sanji just stared at her with love-struck hearts for eyes. After a moment he shook himself out of it to answer her question. This restaurant's like a treasure to the old man. Sanji grinned. The rest of us cooks all came here because we admired him, and most of those guys are hot-blooded enough to be pirates themselves. He shrugged. It's quite appropriate, seeing how often this place is visited by the real deal. Don't get a quiet moment in this place, huh? The Krieg pirate smirked while shaking his head. It is part of the daily routine nowadays. It's gotten to the point where some guests don't even show up for the food anymore. Some of them come just to watch the fights. Sanji shook his head in exasperation before he slipped his cigarette back into his mouth. Thanks to that, most of our waiters got scared and ran away. Shishishi. Luffy chuckled and Nami giggled too before they both jumped down to the lower deck. Anyway, join my crew. I refuse. Sanji looked up at the sky. I have my own reasons for wanting to work here. Oh, that's too bad. Nami trailed off sadly, making sure to lean forward and put on her best pout. I was quite looking forward to eating your delicious food all the time. You're on his crew? Sanji asked, looking like his head was steaming and hearts had once more replaced his eyes. Nami nodded with a sweet smile. Oh, how cruel the seas can be. To be so close but still so far. Doesn't matter. I refuse your refusal. Luffy stated. You're a good cook, so we'll be pirates together. There he goes. Nami giggled, seeing Luffy once again not caring about being rejected. Hey, at least hear me out. Sanji demanded. Okay, so what's your reason then? Luffy blinked as he tilted his head. No need to tell you. Sanji replied as he exhaled a puff of smoke. Are you some kind of idiot? You just told me to hear you out. Luffy retorted, and Nami couldn't stop herself from bursting into laughter. I just meant you should listen to other people's opinions. Don't make me chop you up, you shitty straw hat. Sanji grit his teeth and snarled at Luffy. What did you say? Luffy yelled back. If you insult my hat again and I'll knock you out. Sorry to cut in, the Krieg pirate interjected into their conversation. What is it? Both of them yelled. The name's Jin. Jin introduced himself. I'm a member of the Krieg pirates. You say you're a pirate, kid. What's your goal? One Piece. Luffy replied, his scowl disappearing as he started grinning brightly. I'm going to become the Pirate King. Sanji's eyes widened at hearing Luffy's dream. One Piece. If you're still looking for a cook, I'm guessing that means your crew isn't so big then? Jin questioned blankly. He's the fifth. Luffy said, pointing his thumb at Sanji. Why are you counting me, you shitty straw hat? I already said no. Sanji yelled at Luffy. You don't seem like a bad kid, so let me give you some advice, Jin offered with a haunted look on his face. Just give up on going to the Grand Line. He turned away. You're still young. There's no need to rush things. He held his head with his hands. The Grand Line is just one ocean amongst the many of this world. If you want to be a pirate, there are plenty of other places for you to explore. One Piece is on the Grand Line, so that's where we have to go. Luffy responded before he started to pick his nose. Nami quickly swatted his hand down and gave him a look. Luffy huffed before placing his hands in his pockets. Don't you get a kid? Jin yelled at him with his eyes wide. There's no way your little crew of 5 will survive on the Grand Line. You're some kind of idiot, aren't you? Luffy questioned, his head tilted slightly. If all you ever do is run away from your dreams, how are you supposed to make them come true? Jin's face became shocked, but off to the side Sanji's eyes widened. Jin said, before shaking himself. It's really no business of mine if you die. He shrugged. At least I tried. He jumped into a dinghy at Sanji's offering. Thank you so much for the food, Sanji. Jin said, smiling for once. You're my savior. Would it be alright if I came back here to eat again? Sure. Sanji grinned. Anytime. Sanji. Zeph roared from above them. Sorry Sanji, you're going to get yelled at because of me because you gave me food. Jin apologized. What are you talking about? Sanji questioned before kicking the plate and cup lightly and sending them off the side of the ship. I can't get scolded if there's no proof. Thank you Sanji. I'll never forget this. Jin thanked the blonde chef as the small boat started sailing away. Just don't get caught again, Jin. Sanji waved him off with a grin. Back to work. Zeph shouted before turning away, an unseen smile crossing his face. Before they reached the dining area, Sanji turned to Nami with hearts in his eyes once again. Oh love, laugh if you will at my poor self who cannot resist his passions. If I could be with you, I would sail any ocean and walk any path, be it pirate or even devil. Alas, there is a great obstacle between us. Obstacle, you say? Zeph questioned as he turned and looked gruffly at Sanji, whose hard eyes shattered as he turned away from the beautiful orange-haired girl to lock eyes with Zeph. Don't beat around the bush, you shitty brat. You're talking about me. He stated while crossing his arms. This is a good chance for you to get off this boat. Get out of here and join them. I don't need someone like you in my restaurant. Excuse me? I'm not sure I heard you right, shitty geezer. Sanji did not look pleased at what he just heard. Standing straight and staring Zeph dead in the eye. I've been the sous chef of this place for nearly a decade. So just what exactly do you mean when you tell me I'm not needed? It's no big mystery, you shitty brat. Zeph scoffed at the blonde chef. Well, now we know where he learned to talk from. Nami playfully bumped Luffy with her shoulder as they watched it back and forth. All you ever do is pick fights with the guests and sniff around the ladies like a horny dog. Zeph didn't look amused in the least. You can't cook a decent meal to save your life. Both the Straw Hats frowned at that untrue statement. Sanji's food was the best they'd had in their lives. They both noticed Sanji's clenched fists too. You're just unnecessary baggage holding the place down. Not to mention the fact that none of the other cooks want you around. So, go be a pirate you shitty brat. It's better if you just get the hell off my ship." Zeph finished while staring Sanji down. "You shitty geezer. Have you been waiting to say this shit for a while?" Sanji demanded as he reached forward and snatched Zeph's collar in a tight grip. "I can ignore all the rest of your crap, but I can't ignore you insulting my cooking. I'm staying here no matter what you say." "Got that?" the blonde demanded. "How dare you grab the collar of the head chef?" Zeph grabbed him by the arm and flung him over his head and slammed him onto the floor so fast that Sanji couldn't even react to it. "You little ingrate," Zeph yelled as he turned to walk away. "I'm not leaving, you hear me? I'll stay here until the day you die. No matter how you try to chase me out, I'll continue to be a cook here." Sanji yelled at Zeph's back as he stood up from the floor. "I ain't dying for at least another 100 years, you shitty brat." Zeph didn't even turn around and kept walking. "Pretty damn mouthy for a shitty geezer," Sanji muttered as he dusted off his suit. "Looks like you just got fired, so now you can come be my cool." Luffy began only for Sanji to cut him off. "As if." Sanji yelled right in his face before walking back into the kitchen. "I don't think you're going to be recruiting him so easily, Luffy," Nami remarked as they made their way back to the Going Merry. "Nah, I'll get him to join." Luffy grinned widely. "I already refused his refusal. Can't take that back." "Only you, Luffy, only you." Nami giggled while playfully rolling her eyes. It had been 2 days since the Straw Hat Pirates had arrived at Baratie. The crew was ordering breakfast after their morning training. Nami, Zoro and Usopp had been progressing well with their physical training, and their Haki was improving a little each day. Zoro was still leaps ahead of Nami and Usopp with armament Haki, but the navigator and gunner were ahead of him when it came to observation. Luffy thought they were all doing well and let them know that after each session, even the ones where all 3 crew members had sparred with him and were left bruised and exhausted. The crew was inside the restaurant enjoying a delicious breakfast cooked by Sanji, since the blonde wouldn't let any of the other chefs cook for Nami, when a scream shattered the calm morning atmosphere of the restaurant. "That's Don Krieg's pirate ship," a terrified guest yelled, pointing out the window. "The skull with 2 Hergulesses to either side to threaten their enemies, there's no doubt. That's Krieg's flag. Why is he here?" Another screamed while staring out the window in terror. Pandemonium erupted in the ship as all the guests scrambled to leave before the infamous pirate arrived. "No way, I barely touched him, he'd have been hit harder in a bar fight. No way Krieg would be coming here to kill me, right?" Paddy questioned, trembling with his head in his hands, his face deathly pale. "Are you happy, Paddy?" another chef demanded. "Aren't you so glad you messed with him well? Aren't you going to chase him off? You're the tough guy here." "This is really bad. Shouldn't we set sail and get out of here?" Usopp asked, panicking. "That's a pretty big ship," Luffy noted, excitement in his voice. He, Nami, and Zoro were currently ignoring Usopp. Nami looked a bit apprehensive. Everyone in East Blue had heard of Don Krieg and his armada before, but she refused to turn tail and run anymore. "You think Jin came back to repay his debt?" the straw-hatted captain asked. "I doubt it." Sanji took a drag from his cigarette. "But it's strange," they all looked on as the ship came into full view through the morning mist. "That ship is a wreck. What kind of storm did they get caught in?" True to Sanji's words, the giant galleon was an utter disaster. The sails were torn and ripped. The figurehead of a roaring saber-toothed cat was half gone. The main mast was damaged about halfway up, the wood looked like it was barely holding together. All in all, it looked like the ship had been through a horrifying storm of some kind. The door leading into the restaurant was slammed open, revealing a large silhouette. The crew of the Baratie looked on wide-eyed as the shadow came into the light. It was Jin, holding up a much larger man. The hunched-over man was large and muscular. His hair was gray, and he had thick sideburns, with bandages wrapped around his head. He wore a baggy yellow leopard print shirt with a dark fur-lined cape over it, held onto his large frame by a large golden chain. The man might have had an intimidating appearance if he wasn't hunched over looking half dead. Jin was literally the only reason the man was standing up at all. "Pardon the intrusion," even the man's voice sounded weak. "But could I have some food and water? If it is money you want, I've got plenty." "He's starving," Luffy noted, examining the other pirate. "Wonder what happened?" Sanji wondered, gazing at the man with eyes that held a look of understanding. "The hell?" Paddy questioned. "This weak-looking guy is Don Krieg." Krieg tried to take another step forward, but he just keeled over and fell, unable to stand any longer. "Don Krieg?" Jin cried out in shock. "Please, save my captain. Get him some food and water. He'll die at this rate." He looked out into a sea of faces, searching for some sympathy. But as Zeph wasn't here and Sanji and the Straw Hats were off to the side, there was none to be found. He had a look of disbelief on his face as no one moved to do anything. "Ahahaha." Paddy burst out laughing. "This is perfect. This is what the infamous Don Krieg looks like. We're paying customers this time. We have money. Plenty of it. You have no reason to turn us away, damn it. Jin roared out enraged. Someone call the Marines. They won't get another chance like this. Patty crowed, ignoring the furious Jin. Don't give him get a single scrap of food. If we feed him, it's obvious that he'll attack the ship. I ain't giving him a single drop of water. One of the panicked chefs swore. I won't do anything. Krieg croaked out. If you give me food, I promise I'll quietly withdraw, please help me. He was bowing down on his knees. On Krieg. Jin called, tears in his eyes. Stop. Don't do this. A great man like you shouldn't be lowering his head. It's too shameful. I'm begging. I don't care if it's scraps or leftovers. I'll eat anything you have to give me. Anything. Krieg's voice was hoarse and defeated. Tears were leaking from Jin's eyes. Trying to earn some sympathy. Patty harumphed unmoved. Hey, move it Patty. Sanji said, a plate and a bottle of wine in his hands. He spun and his foot lashed out. His heel caught Patty square on his large cheek and sent him careening to the floor with a thud. Here Jin, give him this. The two gaped in astonishment before Krieg started scarfing down his meal with groans of relief. Sanji. A cook with sunglasses, called Karn, yelled in shock. Take that food back this instant. Don't you know what kind of guy Krieg is? He's the ruler of East Blue. The king of deception. Krieg disguised himself as a marine after escaping prison and killed the commanding officer of the ship he ended up stealing. He's attacked peaceful ports and towns while waving a marine flag to fool them into letting him get close. He's waved white flags at his enemies before attacking them when their guards were down. He's scum who will do anything to win. That's how he made it to the top. His strength ain't no exaggeration either. You really think he'll leave after you feed him? That's impossible for a man like him. Letting a demon like him starve is good for the world. Karn was proven correct in short order. Krieg gulped down the last of his food and clenched his fists in triumph. With a roar, he threw a punch and sent Sanji flying. Almost everyone in the restaurant dropped their jaws in terror. On Krieg. Jin yelled hysterically. This isn't what you promised. I guided you here because you swore you wouldn't harm anyone. That man is our savior. Don Krieg's large hand grabbed onto his shoulder and tightened harshly. Gah. Jin cried out in pain as his shoulder was crushed beneath his captain's grip. Ah, that was good. Krieg stated. I feel like I'm back to my normal self. He grinned as he looked around before sneering at everyone. So the snake bares his fangs at last. Sanji smirked as he sat up. He was bleeding slightly but not very injured overall. Nice ship. Krieg commented as he cracked his neck. I'll take it. I told you, Karn stated, sweating. This is the true Don Krieg. He'll take over the ship. Don Krieg. Jin hissed, clutching his throbbing shoulder. What about your promise? Krieg didn't even spare him a glance. My ship's all torn up. Krieg said lightly. I'll be needing a new one, so after my business with you all is finished, I'll let you all leave. Though no one there actually believed his words since Krieg had already proven himself to be untrustworthy. I have 100 subordinates still alive on my ship and they're all starving. You all will prepare enough food to feed them. He had a malevolent glint in his eye as he stared at the cooks before roaring when it became clear that none of them were moving to follow his orders. Well, make it quick. Some of them have already starved to death. Feed 100 men who are only going to attack us once we do so. You must be out of your mind. We refuse. Karn bit out. You seem to be under the mistaken impression that it was a request. Krieg replied darkly, causing many cooks to cringe at the tone. I gave an order and no one disobeys my orders. I am sorry, Sanji. Jin apologized. I never intended for this to happen. Sanji, you shitty cook. This is all your fault. Because of you we're in this mess. Where do you think you're going? Patty shouted with his eyes popping out of his head as he watched Sanji walk away. Where am I going? Isn't it clear? I'm going to the kitchen. I have 100 meals to prepare. Sanji replied with a raised eyebrow. Smart man. Krieg smirked while the rest of the cooks' jaws dropped at the South chef's response. Like hell you will. The other cooks yelled as they all pulled guns out and aimed them straight for Sanji's head. Are you Krieg's secret agent, Sanji? Is that why you're doing this? You're not taking a fucking step into that kitchen. Go ahead and shoot then. Sanji said blandly, not shaken in the slightest. The cooks recoiled, some even jerking their guns back. You think I don't know full well that they're scum? The blonde scoffed. None of that matters. Thinking of the consequences is too much of a hassle. If I see someone starving in front of me, then it is my sworn duty as a cook to feed them. If you want to stop me, then you better pull those triggers. If not, save them for Krieg's grunts. He took a drag from his cigarette. I feed hungry men. I don't care about what happens to them after that. If they then decide to bite the hand that fed them, I'll kill them myself. The other cook's look of awe at Sanji's words was wiped away instantly when Paddy smashed him in the back of the head with his large fists. "What's that idiot doing attacking my cook?" Luffy scowled, miffed at seeing his nakama, since he'd already decided to have Sanji on his crew, hit from behind. "Hold this idiot down." Paddy yelled as he turned to Sanji, holding a long item wrapped in a white sheet. "I know full well that you fed the people I've turned away. I've ignored all of that because I can't say who was right and who was wrong. But this time you're definitely in the wrong. I'll protect this place my own damn self." He lifted his package and whipped off the sheet, revealing large shrimp-shaped hand cannon. "Luckily we only have Krieg himself to deal with. He can't beat all of us." He lifted the cannon and took aim. "This is the Baratie. We have pirates coming here looking to cause trouble every day. We're more than prepared to deal with your kind." Krieg looked completely unimpressed by the cook's declaration. "Since you enjoyed your meal so much, how about some dessert, Krieg indigestion meatball special?" Paddy roared and fired a cannonball directly at Krieg. The ball hit the large pirate and engulfed him in a large explosion. "On!" Jin yelled in shock as his captain was blown through the doors and out of the restaurant. "Ah damn it. I blew the doors out. Owner Zeph is going to have my head for this." Paddy frowned looking at the result of his shot. "It's fine, Paddy." Karn reassured. "It was collateral damage from defending this place. Owner Zeph will understand." "And what will you do with his underlings?" Sanji asked from his position on the floor. The cooks didn't get a chance to answer before someone else spoke up. "That dessert tasted like shit." Krieg walked back in, not even scuffed up. He was wearing golden-colored armor that covered his entire upper body. That explained the large baggy shirt the man had been wearing. It was the only way he'd been able to hide the armor he'd been wearing underneath. "You shitty cooks, this is the worst restaurant I've ever been to." "Get him." Paddy cried out before all the cooks grabbed gigantic tableware-styled weapons and rushed the large man. "You annoying little shits." Krieg roared before he pulled out 2 pistols and 10 more came out of various parts of his armor. He immediately opened fire, knocking all the cooks away at once. As all the cooks collapsed, their bodies riddled with gunshot wounds, Krieg yelled again. "You insignificant worms think you can defy me. I'm the strongest. This steel arm, more powerful than any other. This unbreakable armor made of wheat steel. These diamond fists which can pulverize anything. My entire body is a finely tuned weapon. I'm the fleet admiral of 50 ships and 5,000 men. I've won every bat. Will you shut up already?" A voice asked loudly over the pirates ranting. Dead silence followed that question as Krieg turned mechanically to Luffy, rage literally pouring from him while a vein visibly pulsed on his forehead. "Who cares about your fancy toys?" Luffy chuckled. "You aren't the strongest of anything." "What was that, you damn brat?" Krieg growled out through gritted teeth. "Was I unclear or something?" Luffy asked confused before turning to Nami. "I wasn't unclear, was I?" "No captain, you spoke clearly and simply. He's just an idiot." Nami giggled. Seeing Krieg face to face wiped any nervousness from her mind. Any man who ranted like that and covered himself in unbreakable armor clearly wasn't confident in his actual strength. Hell, the idiot's legs were left unarmored. What kind of moron only wore the top half of his suit of armor? His pants didn't even look padded for minimal protection. "You stupid little brat." Krieg growled. He would have said more, but a giant sack landed in front of him. "What's this?" "Owner Zeph." The cook shouted in shock. "Food for 100 men." Zeph lazily replied. "Hurry up and bring it to your men." "It did, they say, Zeph." Krieg looked like he was sweating suddenly. "Sir. How could you give them that food? Once they recover they're going to be gunning for the ship." A cook yelled. "Oh they will they?" Zeph had a smirk on his face while Krieg's face darkened. "That's only if they have any fighting spirit left in them, isn't that right, Grand Line dropouts?" "Even Don Krieg couldn't make it," the cooks exclaimed. The strongest of the East Blue was defeated by the Grand Line. Jin was holding his face with his hands and almost sobbing. "Your red leg, Zeph." Krieg stared at Zeph like he couldn't believe who he was talking to. "The peerless cook and captain, so you were still alive." "And? My being alive has nothing to do with you. As you can see, I'm a cook full-time now." Zeph replied. "The cook full-time? That's an interesting way to put it. More appropriate would be to say you can do nothing else now." Krieg laughed darkly. To hear of red leg Zeph is to hear of the man who could kick so hard his shoes would be dyed red with the blood of his enemies, the man who could break cliffs with only his legs and leave imprints of his shoes on steel. The man who would never use his hands in a fight. You're a laughable nobody now. Full-time cook. Ha. More like you can never put your red shoes back on. You're a cook now because it's the only thing you can do." He grinned. "I heard you died in a shipwreck. It seems you managed to survive, though it cost you one of your precious legs. With it gone, you can't fight anymore." Sanji looked like he wanted to go tear Krieg apart himself, a look of absolute fury on his face. As long as I have these hands, it doesn't matter if I can fight or not. I can still cook. Zeph replied uncaringly. So, are you going to get to the point, or are you going to continue blathering? Redleg Zeph. The man who once braved the waters of the Devil's Hideout. The Grand Line. You not only sailed those waters, but you returned without injury. You must have kept a log of your voyage. Hand it over. Krieg demanded. Ew. You've been to the Grand Line, old man. Luffy had stars in his eyes looking at the old chef. I have. Zeph confirmed. And you're right that I kept a log. Indeed, I still have it to this day. But I shan't be handing it to the likes of you. That logbook is the pride of me and my crew. It's much too valuable to give to a weakling like you. Weakling, Krieg roared. I can throw a battleship bare-handed. How am I weak? There's no point trying to explain it to an idiot. Zeph smirked at him without a care in the world. Then I'll just take it from your corpse, old man. Krieg declared as he clenched his fist in front of him. It's true that I came back defeated from the Grand Line, but even so, I'm still the mighty Don Krieg. He growled out, taking a step forward. Zeph didn't even flinch. That dark sea which sends weak men to their knees. I had the power. I had the ambition. I had the manpower. He ranted. I only lacked information. It was my only flaw. That is why I'll take that logbook from you. Once I have it, I'll reassemble my crew and conquer the Grand Line. I'll find One Piece and become the Pirate King. Like hell you will, bastard. Luffy yelled. Krieg stiffened, enraged again as he turned to face Luffy. There's only room for one Pirate King, and that's going to be me. The rest of the cooks dropped their jaws and backed away from him, afraid that Krieg would charge the straw-hatted young man in his fury. I let that comment slide, you stupid brat. Krieg eyed him, looking down on the younger man. Of course you'd say that. Luffy remarked amused. All your guns are empty. Krieg stiffened at the call out. You don't seem willing to fight without all of your tricks. You plan to fight, Luffy? Zoro had Wado Ichimonji over his shoulder. Want a hand? He asked, looking forward to the potential fight. That's your crew? 2 punks and a little girl. Don't make me laugh. Krieg mocked. This guy too. Luffy said, pointing at Sanji, who immediately yelled his refusal. So that's 5. Don't try and mock me, you little shit. Krieg finally snapped. My entire 5,000-man crew was wiped out on that nightmare sea. All because we didn't have the proper info. It doesn't really matter if you had 5,000 men. Nami sardonically stated, forcing him to grit his teeth at being interrupted. The orange tea leaned into Luffy's side, the straw-hatted man wrapping an arm around her waist. He grinned at her while Sanji looked on, a small black cloud forming over his head. If you're not strong enough, the Grand Line will end you. That's how it got the name Pirate's Graveyard. Everyone there watched on in silence as Krieg's face turned purple with rage. 5,000 and only 100 made it back. You must just take anyone you can get into your crew, huh? She darkly mused, while also leaving the jibe that he was incapable of finding real talent for his crew unsaid. Of course, with an idiot like you for a captain, it's probably some kind of miracle you even have 100 left. You little bitch. Krieg roared as he pointed a gun at her, apparently forgetting he was out of ammo. We'll see how mouthy you are when I have you choking on my cock. No one. Not a single person on the Baratie saw what transpired next. Even Zeph, with all of his experience, hadn't actually seen the straw-hatted captain move. But the results spoke for themselves. Krieg was launched backwards at alarming speeds, his armor cracked and bile flying from his mouth. The pirate crashed into his own ship and smashed through it, disappearing into the depths of the large galleon. Luffy stood where Krieg used to be, right next to Jin, with his right fist still outstretched. Jin looked at Luffy as if the devil himself had suddenly appeared beside him. Passed. Zeph looked rather impressed as Luffy dropped his arm back to his side. The entire Straw Hat crew was scowling at what the other captain had said. Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp because of what he'd said about their nakama. Nami because, while she'd heard similar things in her time as a thief, was now not only strong enough to deal with assholes like Krieg, but was in a relationship with the only man she'd let touch her in such a way. A weak piece of shit pirate like Krieg didn't get to even fantasize about doing such things to her. But that thought in mind, Nami sauntered up beside Luffy and gave him a peck on the cheek. Thanks Luffy, though I kinda wanted to hit him myself. Nami scowled at the damaged galleon, especially the new hole Luffy had made with Krieg's body. Luffy smiled fondly at her, delighted at her newfound spirit, before turning back. Luffy walked over and grabbed a bag of food. He walked back towards Jin and dropped the large sack in front of the stunned man. Go feed your crew. This is your only chance. Luffy stated, staring Jin directly in the eye. The scruffy man nodded before grabbing the sack and running towards the galleon. What now? Usopp asked, looking between his captain and the doors of the Baratie. Now it's become a fight between pirate crews. Luffy stated with authority. Usopp, go get ready for battle, these guys aren't sailing away from here, not after threatening my nakama. Usopp nodded and headed off to the Going Merry to get his pistols and his trick ammo slingshot. Luffy then turned towards Zeph before speaking to the former pirate. Sorry, old man, but you and your cooks will need to stand back. You know what it means when two crews fight. There's no need to apologize, kid. Zeph replied with a nod. Everyone on this ship did what they thought was right. He knew what a fight between pirate crews meant. He'd had plenty in his own time as a pirate. It wasn't something civilians had any place in. Two crews fought, but only one sailed away, that was the nature of a pirate crew battle. Owners F. Several cooks yelled. How could you say what Sanji did was right? It's his fault we're going to be attacked. One of them turned to Sanji and started screaming in his face. Was this your plan all along, Sanji? Was this how you wanted to become the head chef, or have you just completely lost your damn mind? Huh? Which is it? Shut up, you stupid little eggplants. Zeph roared and the cooks flinched back, looking wide-eyed at Zeph. Sanji's head dipped, his face shadowed. Do any of you know what it feels like to truly starve? Do any of you know what it feels like to be so hungry you beg for death? They all looked at him, shocked and confused. Not one of you fools knows how terrifying and painful it is to be lost at sea with no food and water. The difference between you lot and Sanji is that he knows. The cooks turned to an uncaring Sanji with looks of shock. There's no use crying over spilt milk. If any of you want to leave, there's the door. Zeph scoffed, waving at the blown-out front doors. I'm staying right here. I couldn't live with myself if I left without a fight. Petty declared. Same here, I live and work in this place. Ain't nowhere for me to go. Carr nodded. None of you dumb eggplants will be fighting anymore. Zeph put his foot down, the authority that he spoke with stopped any of his cooks from disagreeing with him. This has become a fight between pirate crews, it has nothing to do with civilians any longer. That straw-hatted captain feels personally attacked, offended, and probably more than pissed about how Krieg treated his nakama. He's staking his dream and his crew on the outcome of this fight. That is a man with the conviction and strength necessary for the Grand Line. That is a real pirate. Owners F. The cooks trailed off listening to the surety and fire behind their boss's words. I'm back and ready, Captain. Usopp announced as he walked back through the doors. Great, get over here and let's finish eating. I want to hear more about the Grand Line from the old man. Luffy laughed as Zeph sat down with the straw hats with an amused snort. So what was the Grand Line like when you sailed it, old man? He asked, his wide grin stretched across his face. It's been years since I've told any stories of my pirate days. Zeph chuckled before he started to speak of his time as captain of the Cook Pirates. Shishishi. Sounds like a fun place. We definitely have to go there. Luffy was grinning madly by the end of Zeph's tale. Could you at least pretend to be scared like the rest of us? Usopp demanded, only for Nami and Zoro to look at him with raised eyebrows. The gunman suddenly realized that he was the only one of his crew shaken by the story. Damn it. I'm going to be a brave warrior of the seas. I can't let the Grand Line intimidate me. He thought to himself, trying to push past his fear and history of being a coward. Looks like I made the right decision, Luffy. My goal lies in the path of yours. Zoro was grinning while gripping Wado Ichimonji's handle. Bunch of idiots. Sanji deadpanned from where he joined them a couple minutes into Zeph's tale. You're the type to rush to your deaths. Sanji turned and exhaled the smoke from his cigarette. True. Zoro easily replied. But leave out the idiot part. He cast his determined gaze on the blonde chef. Ever since I decided I would become the greatest swordsman in the world, I cast away any attachment to life. The only one who can call me an idiot is me. Damn right. Luffy grinned widely, smacking the table with his palm. Yep. Nami chirped with a cute smile. As a man who will be a brave warrior of the seas, I must say the same. Usopp crossed his arms. Zoro gave the gunman a questioning look. Shut it. The gunman snapped, making the swordsman grin. Zeph finally had an expression on his face other than seriousness. He was smirking broadly, looking at the small crew. Sounds like my old dream, and this dumb little eggplants too. Zeph chuckled. You have a dream too, Sanji. Luffy's eyes had turned to sparkles again at hearing the word, and he practically bounced in his seat wanting to hear it. You ever heard of the All Blue? Sanji sighed, exhaling a puff of smoke as he looked over at Luffy. Nope. Luffy shook his head. But I want to know more about it now. Sanji huffed before a smile crossed his face as he proceeded to tell the Straw Hats about his dream. Krieg's galleon. Outside, the surviving members of the Krieg pirates were gorging themselves happily, enjoying the feeling of strength returning to their bodies. We're saved. They cheered in relief. We're alive. It's like a dream. We finally escaped that nightmare. The pirates' graveyard. That's right. Krieg roared to his men while fastening his spiked cape around his shoulders. And we'll sail right back to the Grand Line soon. The crew froze and stiffened up, looking at their captain as though he were insane. What's with those expressions? He demanded as the vein on his forehead began pulsing again. We're going back there? One of his crew asked in terror. His answer was a bullet from the pistol Krieg held in his hand. Any others want to disagree? Krieg demanded. The pirates pretended to be happy, fake cheering and all. Krieg returned to smirking. First we'll ditch this destroyed ship and seize that restaurant. He ordered his crew. Your enemies are a bunch of shitty cooks, so there should be no issues. Inside the Baratie. Sanji had just finished explaining his dream of finding the all blue to the Straw Hats. All of them found the idea of a sea that was home to every fish in the world amazing. Luffy was drooling slightly at the thought, making Nami giggle. Even Zoro thought it was a good dream for a chef, though he wouldn't say it out loud. How are you going to find the all blue while you work here though? Luffy asked, wondering if the Baratie sailed around looking for it or something. He won't, that's why I keep telling him to leave this restaurant and go look for it. Zeph growled at the blonde. Shut it, you shitty geezer. Sanji grumbled back. You know why I'm not leaving. Boy, I didn't hack off my own leg just so you could not live your life and chase your dreams. Zeph roared at the blonde. Sanji flinched back at the blunt statement from the old man. He's got a point. Luffy nodded. If it's both your dreams to find all blue, then why are you fighting with the old man so much? If you don't explain your stupidity to them, I will. Zeph warned the blonde South chef. Sanji grit his teeth and smashed out his cigarette into the ashtray that was on the table. Shortly afterwards, the Straw Hats learned of Sanji's history with Zeph, how the two had nearly starved to death on a godforsaken pillar of stone out in the middle of the ocean. How Zeph had given Sanji all their food and eaten his own leg to survive. By the end, Sanji was morose and Zeph was stone-faced. I agree with Zeph, you're kind of an idiot. Nami sighed, making Zeph snort in amusement, while Sanji looked horrified that the orange tea thought anything negative of him. He sacrificed his leg, his health, and all of the food just so you could live. Yet your idea of repaying him is to not search for your shared dream? That makes no sense at all. But Sanji tried, only for Zoro to interrupt. Dreams bequeathed to you by another should be chased to the ends of the earth. Nothing should stand in your way, not even the possibility of death. Zoro stated, his hand wrapped tightly around Wado Ichimonji under the table. Sanji tried again, only for Luffy to speak up. Join my crew, Sanji. We'll sail to every corner of every sea if we have to. Luffy promised, his fist raised in front of him. Come chase your dream with us. He offered as he held his hand out to the blonde chef. Sanji looked at the offered hand before glancing at Zeph. Would Sanji do it for both of us? Zeph nodded to the young man who'd become like his own son. Sanji's eyes widened at Zeph's words and the intense look his surrogate father was giving him. Turning back to Luffy and his still outstretched hand, Sanji made his decision. Well, I guess I'm coming aboard, Captain. Sanji sighed before grinning as he took Luffy's hand and the two shook on it. Yeah. Luffy cheered as he raised both fists into the air. Nu Nakama. The rest of the Straw Hats cheered, except Zoro, who only raised his glass into the air. We'll have a welcome party after we're done with these bastards and their damn captain. Well. Guess I get to fight for this place now that I'm part of the crew. Good to know. Sanji grinned as he looked towards Zeph. It's a pirate crew fight, right, old man? Do what you want, little eggplant. Zeph scoffed while waving Sanji off. These are. Sanji scared before finishing off his own tea. Luffy perked up a minute later and stood up from the table with a grin. They're coming. Luffy announced, and the rest of the Straw Hats stood up with him. Sanji stood as well but looked perplexed about how Luffy knew the Krieg pirates were coming. He didn't hear anything yet, no battle cries or gunfire, so what tipped Luffy off? Deploy the fins. I don't want them busting up the restaurant. Zeph ordered, and the cooks rushed to fulfill their boss's order. The Straw Hats emerged out on the small deck looking up towards the Krieg galleon. Now that they were outside, they could hear the roar of the pirates as they prepared to attack the Baratie. Suddenly the restaurant ship shook and a few moments later a large deck emerged from the water. That's so cool. Luffy called out with wide eyes. They're the fins. Sanji explained. Large decks that we can raise to keep the fighting outside. Saves us money on replacing furniture and the like. Here they come. Nami mentioned as the Krieg pirates practically poured down a makeshift gangplank and quickly filled up the larger deck. Get the hell out of the way unless you want to die. One Krieg pirate threatened as the large group of nearly 100 men laughed and brandished their weapons. Usopp, say hello for us. Luffy requested, and his gunner stepped forward after a deep breath to steady his nerves. Aye, Captain. Usopp replied as he stepped in front of his crew and stared down the larger pirate crew. You have a death wish or something? Another Krieg pirate demanded as the whole group started stalking forward. Usopp didn't respond verbally. The Krieg pirates barely saw the teen's hands move to his pistols before the first 2 rounds were fired. One pirate took a shot directly between the eyes, while the one next to him suddenly had a hole in his shirt, directly over his heart, and blood quickly soaked the garment as both men collapsed. The other pirates hadn't even registered their dead comrades before more bullets were tearing through their ranks. Usopp shocked all of the onlooking cooks of the Baratie, as well as Sanji and Zeph, when he tossed his first 2 revolvers into the air and drew the next 2. Usopp's rapid quick-draw juggling was once again shown to the world. In a matter of seconds 24 rounds were fired and a quarter of the Krieg pirates lay dead on the Baratie's large deck. Nami, Zoro, Sanji, deal with the rest. I'm going to finish off Krieg as soon as he gets down here. Luffy spoke and the 3 nodded back. Luffy was looking forward to seeing how well Nami and Zoro had progressed since their last fight. He was also eager to see just what Sanji could do. Zoro drew all 3 swords and placed Wado in his mouth. With a glance at the panicked Krieg pirates, who were all still reeling from the loss of a quarter of their crew, Zoro rushed forward and made his first attack. The 3 blades flowed through every pirate that stood before Zoro, the green-haired swordsman barely slowing as he cut through one pirate's stomach before slashing another's throat. In what would look like only a few motions to an outsider, Zoro had crossed the span of the deck, leaving behind 20 bodies. Nami leaped forward with her staff in hand, going towards the left of the horde of pirates. With a steady breath she sank into her observation and attacked. The first pirate she encountered didn't even register her being there before she'd clocked him across the temple. The man went down with a noticeable depression in the side of his head. The next pirate tried to jerk back from the orange tea but couldn't escape the staff's reach. His jaw cracked as the staff caught him hard across the face. A cracking sound and the odd angle the man's neck suddenly stopped at made it obvious his neck had snapped as well. Nami spun to dodge a panic sword swing before her staff swung around and took out her attacker's ankle. The pirate went down screaming before Nami slammed her staff down on his head and silenced him. A quick jab to the throat sent another pirate to the deck gasping for air that he'd never get through his crushed windpipe. On and on it went, Nami able to dodge with minimal movement thanks to her observation. The panicked Krieg pirates couldn't touch her and more of them lay beaten, broken, or dead behind her, further increasing the remaining pirates' panic. Sanji huffed as he leaped the entire distance between his starting point and the Krieg pirates. The first pirate couldn't even scream before his face nearly collapsed under Sanji's shoe. A front kick sent the next pirate flying into the drink with a broken sternum. A roundhouse to the head sent another pirate cartwheeling into the deck with a sickening thud. Sanji spun, unleashing kicks that most of the Krieg pirates couldn't even see. Men went sailing off the deck screaming from broken limbs or silent from being unconscious or dead. The South chef knew this would be the last time he'd get to fight for the place that had been his home for the last several years. So with that thought in mind, Sanji let loose, sending pirates flying off the Baratie crippled or dead. An axe kick finished off the last pirate near him, the man's skull cracked and indented by Sanji's heel as he crumpled to the deck, dead. Nami had just slammed her staff into the midsection of the last pirate near her, the man was actually lifted off his feet and sent flying towards the water only for a large something to suddenly emerge from the ocean, and the defeated pirate crashed into it with a metallic thud. The new guy, as it turned out the thing was a man, started laughing. Behold. My invincible iron wall. He was wearing rather odd attire according to everyone else at the Baratie. He had giant iron plates on both his front and his back, which made him look round. They covered his body from crotch to collar. On his feet, knees, elbows, hands, and even his head were smaller iron plates, and every single one of them had a brilliant-looking pearl in the middle. Nami idly wondered how much each of them might sell for. I'm Iron Shield Pearl. The now-named Pearl started laughing. I see you've been dealing with my cruel little girl. But I'll be the one to end you. You don't say. Well, I've dealt with weird-looking pirates before. I'm sure you won't be too different. Nami replied with confidence. You? Take me down. Don't make me laugh. Pearl started chuckling. In the past 61 fights I've been in, I've won them all without a single scratch. You might be pretty good with that little staff, but I've protected my entire body. He boasted. In every single fight I've been in, I've not lost a single drop of blood. Not a single drop. That's proof of my invincible strength. That's why they call me Iron Shield Pearl. He grinned, his teeth actually pinching in the light. And my iron defense is quite fashionable too. You're kind of a dandy, aren't you? Nami muttered as she looked her opponent over. Pearl rushed her with some considerable speed for a man wearing iron plates, and Nami moved back a step to dodge his first swing. A simple pivot to her left and she'd moved completely out of the man's charging line. Seeing an opening, Nami swung her staff at the back of Pearl's head. The man ducked forward and Nami's swing only glanced off the top of the large iron plate on his back. With a backhand that Nami sensed coming, Pearl swung around. Grimacing at missing his strike, Pearl still laughed. Your little stick won't do you any good here, girlie. Pearl laughed while coming at Nami with a flurry of punches from his iron shields. Nami weaved around each blow looking for an opening. The moron's armor was actually more of a hindrance than she was willing to admit. The fact that he had the stamina to keep up this rush of punches was also a problem. Sanji, having seen Nami engaged with Pearl, had tried to move to help her. Luffy's hand on his shoulder kept the blonde from interfering. A simple shake of the head from Luffy, while staring hard into Sanji's eyes, had the chef grimacing but looking back towards the ongoing fight. Nami continued moving around Pearl's attacks with her observation. Slowly but surely she was starting to see the pattern of the man's attacks. A few quick jabs at his face, which were always blocked as Pearl raised both arms to protect his head, showed Nami all she needed to know. Pearl rushed forward again, raining down punches which Nami began weaving between. When Pearl paused to reset himself, a part of the pattern she had noticed, Nami lashed out towards his face with a jab. Predictably, Pearl's reaction was to bring up the shields on both arms to block, but this time the thrust was only a feint. Nami spun a full 360 degrees and put all the strength and torque she could into her swing as she aimed for a place that wasn't protected. Ah! Pearl screamed as he fell to the deck, his foot hanging limply from his pulverized ankle. My ankle. My ankle. The man screamed over and over again as he tried to reach for his injury, but his own iron plates prevented him from bending enough to reach his ankle. Danger. I'm in danger. Pearl began freaking out and Nami rushed him again. Pearl screamed as he brought up a hasty uppercut that snapped Nami's staff off at the end. Nami suddenly felt her observation flare up and a sense of danger appeared screaming through her mind. Pearl was bringing his hand shields together and Nami just knew she couldn't let that happen. With her observation running in overdrive, she caught sight of the broken end of her staff still flipping through the air. Nami grabbed it without thinking and drove the jagged broken end straight into Pearl's face. More specifically, the orange tea had driven the jagged piece of wood into the man's eye and threw it into his brain. Pearl's shields clanged together just as Nami leaped back. Small flames appeared on the two-hand shields as Pearl slumped backwards onto the deck and stopped moving. Nami took a deep breath as she realized she won against a walking shield, only for Sanji to suddenly blur past her and a resounding thud to come from behind. What the hell do you think you're doing, Jin? Sanji demanded of the scruffy man who had a tonfa with a large iron ball on one end aimed at Nami. Sanji's foot had clashed with the tonfa before Jin's strike could connect. I didn't want it to come to this, Sanji. Jin replied as the two separated from each other. Why didn't you all just leave? No one would have needed to get hurt. So you say, but I doubt your captain would have let anyone go. Sanji replied and saw Jin grimace at the likelihood of that statement being true. Besides, would you just give up your home to some asshole that showed up out of nowhere and demanded you to? If it meant living, then yes. Jin responded and Sanji scoffed. Then you really don't have any conviction, do you, Jin? Sanji sighed before assuming his stance. As my last act as sous chef of the seafaring restaurant Baratie. I'm throwing you out and banning you for life, Jin. With his piece said, Sanji dashed forward with a kick which Jin blocked with one tonfa. The man-demon of the Krieg pirate spun the tonfa in his other hand and swung the heavy iron ball at the blonde's waist. Sanji hopped backwards avoiding the blow before coming in with a series of brutally fast kicks. Jin, to his credit, managed to block all of them while only being pushed back slightly. The two traded blows back and forth for a short time, gauging each other's speed and reaction time. With a grunt, Jin upped his own speed, along with the speed of his spinning tonfa, and nailed Sanji in the abdomen, sending the suit-wearing chef skidding back across the deck. I'm sorry it had to be this way, Sanji. Jin stated as he rushed at the blonde to try and finish him off. Sanji's sudden kick catching him in the side ended Jin's attack and sent the Krieg pirate tumbling across the deck. Then you should have stood up for what you believed was right. Sanji grimaced at Jin. Sanji moved quickly, rushing the tonfa wielder. Jin swung one tonfa, but Sanji ducked below the strike and connected his heel with Jin's chin in a picture-perfect high kick. The Krieg pirate was lifted off his feet as his teeth cracked together in his mouth. Sanji didn't let up and put all of his strength into a huge leap that saw him meet Jin in the air with a flying kick. The battle commander of the Krieg pirate spat blood as Sanji's foot collided with his stomach and folded the man over. Jin was sent careening off the deck and landed in the ocean dozens of meters away with a large splash. For a man without much conviction, Jin never let go of his weapons. The battle commander of the Krieg pirates at least died like a warrior, weapons in hand and fighting until his last breath. "Get down here, Krieg." Luffy roared when he realized the other captain still hadn't shown himself, even though his entire crew had been wiped out. "I see now," Krieg intoned darkly as he started making his way down the makeshift gangplank from his galleon. "I didn't only lack information, I lacked a strong crew." He roared as he brandished one of the pauldrons from his broken armor. "Now you can all just die. I'll take the ship and rebuild my crew after tossing your corpses into the sea. Lethal poison gas bomb. M. H. 5. The man yelled as the shield opened in the center and fired a projectile towards the Baratie. No. Luffy intoned, holding up his right hand in the gun position. A bright white-blue beam of focused electricity near instantly struck the chemical weapon. The canister was superheated and disappeared within a second, taking its poisonous contents with it. All the cooks of Baratie, barring Zeph who'd met devil fruit users before, had their eyes wide open and their jaws on the floor. Krieg himself wasn't faring any better, as from behind his gas mask, everyone could see his bulging eyes. A little fact about lighting, a bolt reaches upwards of 30,000 Kelvin, which is 29,726 degrees Celsius or 53,540 degrees Fahrenheit. No material on Earth can withstand direct focused heat of this level for more than a fraction of a second. The only exception to this rule was the power of the Gomu Gomu no Mi, as the devil fruit was granted full immunity from electricity in any form. A prank of the sea devil himself, though not a single soul would ever know it. How? Krieg roared out as he tossed the, now useless, pauldron away. What the hell are you? I ate the Goro Goro no Mi, I'm a lightning man. Luffy responded with a frown. Now fight for your flag at least, since you let your crew die without raising a hand to help them. He growled at the other pirate, disgusted by the man's outright disregard for his subordinates' lives. You little bastard. I'm Don Krieg. I'm the strongest pirate in East Blue. I have the most weapons. The most ambition. I only needed Krieg ranted but was cut off by Luffy. You're not any of those things anymore. Luffy remarked sharply and Krieg grit his teeth so hard they risked cracking. Your armor full of tricks is broken, your crew is gone, your armada sank, and now you're here ranting because it's all you have left. You fucking Krieg tried to retort, but Luffy's fist was suddenly warping his face, and the large man was sent crashing into the deck. You're the kind of pirate I hate. Luffy informed the downed man. Get up, get on your feet. At least face me like a real man. Krieg roared as he leapt to his feet and threw a diamond-studded punch from his gauntlet at Luffy. The Straw Hat Captain moved his head to the side, dodging the punch, before delivering one of his own to Krieg's stomach. The large man stumbled backwards, hacking and coughing as the air had been driven from him. Luffy sent a kick at the heaving man's head, and Krieg's face met the deck. Luffy stood over the other pirate waiting for his next move. Mercy please, Krieg muttered as he tried to pick himself up off the deck. The large man was bleeding from his mouth and nose as he looked up at Luffy. I'll leave, I promise. I'll never bother anyone again. Are you really that much of a coward? You won't even fight for your flag or the crewmates that died fighting for you? Luffy questioned, only for an uppercut to be heading for his face from a cruelly smiling Krieg. I'm Captain Don Krieg. No one is stronger than me. Krieg roared as his uppercut was only a hair's breadth from Luffy's chin. His eyes widened in shock, fear and pain when his fist stopped entirely. Luffy had grabbed the man's gauntleted wrist and stopped the sucker punch cold. With a stone-faced expression, Luffy tightened his grip on Krieg's wrist, crushing the metal of the gauntlet and the man's flesh and bones underneath. In panic, Krieg lashed out with his other fist, but Luffy caught that one by the wrist as well. There's no captain without a crew. Luffy intoned flatly, his tone cold and factual. And you let your crew die. Krieg's eyes widened as he struggled to pull his wrists free from Luffy's steel-like grip. You should do the right thing and join them. No. Stop. Wait. Krieg bellowed, only for Luffy to let his devil fruit loose through his hands that were all but shackling Krieg's wrists. Arg. Krieg roared in agony as lightning coursed through his body, a bright blue-white glow coming from the once feared pirate. The man's screams died off shortly and Luffy cut off his power. Before Luffy let Krieg go, everyone on the Baratie saw what had become of the infamous pirate Admiral Don Krieg. The man was charred black, smoke rising from his body. Both of the man's gauntlets had melted to his hands and he was clearly not breathing. Luffy dropped the man's wrists and the body fell to the deck, still letting off wisps of smoke. It's over. Zoro stated, sheathing all three of his swords. Usopp put his slingshot away, having pulled it out after his initial attack to fight any of the Krieg crew that might have tried to rush for the Baratie doors. Sanji sighed with a grimace before taking out a cigarette and lighting it. The chef took a drag and exhaled before walking over towards Zeph, who stood in the doorway of the restaurant. Nami walked over to Luffy and wrapped her arms around him. Luffy's arms mimicked hers and wrapped around her waist. The two leaned in and shared a soft kiss for a few seconds before pulling back. We did it. Nami smiled at her captain lover. Yeah, he really pissed me off. Luffy muttered, looking over at Krieg's body. Don't worry about that asshole, Luffy. Nami shook her head. Instead, focus on the good that's about to happen. Luffy tilted his head, slightly confused for a second, only to notice Nami's eyes suddenly look like beery symbols again. Now we get to raid the enemy's ship for everything they have. Shishishi. Luffy laughed at his navigator lover's happy expression as he pulled her into a hug, which Nami happily snuggled into for a bit before they released each other. Sure thing, Nami. With a wave to his crew, Zoro, Usopp and Sanji gathered around to listen to their captain. Alright guys, we've won the fight, so everything that is in the galleon is ours now. Take everything of value and anything else that looks useful or interesting. Don't forget to bring it to me first. Nami exclaimed, her eyes shining. I'll have to check all of it and keep track of what we have in the holds. The orange tea was practically bouncing in excitement of how much they could take from Krieg's flagship. You know what to do, let's go. Luffy raised his arms up with his wide grin on his face. Usopp, Sanji and Zoro nodded and started making their way up the gangplank onto the galleon. Luffy noticed Nami had stopped near Krieg's body and walked over to her. What's up, Nami? Just wondering how much these diamonds in his gauntlets are worth. Nami remarked as she knelt down and looked the gems over. Do you think you could get them out for me? She asked, her eyes in puppy dog mode. Shishishi, sure thing Nami. Luffy chuckled and Nami kissed his cheek in thanks. The orange tea smiled as she stood up and made her way towards the galleon, intent on stripping every berry from the ship, while Luffy set to work removing the diamonds from Krieg's melted gauntlets. Wait for me guys. Nami called out to her crewmates as she made her way up the gangplank to start helping with the appropriation of the Krieg pirates' valuables. Alright, come out of there you. Luffy grinned as he tried to pry the diamonds from the melted metal. Not having much luck, the straw-hatted man grimaced before the proverbial light bulb turned on above his head. Luffy's index finger glowed brightly as he turned it into lightning. Focusing the sparks and bolts into a point, Luffy set about cutting the diamonds out of the metal. Several minutes later and Luffy had removed every diamond from the ruined gauntlets. He smiled while looking down at the gems he now held, knowing that they'd make Nami happy. Hey Luffy, if you're done with that, give us a hand, would you? Usopp asked as he was lugging a chest full of what looked like parts and wires down the gangplank. Zoro and Sanji had chests of their own over their shoulders as well, but they were both closed. Luffy walked up to Zoro with the diamonds in hand. Is this chest treasure? Luffy asked his first mate. Zoro nodded before setting the chest down and opening it. Gold, silver and gems met Luffy's gaze, and the Straw Hat Captain smiled as he added the diamonds he'd taken to the chest. Carry on. Zoro grunted as he hefted the chest back onto his shoulder and walked towards the Going Merry with it. Luffy walked up the gangplank onto the galleon and set about helping his crew with taking everything of value and interest from their defeated enemies. Almost 30 minutes later, as Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp and Nami were on the Baratie's deck, making notes of what they'd collected so far, Luffy suddenly seized up and whipped his head around so fast everyone thought he'd get whiplash from it. What is it, Luffy? Nami questioned, having never seen her captain looking genuinely panicked before. Sanji and Usopp looked around as well, wondering if a Krieg pirate was still lurking somewhere. Who the hell is he? Luffy asked as he locked his gaze on the small vessel that was approaching the Baratie. More specifically, he was focused on the man sitting on a chair in said vessel. Luffy's observation was practically screaming warnings of this man's strength into the young man's head. Zoro stared at the incoming man in shock. Well, both shock and excitement. His heart began beating furiously inside his chest. The ship sailing towards them could barely be called a ship. Honestly, it could barely be called a dinghy. It actually looked like a coffin. A rather large coffin, but a coffin all the same. On the edges were candles that seemed to burn with green fire, and the mast resembled an ornate cross. But that wasn't what Zoro paid attention to. No, the green-haired swordsman's focus was solely on the man sitting with his legs crossed on the only seat on the coffin-like boat. It was a black-haired man, with piercing yellow eyes. He had a short beard, mustache, and sideburns, all of which were sharply trimmed to appear pointed. He wore no shirt, only an open, long black coat. It was red on the inside, with red sleeves and his collar decorated with flower patterns. His pants were light purple, tucked into strapped boots. He had a large wide-brimmed plumed hat. A necklace hung around his neck, with a pendant shaped like a large cross adorning it. And on his back was a long, deadly-looking black blade whose handle was simply a smaller, more ornate version of the cross that served as the mast for his ship. Who the heck is that? Paddy blinked owlishly. And how did he sail all the way here in such a tiny boat? Idiot. Zoro breathed out slowly. That was the least important question that could be asked right now. The better question is, what is he doing here? Zeph replied, staring at the man approaching his restaurant. That man is a renowned swordsman, more renowned than any other in the world. Zeph stated seriously, some real worry seizing him. Depending on why the man was here, none of them may live past today. The greatest swordsman in the world. Zoro grinned sharply. Dracula Mihik. Thanks for watching and I hope you watch some other videos on my channel.